Aloha. Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Santa Cruz, California. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Santa Cruz, California today. Looks like a beautiful day here at the Coldwater Classic 2023 here with Peter Mell. It is a phenomenal day, sort of an A-plus day at Steamer Lane today. If you were here in the morning time, you saw like a postcard setting with the sunrise. But I'd say it's between 3 and 5 feet. Nice waves in the slot. As you can see the overview right here from the drone. Beautiful day, just a beautiful day. I'd say it's probably one of the best days I've seen for the Coldwater in a long time. And right there you see beautiful front lit morning. Sort of hard to surf in the morning time out here, we'll be honest with you. The offshore and the cold, a lot of people coming up here from Southern California. It is freezing this morning. You can see there, folks, people in their hoods and their gloves. And then really sort of a unique situation here at the lane where you're able to have a lot of the spectators help coach. So you can see a lot of family members and stuff right there overlooking the event. Sort of a northeast wind today we have scheduled. Just a beautiful sky right there. This drone footage is amazing.
Gotta love that you have 4 to 6 foot swell today, Adam. It's pretty much the optimum size for Steamer Lane. West-northwest direction, you're going to see a lot of waves up at the slot and middle peak. Good to have the Coldwater Classic back here at Steamer Lane. You know, it's been a bit of a hiatus, but you can tell, you know, this new crew of surfers that probably, I would say there's not a huge amount of people in this draw that have actually ever surfed a Coldwater Classic.
Yep. Well, you know, Pete, we surfed it for years and years, so we were coming from a history of watching the Coldwater Classic. It was sort of what really stood out in my mind as something that wanted to cement my career as a surfer, watching, you know, people like Gary Elkerton, Tom Curran, and such. So coming here today, watching this event again, and listening to what Sean Burns had to do to get this event going again was really cool. I'm sure a lot of local people are really glad to see this event going.
It sure is, you know, and you think about, we just recently finished up with the local trials, which we were able to crown one of the trialists there, Bud Freitas, who is actually a past competitor here at the Coldwater Classics, to see him get a spot again. And then we just had the women as well, but now round of 96 is underway. This is heat number 1. In the blue jersey, we're going to have Reed Platinius, and then Luke Guinaldo will be in blue, Tab Texter in white, and then Bud Freitas is back in the water once again. And here is the first wave from blue, Luke Guinaldo.
Wow, nice little wave for Luke to get his campaign going. A couple nice backside hits. And, you know, I think I might have saw him out there in the morning time. There was quite a few crew out there in the morning time, but as you'll see, folks, this backwash right now will sort of wreak havoc with some of the people because they have a hard time figuring that out.
Well, I mean, if you think about Steamer Lane and its history over the years, I mean, there's a lot of surfers that have fell in love with this spot, and there's a lot of surfers who just hate it and can't understand. As we see the heat trials, heat number 1 there, we had the women underway. I don't know who came out of the winner of that one.
See that, but you can see right there, Pete, there's 2 angles of swell going. Look at that southerly line underneath, and then you're seeing a northwest over the top of it. So a great little swell today. We're going to have a lot of different little spots to surf, so hopefully we'll see some big scores.
Today we're looking at the round of 96 for men, and then I believe, and I'll get confirmation on this, that we'll move into the round of 64 and probably go to the first 6 heats of that. We'll confirm that at some point. 25 minutes in the round of 96, but 20 minutes here in this round of 96. So quick, 20 minutes. You know, it's one of those things where we were talking about Steamer Lane and the fact that this is a place that some people really can connect with and some people that just cannot find it. It's a special type of wave. There's certain waves that look good, that you know are good, and then there's some that you can kind of see that will deceive people, and they actually end up being pretty good waves. And then there's some that you look good, and then they're not great waves, right? So it's just the locals have had great luck here because of the fact that this is a very difficult wave to read.
Yeah, hence the local success. But yep, you're watching it right here, folks. See all that backwash, that reverb coming off the cliff? Some people just hate that, and it's really sort of messes with your rails, really dirties up your rails, and you can dig a lot of rail up there.
We will see the swell that we have on tap today. It's around 4 to 6 foot in 15 seconds. Yesterday it was much bigger swell, so we're on the backside of a swell. We've got some underlying south that'll be out here through the week, hoping that kind of helps on the smaller days. And then we have a new pulse of northwest for Thursday, as we see red here. That's Reed on his back end. So we've got a couple goofy footers in this first heat. Straight up vertical hit, and that's that convection we see every single time here at Steamer Lane. You've got to be able to hit that wave, that lip very early and get out of that situation. This is Blue here. Luke already put up a pretty good number for his first score. And again, that convergence of the whitewater. You got to ride out in front of there, especially with these judges. They're going to be very critical of those last final maneuvers and being able to pull it off.
Yeah, you almost want to do that last maneuver a little early to get away from, like you said, that convection, that convergence of water coming together right there. You'll see a lot of people, as soon as they build up their scores, get some nice rotations and really get into the air on that section. But really, I like a big layback snap on that end section. You can see right here on the replay, a little bobble here for red. That's that backwash coming off the cliff, sort of challenging to set your fins. And right here's where it comes down. You need to get that blast off the lip really early.
So true, as we see now Blue once again. So a little consistent little run here as we see the drift of the tail from Luke. That's some criticalness shown by the surfer in blue. And that last final maneuver, though, again, getting there early and actually using that lip to kind of project you out in front of the whitewater is a definite tactic to use to get that completion. Because, like I said, this is one of the more critical sections is that final move here at Steamer Lane. And, if you want to really rack up the bigger points, pulling that move off is going to be a great element to getting, into those excellent numbers.
Exactly, Pete. And really attacking that first section. A lot of hesitation sometimes with that backwash out there on the outside. So you'll see a lot of tentative surfing on that first turn just to set up that second turn. But I really think the judges are going to want to see you from start to finish slam the lip and really, really close it off.
It's true. Think about that first move, too. It's not easy because you're going to be dealing with that backwash. So you have to time it perfectly. And there's high risk in that first maneuver because you don't want to blow the wave, right? So you want to be able to, at least get that really solid first turn, link it together super smooth, right? Like just top to bottom. That's always going to be something that is pleasant to watch here at Steamer Lane. The faces are flatter, they're not that real tight convex kind of pocket. It's a bigger open face. So that big smooth style of surfing is what's going to really pay dividends here because that's what looks the best.
It certainly does. Usually you get a nice big long face out here. You sort of want to mimic that face with a longer turn. And then when the wave curls up really tight, you want to get up in the pocket. So it's going to take a certain type of board too, Pete, to ride that flatter face, to go laterally, but still be able to get vertical in the pocket.
And you're hitting it right on the head, right? And a lot of times your boards that you're riding, maybe in Southern California beach breaks or, a tighter pocket aren't going to work here. We like a little straighter rocker in Santa Cruz because it allows you to have that flow and that drive. It's a little faster through those lines. You don't need to have that really tight type of turn. In certain sections, sure, but overall, a little more subtle rocker is definitely something that plays well here.
Yeah.
Tides today are going to be right in that mid-range tide. We don't have a huge fluctuation between low and high. As we move into the weekend, that will change. The higher tides will be, as it cycles through, we'll see during the weekend we'll have a pretty high tide in the mornings. Even right now, though, it still looks like it's pretty full, but this is actually the type of tide the lane really loves.
It certainly does, Pete. As you have those waves focusing up off the point, that lower tide sucks up off table rock and sort of disconnects that wave off the point. Right now we're seeing a lot of nice waves coming up off the point. There is some waves you're not seeing on film, folks, but they're out towards the middle peak, and there's a lot of opportunity out there too. So as the tide stays sort of flat, there's still opportunity around this arena out there. But right now everyone's sort of cooped up at the point, and trying to catch the point waves and the waves off the slot, which is sort of inside and over from the point. But as you saw off that last little drone shot, majority of the waves are sucking up along the cliffs. So there's a nice little middle peak wave there, right there we were talking about. But you can tell there's one or two sections right off the top, and then it's sort of just wrapping sort of face turns. So I think middle peak will be a backup score for some people trying to get away from the people off the point.
So true, you know, and I think that it's something that you can use as a strategy, you know, especially if you get a wave off the point, off the full slot, and you do that kind of slow paddle. There is some ways. I mean, an example being this morning in the very first heat trials of the day, we had Bud Freitas who waited for a very long time, until 10 minutes, so halfway through the heat to get his first wave. He got a 717. And then he paddled kind of slow paddle. Actually, matter of fact, the set came and he had to punch through a bunch of waves, and he got himself out towards the inside slot, which is kind of right where that wave is right now. And the other surfers are sitting outside. He slid underneath and got himself a 5.5 inside. So he ended up getting only 2 scores the entire heat. Ended up getting 12.34 points. It was a big mistake by Ben Coffey, unfortunately, who ended up getting an interference. I don't think he actually clued in on the priority, and ended up taking away from one of the surfers who had priority and lost a full wave. And so Ben, unfortunately, who was probably the only surfer that was in contention to make that heat. Big heat, though, for Bud. Bud has been wanting to compete here at this Coldwater Classic, you know, and his surfing is actually one that you'll see will work really well at Steamer Lane.
Yeah, 100%. You see right here, a nice little paddle. Nice little wave off the slot here, Pete. Let's see what happens here. Looks like Bud Freitas up and running, the local boy, the trials winner. Nice little half turn off the top, nice bottom turn. And again, looks like he's just getting into rhythm here. Nice flowing style, just matching the speed with the wave speed. Nice, another little snap. So it looks like Bud right here just building a score. Relatively conservative for Bud Freitas. Anybody who knows him knows that there's some fireworks after the next wave.
But how pleasing is it to watch that style of surfing at Steamer Lane? It literally, you know, yeah, he didn't push it too hard, but the flow that he carried, which is definitely part of the criteria, right? Speed, power, and flow. He was able to just connect it beautifully. Good wave choice, obviously, there too, because he kept himself in the power pocket. It wasn't a major set wave, but when you see, just look at the glide he carries, and every turn is just setting up the next maneuver, knowing that he had to be down the line, but he didn't get rushed. You know, carved there, probably a little stuck, but not really. You know, and just again, great flow. And this is going to be a number, best number of the heat. He waited till he found this style of wave, and you have to eye this one off. You have to understand that this is the waves that he want here at Steamer Lane. He sees it. He's got that eye for it. And again, you know, waited till this is the first wave we saw the entire heat that actually had that kind of energy. Here's Red.
Yeah, nice little wave again. And it looks just like a couple turn combination right now. So in reflection next to Bud's wave, we'll see how that wave swell continues, Pete. It looks like a nice couple waves in the slot.
This is Luke Winaldo in the blue. He's in second position now, trying to build on his scoreline. You see the score in there for Bud Freitas, a 6.67. So just one wave got him into the good range. Now he's going back out there with 11.5 minutes to go get himself another backup. You know, and it only takes 2 waves. Surfers are out there for 20 minutes. They can ride as many waves as they like. There is priority in the water, as you can see on there. Tab Texter, who hasn't had a wave yet, or just a quick wave, he had a 0.4, but he has first priority. Now you'll see Platinius, he'll get second priority, so they take turns, you know, as that priority works. I mean, this is something that's happened in the last 4 years where we've added priority 4-man heats, and it's changed the way competitive surfing is.
Yeah, and too, you know, I'm a small guy with a wingspan of like 2 feet. So having priority is really nice when you're a small guy. You know, competing against guys that are twice your size, the wingspan of like Michael Phelps, it sort of sucks. So this really does sort of even out the playing field, but you play more of a chess match this way, Pete. So you're really, really thinking about the waves you're catching because you're giving up something to catch that wave.
It's so true. It really is.
Yeah. You see another nice set coming through the slot. Sort of look like easterly warble right now too, Pete. I'm noticing that 4 to 6 foot swell that was forecasted is right on tap. Yesterday it was like 6 to 8 feet out here. So a lot of guys had some practice in some larger surf. So I think this is a little more controllable now. And we're going to see a lot of guys rip through the day. Looks like Reed up and riding right here. Nice little snap off the top. I think sort of right now you're seeing those little tighter waves, benefiting a little more of the goofy footers, able to get more vertical up into the lip. But as the swell sort of stretches out, sometimes the regular footers or getting the nod. And right now, again, Red getting another little tag off the inside. So great little way for Rex right there to get a score going. That's his low score right there of a 2.17, so I'm sure that'll eclipse that.
383, and now trying to better the 217. Again, you think about your score line here today. You want to get into double digits for sure. You've got 9.33 total for Reed right now. He just picked up the 5.5, so now Bud drops down to third with just one wave, the 6.67. Right. Doesn't need much though, and a 3.5 point ride will get him in all the way to the lead.
Yeah, and that's what the benefit of having the largest score of the heat. So he's managing his time well. If you figure 20 minutes heats, top 2 waves, you get 10 minutes per wave. So he's got quite a bit of time left to get into that priority rotation. Now this is where what he did earlier in the heat. He was able to play the waves, not the players, Pete, in the trials final there, where he was able to sit on the inside, catch a wave, sort of sneaky away from the other surfers. So as the surfers are positioned outside, a slow paddle outside could benefit him.
Big time, and understanding that and doing that and sitting, as you're paddling out, almost putting yourself in position for those little inside ones that have the potential, with that extra wall. Watching the replay here of the last wave of blue, which is Luke Guinaldo, who is in second position at the moment.
Nice couple turns here, and right here end section as well, so he's able to finish that one off. So that's a way better sort of ending section maneuver as he did on that one versus his last wave.
Yeah, well, he definitely learned from that. As you see again, this was the wave that put Reed into the lead. Ended up with a 5.5, and you see how that little crease comes down low like that, and you stay low road, you're going to get this extra energy and that final move, and again, That was a nice little whip.
Just keep going with that. Okay, now here we go again. This is Bud Freitas. I believe this is his first wave, so this is actually a replay of his first wave, the 6.67, I believe. So this is basically what the judges are looking at for just an above average wave right now, Pete, and it was a well-surfed wave, well-constructed wave, and perfect timing. So he's got another about 7 minutes now, I think, to get back out there and get another wave.
So true, but again, just Reed, so good of this lineup, and the style of surfing that he brings to Steamer Lane is such a pleasing to the eye, and that's why you saw it go to the best number of the heat. But he is sitting with only one wave and 7 minutes to go. He sits in third priority, so strategically here in this next 7 minutes, he's got to be able to play the right role. You can see where he is right now on a screen. See how he's sitting just underneath. There is some waves in that zone. Again, doesn't need a huge score, so he can sit there and play it out with this time, given that he's already got himself that third priority, so he can sit underneath. I did talk to the head judge, and in regards to priority in a situation like this, if Bud were to move away from that takeoff zone, which is kind of where we're at right now on the screen, he can have his priority suspended. So if you are basically trying to cover, basically the reason why they're saying that is if somebody says, they have first priority and they move over to middle peak to kind of cover somebody and defend somebody, you can have your suspension to your priority. So ultimately, the only place you can hold priority is in the point slot area.
Okay, there we go. I got some nice fans down here today. Look at beautiful Santa Cruz morning, but looks beautiful, but it is about 40 degrees, so guys are pretty chilly down here. Everyone's covered up.
Yeah, this morning, I had to figure out a way to keep us warm in here, and luckily Anthony Rufo, longtime legend here, who has been hanging out, he's been fortunate enough to give us the propane heater, so we got that here, so we're nice and comfortable in the booth.
Nice. As you can see on the screen right there, all three surfers in priority. Now, the other strategy too, Pete, would be the person in fourth priority go out and try to pressure somebody in second or third to catch a wave. So you can still play that game as well, but Bud's opted not to put the pressure on his fellow competitors, sort of sit away from himself and do his own game.
And I think the biggest part of that is the fact that he doesn't need a huge number. 2.4 will get him into second. A 3 will take him to the lead. So if he can sit here with this next 5 minutes and hold on to his priority and not have to do a selling tactic, because it's probably more important for him. And you can see right now he sees something on this inside section that he's going to go for, and he's probably going to get the number needed and then go out and control the rest of the heat.
Yeah, let's see what this wave does here, Pete. He's on the inside, a smaller little wave, could have a nice little wall, nice little first snap. Again, so a couple turns already, get some board speed up. Let's see what he ends it off. And, you know, this has been a relatively slow heat, Pete. So in all context of the heat, this is going to be a nice little backup score. He's still going to have about 4 minutes once he gets back outside, 3.5 minutes to put the real pressure on. But he's covered that base.
And that's the strategy, right? That's the way that you have to make it happen sometimes at Steamer Lane, because you're getting 20 minutes, that's it. So you get what the lane will give you. Again, he had to pull the trigger here early. He saw that there was going to be enough potential to get the number. He's going to go to the lead very easily. And now he puts himself in a much more comfortable position. He can take this last 5 minutes and go out and strategize and get yourself higher up on the priority. Start trying to sell waves, sell lemons. That's ultimately what you want to do is with lower priority is to get some other surfers to bite on some waves that probably aren't going to give them the quality that they need in order to pass your score. So nice work there for Bud Freitas and strategy just to stay on that inside section. And again, basically that local knowledge paying off.
Certainly. And having that first wave of the heat, that was a substantial wave, really sort of takes the pressure off your back end of your heat. You hate to be sitting with 2 minutes left without priority needing a 5, because it's nearly going to be impossible with a condensed environment like this to get away, to get a score. So right now, Bud did a great job. There is still middle peak right now, but look, Pete, the lines are stacking outside. We still have plenty of time left on the heat. This could flip-flop either way.
Well, let's see what Red can do here. Reed, who has now moved into that second position. Ooh, bit of an error there. Now more waves out the back. This is a great opportunity for Luke to try and hold himself there, but priority with White, and there is a block. I would imagine that White will drop down and then give Luke back priority. So now watch, if Bud can get himself back out into the lineup, he might be able to get himself some priority and really be in a power play.
That's unfortunate right there. The boys were out of position, but that was a great little wave. Still a little warbly, Pete, but that was going to be a score on that wave for sure.
Well, and it's also going to probably line up through the inside. You can see these slot waves will get that crease. It'll come back from middle peak and actually have that energy pocket.
Yeah. You see right now, one of the surfers in it.
Important wave here for Blue. See it now. It's got 2 sections. Can he hang on? Be very important to get that last move done. And Bud down on inside peak.
Yeah, Bud on the inside. Nice little down the line projection floater. And again, nice spray off that turn. So well positioned in a little foam bounce. So Bud.
That's such a good read.
Yeah, I just love watching his technique. Love watching Bud surf. Obviously, he complements these right points. And he's a gamer. He's a straight up golfer gamer. So he's out there playing the game. He knows exactly where he is and what everyone else has. So I wouldn't be surprised if Bud now is going to go sit back out and maybe put some pressure on these guys.
Yeah, it won't really need to though. You know, the 4.33 came in for that smaller inside wave, but this one's going to be so he clips it. It's going to add some more points. He's going to go there. It is 4.67, so not that much added onto it. Just a third of a point, but hey, every single millipoint will add and benefit you to get those heat wins. Yeah. Freitas is 11.34. His actual heat total for the trials was 12.34, so double digits like you'd mentioned. These first rounds definitely you need 10 plus to do it. At 14 points obviously would be a great heat.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember watching Pete for years. I'd see the average heat totals that were coming through these heats, and it wasn't uncommon to see 10 points getting through about 50% of the heat, 60% of the heats. And so a lot of surfers trying to do their best average surfing. Here's Bud's 4.67, caught totally away from the other surfers, Pete, not a person contesting him. That was a great little turn right there, a little bounce. That Dan Mann's board he's riding right there, he told me about this morning. He said he's got a magic little board. So once Bud gets really confident, he really sort of shines. He really does run with some confidence.
Yeah, and you can see it right now. If he can keep this and sustain this style of surfing and get his waves, he's going to be one that could probably be on finals day. You never know. Bud's upwards, in the age bracket, but his surfing looks fresh, especially for Steamer Lane. It doesn't need, you don't need to be one of those surfers that is, just super quick. It's really just about great wave choice. The knowledge of the lineup is such a key element here. So you can see surfers like veterans are going to make it through a bunch of heats. And the fact that if there's enough surf for these guys, when it starts to get small, I think then obviously the advantage will go to the younger surfers, but the experience is such a key element here at Steamer Lane.
It certainly is. And see, we're down at 8 seconds. Crucial little wave right here. Gets in front of this bump. He could have but he saw that big warble right there, Pete. That was nearly impossible to come off that one.
Wow, that was Luke's chance with no time left on the clock. That was it. So it looks like Reed is going to keep his position in second. Bud Freitas takes the win. So we've got our first heat in the books, the Coldwater Classic for 2022. And still some quality waves out there. Lucky for us that we've got this first real northwest swell that we've had. And watching Bud Freitas.
Wow,
He is
nice.
your heat winner, your trials winner, and so day's done for Bud. He may actually, if we go into a round of 96, he'll be in that first heat. So good job by Bud Freitas. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Coldwater Classic. We are here for the 2022 edition. We are back with the Coldwater Classic, and we've got Classic Steamer Lane to treat us to day one of competition. And in the water right now, we just had Heat 1 where we saw the local boy, Bud Freitas, take the win over Reed Platinius, who is finishing in second. They'll both move on to the round of 64. In the water now, in red, Ryan Huckabee. In blue, we'll have Ben Benson, Felipe Chagas in the white, who was just up on that wave there, and then Blaise Roche will be in the green. Don't know a lot about these surfers. Huckabee, I know that from the East Coast, one of those great surfers that knows how to get up and over the lip, so hoping to see something big from him. Felipe Chagas, Brazilian, as we see up and riding right here on the backhand. So quickly, after that first mistake, has put it back together on wave number 2.
Yeah, nice little quick succession of backside lippers right there. I like that little wave. Was just a couple years ago we had a lone Brazilian come in here, Pete. He was like only one Brazilian in the whole event. I think he even won the thing.
Teixeira.
So, yeah, so it's not uncommon to have some lone countrymen come over here and win this event.
I want to say it's Rafael Teixeira.
Yeah, guy was shredding, whatever his name is. He was on fire. And I really like that last name right here, Huckabee. I mean, for a surfer, come on, Pete.
And
like
he does.
He hucks. Huh? He's got to huck it, huh?
Big time.
Yeah, that rules right there. But we got to
coming from that region that aerials were a big part of it. You know, the Matt Keckley area.
Oh, cool.
And they have always been at the forefront. Little wedges. I mean, that you're a product of your environment,
Totally.
right?
Yeah.
And if you've got yourself a little wedge with a little extra energy, you're going to see that aerials become a big part of the game.
Yeah. There is some similarities here. It's a catapulting little wave here too, Pete. It occasionally feels like a wedge where it goes from a high to a low type of transfer on the inside, and people who really figured that out have been able to do some nice aerials out here.
All right, here's the first wave of Ryan Huckabee on the forehand, kind of behind it, but 2 maneuvers pulled off, and can he ride out? He does. So there you go, 2 maneuvers. That could be a score at this point. This was the rebate for white, Felipe Chagas, and he was able to capitalize here with nice little 3-turn combo on a smaller wave, so it'll be good to see the comparison between white and red.
Yeah.
I would say that red probably, I don't know, it'll be interesting because there was a little lack of control just in the way the timing was for red's wave compared to Felipe's.
Yeah, and two, the judges will obviously take note on the size of the wave. And there it goes right there. You see the scores on the board there, Pete.
Yeah, Chagas actually has 2 waves.
Yeah.
He'll have a 1 throwaway score there, so his probably came in at a mid-range 4, whereas Huckabee's a 4.83. And look, a little bit of a runaway here for Chagas, and He sees some lefts, probably goofy footitis. That'll happen because there is lefts here, especially with that tide on the lower tide with the northwest swell. You'll get this opportunity here, and it can be one big air section. So see what he can do here. A lot of speed heading towards the cliff. Nice section. There it is, the air section. Those goofy footers will eye that off because you can get a quick score. And again, sometimes you have to have that ability to manufacture a score here at Steamer Lane because you're not always going to get those quality waves. So sometimes there's a left, sometimes there's middle peak, sometimes there's the slot.
Yeah, and just watching his position obviously doesn't need to have priority to be sitting. He's sitting by himself over at middle peak riding those lefts. I think it might be a little too early right now to be looking for one maneuver waves. But, you know, I don't have an aerial rotation in my repertoire. So I'd be curious to see what the judges would do in comparison to a full ridden wave out here where you get 5 or 6 vertical, you know, say off the tops and maneuvers compared to just one maneuver.
Let's do a little dissection of that. You know, understand what the prior or the judging format is, right? I mean, there's speed, power, flow. There's, you know, innovative and explosive maneuvers. There's a lot of that is something like what would you focus on here? I mean, I think we kind of touched on it already with the style of surfing that works best here. Yeah. Is a kind of a speed, power, flow element. And I think that the judges recognize that. I mean, they're all this panel here that is participating here, even though we haven't had a Coldwater Classic here, have all judged this arena in the past. And they understand what this wave dictates in regards to the criteria.
Yeah. Yeah, because it is a... it's more of a traditional style wave. So you're seeing a lot more traditional style surfing. That's going to get you through the bread and butter. I mean, the majority of these heats will be...
Yeah, it's power, right?
Power.
I mean, it's a powerful wave.
Yeah, exactly.
The faces are, in regards, are flatter, right? It's not going to give you super critical sections. And when they're there very quickly. And then they're gone. You know, there's a lot of times that you're on a wave here where you're just literally, it's dead time, where you're just trying to transition rail to rail. You want to make that look good like Bud did.
Yep.
But... you know, single explosive maneuvers are something that is obviously, even on the championship tour, has scored relatively high. But one thing I will say about that is that if you are going to do those types of maneuvers, the only way you're going to go excellent is if it's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
It can't just be the little quick rotation, air rotations. You know, they'll see those go 3 to 5 all day long. But if you go above the lip, high show amplitude, get the rotation where you're actually spinning all the way around. You're not just landing tail first and rotating in reverse out of it. If you're actually getting the full rotation, that's when you start to see those single maneuvers really go high up into the excellent range.
Yeah. You know, which is amazing because you can some of these waves you're able to do a couple of incredible big, say out the back maneuvers, and then end with a wave, end with a section that gives you the maneuver like that on the inside. But Pete, right now this wind is sort of dicey. You see the easterly wind sort of picking up. You can't really tell from here, but it's actually sort of a double wind when you're on the face. It's
it is because we face south, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so east wind literally comes from the side. It's coming from the bottom of your screen towards the wave. Adding to the backwash already is this, you know, it's just going to add these little ripples, and that's what you see there. We'll actually see boat wakes actually come and affect us too when it's glassy. Nice wave here for Roche. This is going to be his first wave, so finally picking up a one. And this is Blaze, very patient out the back for it. Gets back to the open face. This is going to be a pretty good score in comparison to what we've seen already. Blaze did okay on that one.
He certainly did. It was a little disconjointed at the end there. You saw you bobble a little bit. Would probably like to clean up those rails a little bit, but that was a nice little
flow,
wave.
Right? And that will be affected in the score for
Yeah.
sure, right? Anytime you want to see it, you want to see those transitions from rail to rail are very smooth. No hitches. Don't let that bump affect you.
Yep. And, you know, going back to Bud, that's sort of what he did. He was able to absorb those bumps. Didn't look like he had a hitch. But a lot of out-of-towners will come back and watch those local surfers and see exactly what they're doing. But we'll analyze this little wave right here, Pete. A smaller little wave off the point, just right off Table Rock, but gives them nice opportunity down the line.
It did, right? And see how it kind of almost builds energy through into the inside slot. He had to chase this last little section here, and this is where it got a little bit disjointed, as you had mentioned. Right there, you see a little hitch. And again, the stuff of the rail, so 2 turns there. You know, trying to push a little bit too hard probably on that first section. Now we get to see, this is live action, I believe, for Blue.
Well, nice little wave again off Table Rock, right off the point, coming to the inside as it closed out. It's a nice little snap off the top.
Ben Benson.
So we do have a couple of average scores right now, right in that average range of the 4s, Pete. So the judges have a pretty good idea what the average is. Now, scale has opened up on the top end for someone to really blow
Big
this
time.
up.
Yeah, quality wave right there, right? And we
Yep.
haven't had a major set wave yet. And that's what, again, with the steamer lane, especially on a declining swell like this, is you'll see that consistency start to wane. So you got to find these little waves and make them count. As we see Blue here replay. Little snap, gets the tail fin chucked up there. Nicely done for a smaller wave. So probably back into that same kind of category of the fours. You know, it's a completed ride, but not on a major set wave. It just had kind of one exciting maneuver on there, so it's just going to be probably around that mid-4.
And there you go. Right there.
Some of the exciting surfers that we are going to be seeing coming up in the round of 96. Your top C's next is Blair Barton. William Safried will be in there. Sebastian Mendes, another surfer from the area here. Going through, you got Thomas King, who's from Costa Rica, but has some good results already on the regional tour. He wants to keep that up because in this, you know, let's talk about the stakes of this QS 1000, right? So on the regional tour, we're going to have probably 5 events. We haven't had the confirmation for the next part of the end of the season here. We've got most likely Pismo, which will be an upgrade from what we saw last year. We'll have Barbados most likely. These, again, aren't confirmed, but these are on the schedule as of right now that we'll see as a 3000. I think we'll see Shepherd's Beach, which is the event, the Ron John event, will be in March. So that's another event that I think is not quite confirmed yet, but will be on this tour. We've already had a couple events. We had the Jax Pro, and then we had Virginia Beach, and we also saw the Outer Banks. So those are the 3 events we have, plus the 3 that are this one and 3 more events that I know of that aren't totally confirmed. That'll basically signify the top 8 of the regional tour will then graduate to the Challenger Series. And again, last year it was 10 surfers graduated. This year is only going to be 8. So again, you know, we're going to shrink the field of the Challenger Series going forward into 2023. You know, right now we're at 96 surfers. I think we're going to go down to 84. You know, some number around that range. But basically shrinking that field a little bit. It's going to help with running the event quicker.
Yeah.
The women's is also getting. So I think they're going to take a day off or so we can actually get the surf done in quality surf. You know, a lot of times this season we've been really hard on the Challenger Series. There hasn't been a great surf for all of the events.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I think that's going to get better. So 8 of this region of North America are going to qualify for next season's Challenger Series, which will be, again, 7 events next year, maybe 8. That hasn't been confirmed as well. But the Challenger Series is where you graduate into the Championship Tour. We have one more event for 2022, which is Haleiwa coming up at the end of this month. Starts it, and we'll crown our 10 surfers that are going to graduate into the Championship Tour. We already have 3 surfers that are qualified as of right now with enough points.
It's rad. I mean, it's really now sort of an easy way to conceptualize your stepping stone to getting onto the big stage.
This is why this QS 1000, you think about all the events you're going to be gaining points for. So just as an explanation too, so a QS 1000 means that the most amount of points you can get for this event is 1,000 points as a win, right? So you win, you get 1,000 points. That's why it's called a QS 1000. Live action here. This is Blue.
Nice little inside little runner. Flea would be calling that a little chinger. Nice little tail release there, Pete. So a little variety there in the maneuvers he was choosing. Nice little snap into the pocket. This wave's angling back. Another little layback right there. So
good read.
Good read on that wave.
Yeah, for a smaller wave, good read. And then again here we see a little bit of that east wind playing havoc as this takes off a little bit more bouncy. This is red, Ryan Huckabee.
Yeah, nice little wave for Huckabee. See that rib right in front of him, giving him some opportunity. I really like that end section maneuver right there, Pete. I like that blast.
One of the better maneuvers we've seen. As we see, it looks like priority there with White, and so he's going to utilize it on the backhand here. Chagas, he moved over from Middle Peak, finally got himself in priority. A little bigger wave. Nice clean face.
Yeah, that was a nice extending turn right there and another little blast. So this wave giving the young Brazilian a lot of nice maneuvers, Pete, and you can see that's a little no claim there.
He likes it. That was, I mean, for all 3 surfers there are definitely going to add to their totals.
Yeah.
They're all going to put numbers up that they are going to add, and we'll see how it unfolds. You know, Huckabee had that beautiful tail release on his final maneuver. I think Huckabee will be in that top 2 after this. Chagas is going to definitely improve on his situation. Also saw Ben Benson probably get his best wave, but I feel like he'll be probably in that 3rd position and need another score in order to turn this heat.
The judges have their work cut out for them right there. But still, Pete, just looking at the quality of waves and the waves that have been ridden, there's still opportunity out there to get a massive score. We're seeing a lot of waves, in the 2 to 3 foot being ridden right now, but there's still, like we noticed, 3 to 5 foot waves out there. If they're in the right spot, the potential to get a massive score is right there.
You think about tides, and I know that we don't have a huge difference in tides, but that tide definitely plays. Considering that we're sitting in a big bay like this, can wreak a little havoc in regards to consistency. The swells will feel that tide, even though it's just a 6-inch difference. There's moments where you're going to see one heat will have 0 opportunities. This one has had a lot of smaller wave opportunities.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is green. This is an important wave here for green.
Yeah, and Huckabee gets an 8 on that last score, so work cut out for green right here. A nice projecting floater down the line. Beautiful little bottom turn off the top combination. But right now we need to see a little more risk in those turns if you want to get up into that above average score. You see some cat and mouse out the back right
big
now.
Time.
And with priority, Pete, it looks like guys are really testing each other and making each other commit out there, and just playing a little game with each other. That's half the fun.
It is. Well, especially with the way that priority works now, is that you can kind of try and sell waves if you don't actually want it. As we see a little 2-turn combo with a fall afterward for Ben Benson there.
That was unfortunate. I'm sure he wishes he had that last section over again there, Pete. As you see this nice little inside wave. We were talking about the variety maneuvers. Nice little snap right there, the release. Cutting turn into the pocket again. A little cheeky little layback coming up here. But as we had mentioned, still some opportunity out there. Really like Huckabee's 8 that he just received. Yeah, here he goes right here.
Yeah, this is that wave. This is the 8, so a nice little start to it. Beautiful snap. And then the final move punches the fins. That's that radical style of surfing. That's why it went into the excellent range. So 3 solid turns, get yourself into the excellent range. Nicely done there. Giving way there was green to Chagas, who I think is going to pick up his best wave. A nice size set wave. Again, maneuvers on the outside. Probably not as radical as Huckabee. I think that's why you'll see this one come below, even though he had the nice string of maneuvers.
Yeah, it's nice to see the judge. I'm curious to see what that wave comes in at, but that was nice variety to show the judges.
There's Blaze right on the back end, gliding across this section here. Loses a little drive off that bottom turn, and it affected the top turn, then puts him behind. So just some missed timing, and that's the backwash. You get that reverberation off the cliff, right? So you have to be using that reverberation as your power point. You get on the other side of that bump, just like that happens right there. You're timing off. All of a sudden, you feel like you're in a mud puddle. You can't go anywhere.
Yeah, that's for sure. As soon as that bump is behind you, it catapults you down the line. You get a ton of speed. But you can see right here, folks, that little warble coming from the east wind doesn't look that bad from this direction. But as soon as you turn back and look the other way, it's almost like being at J-Bay with a small kind of devil wind.
Yeah, it's a devil wind here, it's a sure. And east winds generally for the West Coast is good for everywhere except for our point breaks here, because looking straight out there, that's kind of the southwest direction. It literally, we are at the tip of a bay. We're tucked in here, and the reason why this is one of the most quality and probably most consistent waves on the planet. We get also all direction from north all the way to south. Our predominant winds come out of the northwest, which is actually to the right of your screen, so we get protected by these cliffs and actually the curve of the bay, so we get glassy conditions even when the wind's blowing 20 to 25 outside. It's nice and smooth in here, but with east winds, we get that little bump.
Yeah, and hey, this is getting down to the nitty-gritty here. We're down in the last minutes of this heat. Let's see what happens here. Unfortunately, we're having some, that's not the first thing we've seen this a couple of times today, Pete, where guys were.
I don't think he even knew.
I don't even think he knew.
He had no clue that White was there.
I know. I'm curious to know if there's maybe a lack of understanding with the priority right now. We saw that earlier in the day in the trial seat with the coffee brothers.
Well, look at this. See what happens here. You can see White's going. He thought he probably didn't even think he was going. And then he did. He actually, that's that selling tactic. Chagas is just like, yeah, well, I just protected my lead.
Yep.
And Ben didn't have any idea. He thought, I just got the score.
Yeah, that's unfortunate right there. I'm curious to see what the judges do in a situation like that. But
he
was in his blind spot.
Yeah,
definitely in his blind spot. He didn't see him in that sense after he got up, but I'm assuming he didn't think he went.
Yeah, I would say 100%. I mean, you could see he looked over his shoulder. There was no interest there from White. Kind of like played it off, and then all of a sudden he just he saw that the guy looked away and took it. And he most likely had priority. We didn't have priority on our screen here, so we don't know if he absolutely had it. But ultimately, if we see an interference being blue on White, then White had priority, and that's just an unfortunate mistake there for Ben. He had the 5.67. And it looks like a 0 as his second score, so he did get interference. He's basically, when you have interference and it's a priority interference, you lose an entire wave score. It becomes a 0. So now Benson is probably getting that information to him. He thought he had the number to get through the heat, and unfortunately he gets an interference and now falls to 4th position.
Wow, what a mixed emotion right there. Obviously, he looked pretty excited after that wave, Pete. I'm sure he's hearing the news now that that went against him, so he's sort of probably perplexed on what actually happened.
As you see, that is red. Huckabee takes the win with this style of surfing. That's what you have to do. Get above the lip. Huckabee does it, gets the heat win, and we'll move on into heat number 3 right after this. Hey, boys, you got me on talkback at all? Talkback? I can't hear you, George.
We can't hear you.
And we need scores if we can. We didn't hear you at all. I mean, I'm assuming as soon as I see that. Classic, and heat number 3 in the round of 96 is we're already moving through a bunch of heat. We had the trials heats this morning early, and now into heat number 3, running 20-minute heats, top 2 waves. Blair Barton will be in the red jersey, David O'Keefe in the blue, Will Dean in the white, and William Safried in the green. This is a QS 1000 event. We're going to be running through to the 19th, which is Saturday, where we'll most likely have finals day. We do have the opportunity to call, we got about a day of time to be able to play with in regards to swell. Looking at the swell forecast, Adam, it looks like we're going to have some waves throughout this event.
Yeah, we're really blessed to have this week's forecast, especially after what we've seen this last week or so. So yesterday was pumping. Today still in that 4 to 6 foot range. There's underlying south, the northwest swell. But you can see right now, Pete, the little top water chatter right now on
of
top
all
of
the
bump.
winds.
Yeah.
This is the one that we don't really like. It's not going to get super strong. It's not like we're going to have white caps out of the east, but today I think there's going to be moments like you see here when we start to see the more northerly winds and northeast winds, which is what we optimally want here for Steamer Lane. That'll be nice and offshore.
Yeah. Looks like a couple waves right here. Someone's giving a dig. I'm sure a lot of these competitors, Pete, have been taking note on the low-scoring heats. Obviously, Huckabee got an 8 in that last heat, but need to get their campaign going early, build on those scores. They don't want to be waiting in the last couple minutes to need a score. With this priority and with this inconsistent swell, sometimes you can be waiting way too long, getting way too picky with priority.
So true. And 20 minutes is a quick heat. I mean, generally, we get used to now the Championship Tour are all 30 minutes to maybe 35 minutes. The Challenger Series are 30-minute heats. But nope, QS, you get 20 minutes. Get it done. Here's White. Dean. Nice little inside ching here because this one's loading up with energy. And he's getting opportunity. Even though it had a little froth on the face, it had great shape. And you'll love that when you take a nice little inside wave and it actually gives you the energy. Another one heading back towards the point. This is blue, David O'Keefe.
You can see, Pete, those waves angling back in on themselves, giving them a lot of opportunity to do these turns off the top. So both surfers right there are getting a nice little first wave to build their scores up. I really like the angle on those waves. Throughout the day today, we're going to see a lot of those just bending waves coming at these surfers. So expect some big maneuvers and potential some big errors on the end section. But with 20 minutes, Pete, like you were just saying, usually heats being up in the 30 minutes is almost a pressure cooker type of situation. You're very, I mean, you've got to figure each surfer's got to catch 2 waves. So there's 2, 4, 6, 8 waves, really good waves got to be ridden. So a lot of surfers, Pete, are going to go out there, grab some smaller scores, and just sort of build off something. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, if you get 85% of the heat's going to get away with like 12 points, 11 and 12 points, couple 5s, couple 6s.
Here's White on another. This is the replay of that last set here. This was White's wave. I feel like he's got the best of this exchange just because of the quality and the quantity of maneuvers he was able to get here. But we also saw a similar wave from Blue in that exchange. And also, this is the wave right after. You can see White finishing up the wave on the inside. This is the one on the outside for Blue.
Yeah.
This is David O'Keefe, who has found himself that inside connection with the little bend.
There it is.
Yeah, I think that just watching back that replay there, that you'd have to say that Will Dean got the best of the exchange. This is actually now red live action. This is your top seed in this heat. The backhander whipping it up there, somehow stays in the wave as this thing goes and bends towards himself. Digs the rail though, but still keeps it together, gets the finish. He had to work hard to get that one done. That was Blair Barton. Goofy footer. O'Neill team rider. We had touched on Sean Burns being with O'Neill now, working out of the offices of O'Neill Wetsuits. Sean Burns, longtime team rider, recently graduated college and got married, and now he's helping run the Coldwater Classic and competing, so he's got a ton of hats on.
It certainly does. Wow, Pete's getting really chunky out here right now. Just within the last minute, looks like that wind picked up. But boy, not a problem for Dean right here as he gets a great little wave. That first wave he had 5.67. So this is a better wave than that, it looks like. And boy, Pete, he's really found a nice little rhythm out here and had a lot of opportunity on those waves to get some turns off.
Yeah, and we haven't seen Will Dean compete here at the lane, at least on the QS level. And look at these two back-to-back once again. This is David O'Keefe, so there's the difference. 5.67 for Dean on his first, the 4.5 for O'Keefe, and now they went back-to-back again, and you'd have to say Will Dean, once again, got the better of this exchange.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges say, but you're right, Pete. It looks like it can be a challenge, too, with the surfers out there. As soon as they're cramped up on a lot of the same number, the judges are really sort of splitting hairs. You see the replay right here, really bouncy little wave, but whack, really like that first turn. And to get that little snap off and stay within that wave, Pete, was pretty hard, but unfortunately a little dig right there. But I like those first couple turns. And this end section, Pete, he cleans it up nicely here.
And he did. He gets himself a 5.4, which is one of the better waves that we've seen in this exchange between all of these surfers. So the fact that he actually got that first solid move outside and finished up clean, that was enough to get himself the 5.4. And then this was the youngster here in white, Will Dean, picking up another solid wave.
Nice slurpy little style, Pete. I like his flow. Comes to the inside. Nice read on this as well. So a couple of really nice waves here for blue and white. And they've been going back to back. Seems like the last couple of waves they've been on point together.
It is. This is the exchange. It's the replay of that last one. A little fin release. Bit of a carve there, getting that arm through the maneuver. Again, chucking the fins, so he's trying to show a little point of difference by getting the fin releases. You know, there's the power moves, and then there's those finesse moves, you know, and he's trying to do a nice, healthy mix of both. It feels like that's going to be his best wave there for David O'Keefe. And this is a contestable heat here because both Blair, David, and Will, the only one who we haven't seen a whole lot of is Safried, who is up and riding right now.
Getting right past that table rock session. Nice little carve there, Pete. Another snap, unfortunately hanging up a little bit. But you see again, they're just getting his rhythm going, it looks like here, Pete. Still trying to build his confidence up in this heat, and well, he's had sort of a slow start.
Yeah, and that's that four-man heat. You know, one of these surfers is going to be clicked into rhythm, and generally one will be out of rhythm, and then you'll see that two surfers are battling for rhythm.
Yeah.
And definitely feels like Dean to me. Oh, look at that, 12 points, so another great score. Got him up to the double digits.
Nice.
And here he is up and riding once again. So he's been taking the first waves of the set. He has to deal with the bump, but the line is good.
Yeah, and I'm noticing the bump giving a little chips on top of the wave, Pete, and he's able to position his board in a nice position and get some turns off on him. So it's not really bugging him at all, and he's sort of absorbing those backwashes really well. So great surfing there from Dean. I'm unfamiliar with him. I'm sure you've watched him through the Amateur Association, no?
A little bit. You know, again, all these surfers are names that I've known, but I haven't been able to really, you know, watch them compete.
Yeah.
You know, we used to have the Prime Series and you know, NSSAs and WSAs that used to have broadcasts, but not as much now. So you kind of have to get down there and watch those events, and I just haven't been able to. Since John has graduated into the QS, I don't get to be at the amateur organization events as much as I used to.
Right. Well, wow, you can tell he's been watching surfing for a long time, this young man, Dean. So that was a great little score, Pete.
But I think that's the benefit of the QS regional series, right, is that you're allowing these surfers that are in the region. It gives a lot more emphasis on the region. I mean, we've got CT competitors competing in this Coldwater Classic. Nat Young, obviously living in town, you'd say, oh yeah, given that he's going to compete here, but he doesn't have to.
No.
It's a QS 1000. It's not going to affect his you know, his ranking whatsoever. He's on the championship tour next year, so no big deal. Griffin Colapinto and Kolohe Andino are two other surfers that are here just because the quality of the wave and basically the renowned, you know, history of this Coldwater Classic. Look at this set wave.
Wow. Just overcooked right there for Barton, but unfortunately that was going to be a great score, Pete. Now this is a little bigger set. We haven't seen a set this size in a minute. Let's see who's able to capitalize on it.
Here's Safried. He needs to get himself in this one too deep.
Yep. Just a little too deep right there, Pete. So we're less than 9 minutes right now. We're going to have to see a couple of nice waves. You see right there for Will, he's sitting on a 3.5 and a 2.5, so relatively low scoring heat for him. But that's not uncommon for anybody, Pete. You can go out here and even on a free surf and get nothing. But that's a great snap right there, right away for Barton. And another little turn, unfortunately, not a lot on the inside. Don't think that's going to increase his 3.87, but it was a wave that took him out of position for priority, Pete. So sometimes you're going to see somebody lose something for nothing. You know, and that potentially was the problem there.
Yeah, but we've also touched on it, how good it is to be able to do that sometimes and get that inside, and hopefully it pays off. That to me, that was only the two turns there. If it a 3.87, you know, as your backup score, you know, you try to better it slightly. At this point in the heat, you know that you have to go out there. I mean, it's a very contestable heat too, right? You've got all the competitors who are in striking distance to make the top two.
Yeah, they are. I think too right now the backhand surfers are able to get up there into that lip and really sort of at that last, say, you know, second, get more vertical off the top, where it's really hard frontside to get up there with these sort of slopey waves. So I think right now it's a backhander, sort of it does benefit the backhander sometimes, but look at Dean right there on this couple, basically he's sitting on 12 points, so a couple of sixes, basically a 5, 6, 7 and a 6.33. We had talked about that earlier in the day. Just above average waves right now, Peter, are going to make it through a majority of these heats.
So true. You know, and now, right now, this is where you can start to see the priority on your screen there. You can see the names with the colors, and then there's numbers and a letter. So David O'Keefe, he has first priority. So he's able to choose any wave he wants, wherever he sits in the lineup. Second priority goes to Green and William Safried. Third priority to Will Dean. So this is, at this point in the heat, this is where priority plays a big role, because obviously you're trying to protect your position, i.e. Will Dean, who is trying to keep his first place position. Obviously top two advance. But like, for example, Barton, who just was on the inside, he's now going to get himself, you can see, not quite there yet. As soon as you see the number 4 go to his name, he has to move out a little bit further. That will be, quote-unquote, the takeoff zone. And then he'll be given at priority. And so he can then move around a little bit more in the lineup and keep that priority. But as soon as you move away from that zone, there is a suspension of priority. It doesn't happen at every event, but for here at Steamer Lane, they're going to have that happen. As we see now, Up and riding William Safried. So utilizing that second priority for a wave that's not going to help him out. So a mistake there from William.
Yeah, he needed a 6.67. I mean, a 6.77P. That's a pretty big score. But you're right. As you get down to the last 5 minutes of these heats, sometimes they're going to solidify. You know, the person who has priority. Obviously, Alex O'Keefe, he needs to better, 4.5. So he'll sit there and wait until a better wave comes better than, so he can score higher than that. As we see the heat leader right here is Dean getting speed up. I was going to say, it looks like he's going to ramp, but Pete, great little style right there and form through that air. Seamless. And he comes again to the inside with some tail release, maybe a reverse. No. Brings it back around normal. And wow, that was a well-constructed wave, Pete.
Absolutely. Surfed it up as well, in my eyes, being that was a smaller wave. Scoring potential seemed to be around probably another mid-4, but he saw something, and look at the telegraphing. He saw carrying a bunch more speed, finds the ramp, gets up and over, little ollie, drifts it, and comes right out of it into another maneuver. And I love that there is no recovery time. That is something that keeps the flow going, which is part of the criteria, innovation and progression. This wave, smaller wave, doesn't have the most critical sections, being that it was a smaller wave. But, again, I felt like he surfed it up and probably going to add to his score line, already carrying himself with that. Yeah, it's already in. The score comes in. Its best wave so far, a 6.57. Back that up with the 6.33, sitting with a 12.9 total.
Nice.
Very comfortable with 4.5 minutes to go. Will Dean putting a heat together.
Yeah.
Seems to tap into the power here of Steamer Lane.
Totally. And he freed up. Pete, he had a couple of average scores right there. So he was able to free himself up. He was sitting in the lead to break away from the pack. That's exactly what he needed to do.
So right now, Blair Barton with second priority in third position, looking for a 4.88. David O'Keefe with priority. So let's watch these two surfers in blue and red. They're going to be the ones that are going to have to play the cat and mouse. And you can see someone has moved away. That is, what color is that? Is that blue?
Might be.
Hard to see. Well, there's white coming back out. That was Will Dean after that last wave. But yeah, making a breakaway here to try and get himself away from the other surfers to pick up a wave on their own. I think that's probably William Safried. And strategically, that was what he'd have to do, sitting in with a no priority. So now there's a situation that just happened, is that William has moved away. He had third priority, but he moved away, and now they suspended priority. So he has...
well, what happens now if the surfer that has third priority goes and sits next to him?
What'll happen is that they'll give White will go out and get fourth priority, but he'll have that priority over William Safried. Because he has moved away from the lineup. It's an interesting thing because it's something that doesn't happen at every venue. Matter of fact, Steamer Lane is unique because it's almost like you have two spots.
I was going to say, what happens when the primary then is say, Middle Peak?
Well, then you would have to designate that before the event starts. But right now, as you check in, our beach marshal will tell you, hey, your primary takeoff zone is considered the slot. Here's red, up and riding, trying to manufacture a 4.88 here. Priority was with David O'Keefe, who sat on the point and said, yeah, go for it. You're not going to get yourself a 4.88 on that. So Blair Barton still working at it, and now has given up his priority, second place priority.
Wow.
And probably not going to build on that scoreline.
No, and that was unfortunate. I'm sure if he looked, in hindsight, he probably would like to do that over again and not go on that wave and sort of wait. You're sitting at a couple, 3 minutes left, needing a relatively small score. He might lose some sleep over that.
Well, especially if he is asked to go home. Day one, first morning of competition here at the 2022 O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Good to be back here. I mean, so much history in this event. Incredible. We have a bunch of O'Neill team riders here, obviously. O'Neill, one of the first names in the water here in Santa Cruz, California, developing the wetsuit.
Yeah.
Now a multifaceted brand carrying clothing, wetsuits. Don't have a whole lot of O'Neill surfboards, but there was some back in the day.
Oh yeah.
It's a surf brand, right? That's literally was built off of surfing waves here in Santa Cruz, California. Up and riding. This is Safried. So into Middle Peak region. So when you move to Middle Peak, the wave changes.
Yep.
It becomes a little bit more slopier on the face. There's not those real stand-up vertical sections. It is a much bigger wave, but ultimately it doesn't have those critical sections. So you're rolling the dice when you move over into that zone. You do get opportunity to go left sometimes, As a goofy footer, you'd say that William was probably thinking that, especially since he wasn't going to get himself high up in the priority ladder. So he needs almost 2 waves at this point. So, I mean, actually, I take that back. He needs a 6.77. So it's one single good wave. So almost strategy-wise, you probably would think they would have been smarter to sit at the slot and wait for a high-quality wave in that zone, because that's ultimately where the best waves are.
Yeah. Yeah, to be noted, too, you stay on those middle peak waves. You want to stay at the top third of the wave. That bottom of the wave is just dead down there. There's just dead speed. There's no speed down there.
Slopey.
They look pretty for the first section or two, but then they really do they're a bunch of cutbacks. So majority of the critical maneuvers and speed and flow is done off the point in the slot.
Well, and especially on northwest swell, right? And south swell, you'll see that that zone is the spot to be. It is the place that's going to have that bend at you with that extra energy. But, you know, on a solid big 8-foot northwest swell, you know, the peak and then moves into a place called Indicator, that's all of a sudden it changes. We've had competition run in that zone before. You know, just go back to Tom Curran. We always bring up that event against Gary Kong Elkerton. An incredible feat by Tom Curran to go all the way through the trials and take the heat win. As a matter of fact, that was his run to another world title.
Certainly was. Trials to finals everywhere. As you see the last wave of the heat right here, a little middle peak left. Really not much opportunity.
It's over.
That's it, though, folks. That was the end of that one.
William Dean will take the heat win there. And as you see, one of the other aspects of this place is getting into the lineup. Can be a little bit of a challenge. It jumps into the whirlpool. That's the next heat coming up. That is Sebastian Mendez, who is a local. He'll be coming up next as we go into heat number 4 here for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic.
Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
Welcome back, folks. You're here watching the 2022 O'Neill Coldwater Classic. My name is Peter Mell alongside Adam Replogle, former winner here at the Coldwater Classic. What year was that, Adam? Come on.
Early 2002.
All right, 2002. As a matter of fact, one of the best seasons, and that was a run for you.
Yeah, I had a fun time then, for sure. Yeah, it was a good time. I was. Here we go. Let's talk about these cats right here. We got a local in the contest.
Come on, we got to give context to who's talking and telling stories here. Adam,
right,
you've won the Coldwater Classic. You are a championship tour surfer over the years. One of the few that has ever made the championship tour out of Santa Cruz, California. So you got
pretty
some.
Lucky.
Yeah, you're a veteran. You know this area. Matter of fact, you've been in the industry as long as I have. You know, long time going.
Well, you know, we all love this event, Pete. That's why we're here. Both of you and I are here because we love this event. We love surfing in Santa Cruz, and this is what really motivated us as kids. So I'm hoping that it's doing the same for the young kids around here in Santa Cruz now.
Corey Arambidi on the backhand. He is going to be in the blue jersey along with Sebastian Mendez in red. And you've got Titus Santucci in white, Titus Kaimana Santucci, and Frank Chenault in the green. The longtime surfer Frank, who has been putting his time in here to get in these heat starts. He's in the Coldwater Classic.
Nice.
He's probably the oldest surfer in the draw.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I've seen Corey Arambidi's name for years and years. It looks like we got Young Coffee here, Mendez.
Oh, Ben Coffee. So all of a sudden he was an alternate and he slid in.
Good for him. So
there we go. If Frank Chenault is out, Ben Coffee in. Why not?
He's got to surf this event twice already. That's pretty nice. Nah, he was in the trials. Bud Freitas coming through that trials there. But yeah, Ben Coffee
Unreal.
Yeah, it's unreal. He's probably one of the best surfers out here on a day-to-day basis, Pete.
Well, he's getting a rebate because he made a big time error this morning. You know, call it out because it was an error. He had priority, or he didn't have priority, and he ended up taking a wave, and another surfer ended up dropping in, so he ended up getting interference in that trials final. But he was one of the alternates on the alternate list. He showed up here, and when someone doesn't show up, you can slide right on in, and Ben Coffey has done that. So this is a second chance for Ben. Let's see if he can capitalize here.
Yeah, let's see that. As you see right there, Pete, these 20-minute heats, these are going by really quick. We're already on the heat number 4 this morning, the round of 96, so this day is up and running fast. You see right here, the swell has, I mean, the conditions have deteriorated. The swell is still there, Pete, but we're going to have a change in conditions throughout the day with this wind.
Yeah, let's fingers crossed that it goes back into that northeast direction, because right now it is from the easterly direction, literally blowing right there on the side of your screen, making that chop, making those lips a little bit challenging. So again, wave choice is going to be a key element to find those smoother faces, which we saw, you know, surfer in that last heat do. Will Dean was able to click into some nice smaller inside waves that had that opportunity. Let's see if these surfers in this heat can do the same. Ben Coffey will be in the green jersey. Matter of fact, it looks like he's paddling here. Nope, that's not Ben, although that was a quick one there. Ben's in the green jersey.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if Ben's father's up on the cliff right there giving us some information. Being in an arena like this, Pete, you can really be given an easy information from somebody who's overseeing the whole lineup really easily.
So true. You know, that's, you know, example being, here's the drone view, and literally you can coach right there from the top, on top of the cliff. Ward Coffey, another longtime competitor, great surfer, shaper from the region here. You know, the father of the 2 surfers in the draw here with Ben Coffey and also youngster Sam Coffey, younger brother. Here we go, up and riding. This is Mendez, quickly down. So he's had a couple quick waves here, just 3.4 total.
I think, yeah, that was that Mendez, yeah. Let's see who goes here. You see right now, people waiting, people going. Little inside runner. Nice little hack right there. But unfortunately, comes victim to the lane. You know, there's some voodoo to the lane, P, with this bump. And if you aren't watching sort of those little subtleties, it's really easy to dig your rail.
Yeah, make a mistake, right? I mean, ultimately you look down the line, get a little too far ahead of yourself, get on the wrong side of the reverb, deal with that bump, especially this east wind bump. That was tightest, quickly up and down, but he's in second position right now. Priority with Ben Coffey. He is in the green jersey, so he is waiting for a quality wave. You can see he's on the top of your screen there, maybe looking at this one. We'll see if he pulls the trigger. He lets it go. So again, that local knowledge, he's going to be very patient and giving it to Mendez, who has had some opportunities, and see what he does here.
Yeah, Mendez, little snap into the lip right there. A lot of bump on this face, trying to figure out where he wants to turn. Coils up a little off the top there, and again, so nice combination of maneuvers, a little hung up, Pete. Looks like he's just really trying to get an average score out there, get his campaign going. It's sort of a, you know, low-tempoed wave right there, not breaking away with a lot of speed. But here we see Kolohe Andino again on his backside.
He's out of it, so you can see the totals there. Just a 1-point ride for Corey's first, waiting on a second. Matter of fact, I think there's a few waves that these judges need to catch up on. Priority still with Ben Coffey, who has not ridden a wave, down to 13.5 minutes left. So he's let a couple of waves go by, so he knows what he's looking for. He definitely wants to get himself a high-quality wave, thinking about what has been ridden so far.
Yeah.
Sebastian Mendez, 4.0, 3.17. Those are both pretty lower scores. Right now it has him in first position as we watch this replay here.
That's a nice little tag. We just mentioned that. And see this wave, like I said, is slower tempo, but able to get off some nice maneuvers. Usually you're just trying to build your confidence in the heat, Pete, and I think this is what this wave will do for him. He'll want to get back out there and get another wave. But usually when you look at the criteria, there's that speed, power, flow, there's creativity, and sometimes you're just trying to compete against yourself at this point and try to get your average score up.
This is a 3.7 here for Andino on this last one. That wave kind of pushed out to sea. You know, and that's an example that, you know, the quality of the wave here, even though sometimes you can pick up a wave that same size, but actually you'll see that the crease comes back at you. We saw that earlier in the heat before. We saw a couple of those waves being ridden by Will Dean, and it worked out well, whereas that one, you can see kind of pushed away from you. And that's the kind of wave you want to stay away from, because the energy level's low on it. It doesn't have that lip. It doesn't have those critical sections, and so you end up throwing those waves away.
Certainly do. But too, that just takes years of knowledge out here, Pete. I mean, I go out here all the time and just get skunked. And you can either have the time of your life out here or have a bad day. So you put in a 20-minute context, you know, it's anybody's game. And you really need to prioritize putting yourself on the best waves to give yourself the opportunity to win the heat. And right now, it looks like that's exactly what Coffee is doing. He's trying to prioritize the quality of wave he wants to catch. He did have a heat earlier today. I'm sure he's learned from that experience. And shoot, he cracked it this morning, so he was up before anybody surfing out there. Then he had his heat. So this is the third heat of the day, and I'm sure he wants to make it count. He wants to come home with a good result here.
So true. You know, Ben is definitely one of the best surfers out of Santa Cruz right now for his age bracket and experience.
Yeah.
You know, he's got that backhand. His brother Sam is actually a little bit of a regular foot.
Shredder. Really comes down to the father, man. He is a wave magnet shredder. Ward Coffee himself making all these young men their boards. But looks like a paddle right here. We'll see what Coffee's going to decide to do. His first wave is taking over 9 minutes to get this one, Pete. A couple of nice turns right there. So it looks like he's just staying in nice rhythm. Great tempo to this wave, Pete. Nice off the bottom, off the top. Even though it's repetitive, I really like to see those turns right there. And shoots, if that was my wave, I'd be stoked on that as my first wave of the heat. That potentially could be the best wave of the heat so far.
And I will say that that's something that he identified at this point in the heat. He's like, wait a minute, I need to make a run here. We've seen that the score line is looking like just mid-4s is the best number so far. So ultimately, I like the call.
Yeah.
He could have been picky and stayed back, but he knew that that wave was actually going to give him the opportunity because it had that little curve bending at him, which gave him, again, the power in order to execute those moves. Definitely had the flow there, so I feel like, to me, this is going to be the best wave of the heat. And a matter of fact, it is. A 6.17 for Ben, straight into second position with one wave. Very strong position for him at the halfway mark. You know what? You go out there, 20-minute heat, get one in the 10 minutes, get one in the second, the next 10 minutes, and you're golden.
Yeah, I think he's positioned himself well with the judges as well, too, Pete, by surfing the wave the way he did. He's got a lot more in the bag. Here he is on the inside right now. Let's see if he's able to get a little insider away from the crowd, but unfortunately falls off on that wave right there. But he's moved away from the pack, Pete. It looks like he's already trying to grab his backup wave.
Well, and that's what we talked about, was the fact that you can, as a local or anyone really, you can kind of do that slow paddle back out and try and identify those inside waves. This is that smaller wave off the point, but look at the opportunity. 5, 6 turns already and a finish. This was the best wave of the heat, a 6.17. Then actually, by moving that audible and on his slow paddle back out, I mean, look, he rattled off 10 turns on this wave.
He certainly did. Like I said, I think the judges might have saw a little repetitive surfing, but I really like that. Off the bottom, off the top. Not a second out of flow there.
So cool. He ended up getting himself a single 1-point ride on that last one on the paddle back out. As we see our area here, that's
wow.
We honor some of our past surfers that have surfed the lane. Matter of fact, that plaque right there, Wally Waldemar, which is the one right in the middle, actually started this. And so we honor a lot of the surfers that have unfortunately moved on. But we honor them here at Steamer Lane and in that area right there.
There he is, right there,
Robert Waldemar. Yes, he was Wally. He had his parking spot closest to that area right there. And we love you, Walt. You've been a big part of my life, and
mine too, man.
And we'll keep you in our thoughts and of course our prayers. And I'm sitting out there, Wally, send me one, bro.
Yeah, no doubt. There's Buck Noe right there, Johnny Rice, Ben Milburn. There's all kinds of guys right here.
It's crazy. There's
I remember when Wally and Rosemary Rice, both of them would go to the house shop, router out boards, bring them down there, pull out old ones, put in new ones. But that's a great little memorial right there. But right now, Pete, this heat is relatively slow. Ben Coffey got a great little wave right there underneath, knowing that it was a relatively low-scoring heat. But it looks like he's made the adjustment to go sort of towards middle peak.
Well,
he might be looking at a left potentially.
Why not, right? I mean, again, just to read, look at, sure enough, the locals get blessed. Like this is what the middle peak will do, is it'll send you a well overhead wave. It doesn't always mean it's going to be high quality, but it definitely, this is why this place is so unique, right? Is that you get this opportunity with Northwest Swells to have this reef, which is called Middle Peak. And it is a peak. It has a left and a right. You see Ben and see if he can get himself over there in time. Again, we'll see the quality difference in wave here, though. It's going to be bigger on the face, but generally not going to have as much verticalness to it.
Let's see what he's able to do. Right away, you need to go up and down. Great little turn right there, Pete.
There it is. Now this wave ends. So it's a quick 2 turns. He's going to solidify a second score, probably going to be in the mid-3s, maybe a 4, and ultimately add to that 6.17. So now with 7 minutes, he's going to keep that lead, and he can move over. And strategically, I would say at this point, smart move, get him back over to the slot in the point, get himself in the priority ladder, and start controlling the heat.
Yeah, he'll need to wrap up the last couple minutes. You see Corey Arambidi right now. He's sitting on a couple of small little scores, but that's a nice little turn. A little hung up right there, unfortunately, but he's able to get back up into the lip. And again, so Corey Arambidi obviously using his knowledge out here well.
Yeah, he's surfed a lot of heats at Steamer Lane. We've had, cold water classics, we've had freak shows, we've had pro surfing events, but also even his opportunity through the amateur times that he was able to surf the lane. So very experienced. Yep. Also, not shy wearing a wetsuit, and understanding the cold water is something that is an element that plays a factor here, because you think about we're in November, which is starting to get into our cold season. Definitely the weather is chilly as it's good. I love these cold, crisp mornings. It means we're going to have sun. It means that we're going to have good winds. And only thing you got to deal with is you got to be wearing your booties and your beanies.
It's cold. You see, unfortunately, right there, that wave closing out. So those little waves right there that are west that have that hook on them, with this wind, Pete, they'll close out a little quicker than normal.
Now red, Sebastian Mendez quickly up and out. So Sebastian sitting in 3rd position, looking for a 5.04 at this moment. No priority allocated then until they get, some surfer will get out to the takeoff zone. Looks like red will put himself back. That priority go to Sebastian Mendez. There's Rosie. That's Nat Young's mother. So again, she passed away. Barney, another great surfer. Tippy, Hambone. All taken a little too early for my eyes.
Yeah, Matt Hamill right there. Hambone, good. Rosie Young, beautiful stuff. Noah right there. It's a growing memorial. That's for sure.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd say that I would. I love the fact that we get to be reminded, and it's a great zone to be able to do it, because they're at the lane all the time now.
They sure are.
Right now, Ben Coffey with your heat lead. He has gotten his second chance, and he is not squandering it whatsoever. So good job for Ben to get that opportunity. Frank Chenault, I don't know where you're at, bud, but it's good that you were able to transfer it to Ben Coffey, because you're giving a local a good shot. Corey Arambidi now in 2nd position, or he was always in 2nd, but is added to his scoring total there with that last 5.33. And now Santucci, see what he can do.
Nice. That was always going to be a 2-maneuver little section right there, Pete, but he was able to get a nice little release off that end section. We'll see what Santucci gets on that. He's throwing away a 1.43. I'm sure it'll be better than that. As we see Coffey now, looks like he's feeling a little more alive on this.
Yeah, a little more at ease, huh?
Yeah.
It's funny how you start to see a surfer that is a little bit more released of the stress of a heat.
Yeah.
I mean, that wave didn't have a whole lot on it. His score came in for his 3rd wave, which was the one at Middle Peak, was a 4.0.
Looks like there's his brother right there with his dad.
Yep. So Sam on the other side of the flag there in the white sweatshirt. Dad Ward with the hat on. So Dad's not on the cliff.
No.
I know that for me, sitting on the cliff and being responsible for trying to call waves, not something I'm stoked on.
No. Oh, no.
Even though you'd want to have that opportunity for somebody to help you, but
yeah,
that responsibility all of a sudden falls on Dad.
He already disciplines him enough at home.
Yeah.
But, you sit on the top of the point, and sometimes even the crow's nest view of watching this wave, trying to, guide or direct somebody, can be a challenge as well. You're seeing some waves that look good. Is the 2nd, 3rd one better? And that's what everyone's doing right now. Everyone's out at that point watching those waves, trying to identify which are the best ones so they can, when it comes their heat, hop right into it. But look, still cold out there, Pete. It's getting into closer to mid-morning here now, but it's still freezing. I'm sure a lot of people coming from Southern California are cold today.
Well, that's Brent Power there, CI team manager in the green.
Cool.
Yeah, he's here supporting the crew.
Is my board done yet?
Yeah. It's kind of, he gets a lot of those texts, I'm sure, from Australia now, transferred over here, and does a great job there at Channel Islands.
Yeah. And right now, 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, Pete. This is down to the nitty-gritty. If you see who's in 3rd and 4th, they only need relatively small scores to get up towards Arambidi right now. needing a 3-1, getting over, what, a 5 and a 4, almost another 5. So
yeah, one quality wave.
One quality wave. Mendez has priority. He's got 2 minutes left. I mean, he has a pretty good opportunity to really have sort of a stinger here.
So you look at where he's sitting in the lineup, though.
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting outside the point. So
I know, it's a little dicey. I would, if I were him, I'd be more towards Table Rock section, the slot, to give myself the opportunity to surf from the inside out to the point, but also keep the slot wave in your bag.
Yep. No, that's exactly it. It feels like he is a little bit far out, but we'll see. He may show us ultimately right now.
Yep.
He's got the clock against him, though, with 1:35.
Yeah, because most every good wave has to go through that little slot bowl sometimes. So you're almost doing yourself a disservice by closing that part of the lane out. But we've been proven wrong before, Pete. I've watched guys do exactly the opposite of what I thought I would do.
Ton of experience, though. Yeah. Both of us have had a lot of surfs here at Steamer Lane, and understanding with priority that you can move yourself in because you have priority. It's not like you're trying to hold position.
No.
You're just trying to get yourself on the best wave. So ultimately, surfing, like you had mentioned, surfing probably right over the Table Rock section, which is where white and blue is sitting.
Mm-hmm.
You're giving yourself your opportunity for those smaller inside ones because, again, you're only needing a 5.
Yep.
Which is not a super high quality wave. It just has to have the right angle.
Yep.
And there is those smaller inside ones. Even here at Middle Peak, we see White has moved all the way in. Titus is going to basically move himself to a place where he doesn't have to compete for his last wave here with 45 seconds to go. And there is a small set here, but I don't know if the qualities of this wave is going to be enough to turn it. So you may be looking at a left. Nope. And that's what happens in the lane. And a lot of times that energy will slide underneath you. So it looks like Ben Coffey will keep his position in first spot. We'll move into the round of 64. Oh, here we go. Another opportunity. This is it. Last-ditch effort for Santucci. Can't get into it.
That's unfortunate right there. 15 seconds remaining, P. Doesn't really look like that would have been the wave either. Obviously, you just want to give yourself a chance at the end of the heat. You see sort of searching around here. Very limited opportunity.
No boots. Well, we're going to call it. And congratulations to Ben Coffey. Gets his second chance. Gets himself a heat win. Corey Arambidi also through in this round of 96. Coming up next, Lucas Olkin, Austin Lawrence, Rex Hennings, Gabriel Morville. Heat number 5 of the O'Neill Cold Water Classic. Back at the 2022 O'Neill Cold Water Classic. The O'Neill Cold Water Classic is back. Joining me in the booth now, Omar Echeverry, past competitor here at the O'Neill Cold Water Classic. What was your best results at this spot during those events? Fifth. Almost the final.
Almost the final. Brutal. Yeah. I still think about it a lot. Probably every time I pull up the lane, I'm like, oh, so close to podium, but no go.
Yeah, well, it happens. I mean, O'Neill Cold Water Classic has been around, and it's good to be back. I saw Ben Coffey there taking a heat win. You've been calling the heats over there and live commentary. What are your thoughts so far?
You know what? The conditions are great, but we have a little bit of the south wind coming in. It's amazing how west this swell is. As you know, Pete, west swells almost mimic south swells if there's so much west in it. So seen a lot of heavy walls, a lot of bump on the face, but great scores. And I can really tell that the judges have their work cut out for them as far as defining those low to high scores, which has kind of been the difference, right? You have a lot of guys that you know, get one wave up in that 7 range, boom, puts them right through that heat. So I think that'll really define things as heats progress, and it's fun to watch, dude. We're at the lane. This place is awesome.
Heat number 5 in the water in the red jersey, your top seed, Lucas Austin, up against local boy Austin Lawrence in the blue, Rex Hennings in the white, Gabriel Morville in the green. And as you'd mentioned, that southeast wind is blowing. You know, ultimately you feel like at some point this will back off and up and riding. Trying to get a color here. That looks like green. That will be Gabriel Morville, unless it's blue. But we'll see. Now there's some green hue on that one as we see some nice turns here for Morville.
Yeah, great turns, but you can see that wind just kind of grinding right at you. Also, priority has been huge from up commentating up there. Really massive. Boy, look at this great wave, though. This one just swinging off the slot right here. Coming around this section, it looks like it is red. Wow.
Luke Austin.
Nice turn right there. Great surfing nonetheless. So fun to see these young surfers in a good point break.
Ooh, almost had that Bud Freitas kind of arm style as he's going through these maneuvers here for Luke.
Boom. How was that?
Good drift of the fins. And, well, did he ride out? We'll see what the judges think there. But ultimately, you got to kind of get your board back into the green open water in order to be deemed a complete maneuver. And it's so tough here with the convergence of these whitewater. As we see white now, Rex Hennings. And this is that last maneuver. Again, all-important maneuver. And he does hang on as well. Well, we didn't really solidify the one for red. But I'll say that one was complete for sure for Rex.
Yeah, no, and just like you said, that last turn is so important, you know, and you also have, see the as you know, the side wedge coming off the point. Dude, you have to hit those oncoming sections so aggressively today.
And early.
Yeah, and early.
Right.
If you don't, the wave hits you. You're not hitting the wave.
Yeah.
So important.
See what blue here looks like on the outside. Set wave for Lawrence, who again, local boy here from the east side over Pleasure Point area. So I don't know how much surf sessions he makes on a daily over here at Steamer Lane, because you'll see that east siders and west siders, they tend to stick to their side of town, huh?
They do. I still love the story of Chris Gallagher, right? Back-to-back wins, did not surf the lane once in between. That's crazy, right?
That is, right? It is. I mean, and to be able to read this lineup, ultimately it doesn't mean just surfing the waves. He knows how to surf the style of wave. As you watch now blue, this is Lawrence, local boy. Finds himself a little wedge section here. Got to complete the maneuver. Nice little layback gaff. Pulls it down. So nice work there for Lawrence. That's going to be a good number. I mean, we already have a big number there for Austin. 7.5. What a way to start a heat.
Oh, he's got to be stoked on that. But see, the local boy, that was smart how he played that. He hit it early, like you said, and aggressively. So therefore, you know, pulling that turn off.
This is green jersey again. Ooh, little drift there. That was that first wave here for Gabriel Morville.
Boom, on the replay, coming around that section. Boy, look, had that kind of body English like he was over it. Here's the other replay. Coming around this section was a good one.
This was a 7.5 here for Lucas.
He must have pulled that last turn to get up in the excellent range.
Yeah, right? I was trying to not give
Seriously.
it to him, but they gave it to him. And that's cool because he did, you know, you think about the maneuver here and pulling it off. Boom. Yeah, again, we've seen that maneuver get scored pretty darn well. There was some control there. He kind of jumped off. There was another 8-point ride that was done in an earlier heat with the same kind of style maneuver. A little fin chuck on that final section. That's that committed section that we see. The judges want to see you attack it because that is one of the few critical sections you'll get at the lane, right? I mean, a lot of them are open face, right? It's ultimately, this is where you're going to see lip connect. A little drift there from White. That's going to be an okay number for him. 4.83 for Rex Hennings. Here's blue, Austin Lawrence. This is that wave of him. So outside move.
Yep, big turn. That's what they want. Commitment off that first turn. Oh, so important, right? And then coming all the way to the inside. I like how he chilled here, too. I think it's so important to take your time and big snap off the top. So great read of the wave.
Got there early, did the layback snap. Now, not as critical as we saw from, you know, Lucas Austin's tail Brody, and there's a big, significant difference in scoring. 7.5 for Lucas. Austin only a 4.67. So again, the layback's nice, but they're also noting that it is a little more conservative. So, you know, it's showcased in the scoreline there.
Yeah, definitely is. You have a green up and riding right here. Nice turn combo, throws out the tail. Looking more into this wave, coming around this section. Oh, nice tail hack right there. That was pretty rad, little tail drift. Another surfer out the back. Look at these waves, dude.
Lucas, and this was, none of these sets were in that last heat. This was nothing of this 4 to 6 foot range, what we've seen throughout most of the morning. But yeah, the swell's still on tap. Just need to get one heat of the 20 minutes that gives you the opportunity to have 2 and 3 sets. And these sets are coming from pretty far away. You'd mentioned the west-northwest direction. And this storm was well above Hawaii when it got most of its energy, and that's why we see the 20 seconds as we see up and riding here. First turn there, a little layback snap there for White. That's Rex Hennings trying to back up his second number here.
That was rad. Showed great commitment in that first turn, just so important. Boom, and can he hold on?
Oh, that's that convergence again with the white water. So tough to be able to hang on. But yeah, that west-northwest direction, it's coming long interval. As it matures, it'll move to a more northwest direction, as it moves across the Pacific, as we see Austin Lawrence up and riding.
Oh, dude, nice little snap there. Yeah, you can see the side wedge moving right there, right? That's what it's hard to see online, but when I was up there on the beach commentating, that side wedge comes off so aggressive from the point, so it's like pushing you down the wave. And if you don't read it correctly, it'll just knock you right off your board.
That, or you can load up off it, right? You can use it as energy, but if you get on the other side of it, sometimes you'll find that surfers get behind it, and then you're trying to go up, and it feels like you're stuck in a mud puddle. You can't, mud bog. You can't get around it. You got to stay in front of the wedge, right on that wedge. It's going to give you a slingshot. Otherwise, if you're on the other side of it, mistimed, it's just so tough to find a connection and any energy on your bottom of your board. It just feels like you're dragging an anchor.
Isn't it weird? Like I describe it at the lane like something like, what do you mean? It feels like literally some sort of animal is grabbing your fins,
Yep.
like yanking on them.
Or you're dragging something, right? It's like all of a sudden there's rudders that just went down and just it slowed your board up. But if you can get on the slingshot, all good.
That's right. And you've seen the famous slingshot errors throughout the years, right? Hopefully we'll see some more throughout this event. And this is a replay of green.
Morville.
Nice snap right there. Looking much more confident on this wave than his last wave. I love that tail drift right there. Sick. Boom, backs it up. Great style.
7.4 for this work here for Morville, and that gets him into second position. So we've got a pair of 7s on the board and a 6.33 for Lucas. That's the 6.33 right up here on this wave here.
Boom, comes aggressively around this section. This is another thing you can't see on the web. So, coming into this inside section, they're asking surfers to kind of kick out right in this area where he does kick out, which is super smart because this comes around the point into the area where they're not judging. So,
yeah, the judges' tower, definitely the indicator section of Middle Peak is not going to be judged, being that the judges can't see you. So if you're on a wave and you're looking up and you see the side of the building, kick out because you're not in the right spot. If you see that last maneuver there from Rex Henning, still comes in at a 6.0 with the incomplete on the final move. So those set waves getting rewarded there. Saw the 7.4 for Morville, the 6.33 for Austin. Austin Lawrence on his last wave, only a 3.9. So Rex Hennings, the 6, the work done on the outside, has the surfer in red, Luke Austin, in first with a 13.83 total. That is a solid 2-wave total. So you can sell it. The 9.5 minutes left. This heat's had a ton of waves. Second place is Rex Hennings with a 6 and a 4.83. Morville in a good position, has the second highest score of the heat. Only needs a 3.43 to overtake Rex.
Oh man, and you just got to think in his mind, if he just would have pulled that last turn, right, that would have shot the score way up. I know, as a surfer who surfed heats, that challenging feeling of not pulling that turn, it can drag a score low, and that feeling paddling back out, you're basically like my 6 just turned into a, or my 8 turned into a 6 real quick.
That's exactly it. The last moves are big time. Peter Mel here, along with Omar Echeverry, calling the action here from the carp lot. We're actually in the carp lot. That's what we call it, right? We're in the parking lot here.
So good.
And a lot of the older folks, they like this lot because it sits over the indicator here. But you got the young guy lot, the young man's lot over there. That's you see the veterans and a couple of the youngsters. Got the overview here. That's the Lighthouse lot. If you want a parking spot and you want it quickly, go to the Lighthouse lot. Generally, there's a lot more influx of people moving in and out of there, so you can get a spot a little earlier. Although this is Coldwater Classic Week, it is tough to find a parking spot.
It's so tough, right? But no, I love your inside info. That's the spot if you're going to wait in the middle. And look how beautiful this is. Are you kidding me? So stoked to be back here at the Coldwater Classic. I mean, what an amazing venue. It's one of the very few venues that is stadium-like, right? I mean, look, you're standing on the cliff. You can literally scream at a surfer, and he's I don't know, 10, 20 feet away from you when he ends the turns. Absolutely insane venue.
Yeah, and that cove right there, we just had the folks there make a bit of a lily pad. So there's a nice little path of cement in there now, which is kind of cool because you can actually get in on the water. This is, you can see that gray building there. That is the Judges Tower. We're sitting right behind it. That's the car plot. As you look down into Collins Cove and Cowles and another one of the world-class areas to learn how to surf. That's the indicator section, and then it turns the corner and goes into Cowles, Santa Cruz Wharf. You know, this place has been here since the 1800s, even earlier, and surfing started here in Santa Cruz, literally at the river mouth in 1870s, I think we're going to say, or maybe a little earlier. They had 3 princes that came from Hawaiian Islands and carved their own boards out of the redwood trees here and rode it out the river mouth. And that was the first time that surfing had ever been done in the continental U.S.
That's absolutely amazing to think that it was done here. I wonder how cold it was that day.
Well, it was summertime. So, I mean, ultimately, they were surfing up the river, not as cold as it is now.
Right. No, yeah.
And they weren't wearing wetsuits.
There was no wetsuits in the 1800s.
No,
so.
that was until 1952 when O'Neill actually put it together and brought a wetsuit here to Santa Cruz. You know, you think about Jack O'Neill and what he has given to the surf world. The leash.
Insane.
A
wetsuit?
Wetsuit is ultimately a big part of it. I mean, they used to wear wool sweaters as an option. I think that was one of the things they're like, yeah, wool sweater kind of works, but is there got to be a better material, right? And Jack was able to find neoprene, and sure enough, the wetsuit was born.
Yeah, you ripped it out of an airplane seat or something like that crazy, I heard, and just started strapping it together. And before you know it, a wetsuit evolved. I believe it's the 70-year anniversary, too.
Wow, incredible.
Insane, right? Just think of where we would be right now with no wetsuit. It'd be challenging, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you figure this, you're looking north region. You know, north actually is probably more to the right. You know, we've got a big bend in the bay here, but again, just such a beautiful, it's a natural bridge right there at Armpits. It Beach actually has a pretty good little sandbar right now. You can probably surf that other side of the point, a little left wedge.
Yeah, I see your son getting shacked out there all the time these days.
Yeah, goofy footers, they try to find every left in Santa Cruz. There isn't a lot of them, but when they're there, they're there. As you can see, like that's the top of the point there. We just had just on the other side of the lighthouse, actually had a huge chunk of the cliff fall into the beach at It's. So this place is ever changing. There used to be a pinnacle rock right in the middle of that cove right there. You can see the leftover rock to the right, top right of your screen, which is on the very inside where that white water is breaking. That used to be a full 10-foot pinnacle. Now just a little nubby rock.
So insane how much the coastline has changed throughout the years. Absolutely amazing. What a great venue for surfing competition. I mean, you saw it right there. It's probably the closest thing you're going to have to a natural arena in our sport. So rad that the cold water's back here. I mean, I know it went all the way to the highest level at one point, and hopefully we'll get back to there. And
yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, right, a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say 14 probably was the year that we had a championship tour event here.
And the winner was Taj.
Yep, you're spot on.
That was insane. That year, I believe, of course, they had people that are counting the crowds. I believe there's approximately 10,000 people on the streets. They actually had to shut the street down. I mean, you know how awesome the surf fans here in Santa Cruz. You're going to see later in the week, it's just going to fill up with people that are absolutely psyched, rooting on the local heroes, which are coming up eventually. It'll be super fun to watch.
Lucas Alston in the lead with a 13.83 total, one of the best of the day so far. Rex Hennings holding on to that second spot. This is the one. Gabriel Morville with priority only needs a 3.43, so this is going to be a tense 4 minutes for Gabriel. Austin Lawrence still in contention here. He's got a 4.67, can turn it around, has that third priority, needing a 6.16. But Morville, you know, again, with that second highest number, has a great opportunity, but he needs the Pacific to offer him an opportunity.
That's right. You know, my big takeaway this morning so far has been that the surfers in third and fourth have not needed much to move into advancing situations. So you've seen a lot of close heats. And this is so important for these surfers, just trying to get points on the board, right? I mean, that's the challenge with, you know, moving in and progressing into our tours. This is where they start, these events just like this, to get those all-important points, to get seeding into the next year and to more events throughout their careers.
It's huge. I mean, again, I was just touching on this with Adam earlier, and in regards to the North America region of the World Surf League, 8 surfers will find their spot at the end of the year regional rankings will get their full-time spot on the Challenger Series, which is where we'll see the qualification happen for the Championship Tour. So this Challenger Series has events globally. They're actually shrinking the field going into 2023. It's at 96 right now. It's actually going to go down to around 80s, I think 80. And with that, you know, the qualification here on the regional tour has shrunk. It went from 10 to 8, so only 8 surfers will guarantee a spot. Doesn't mean you're not going to be able to get in, because you know, your rankings can help. You know, CT surfers involved in the Challenger Series, all that kind of stuff comes into play. But ultimately, if you want to guarantee your spot, you got to finish top 8 in the year. This is event number 4 of the season. And looking at the rankings as you have them right now, real time, Jet Schilling won the big event over in Virginia Beach, a QS 3000, so he gained 3,000 points, and with that, he has himself the #1 position on the rankings so far.
It's so insane and so important, and I love the new format personally because it's super hard, and it's constantly refreshing the top level of surfers. So it's giving the young surfers a chance to make it into those massive global events and do well and be able to beat the best. So it keeps the top surfers on their toes, right? And it keeps the young surfers pushing hard. So it's really cool to see.
There is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 7 regions within the World Surf League. From Australasia, you've got North America, South America, you've got you know, Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui, and all of these regions have a certain number of qualified surfers that will graduate from the qualifying series to the Challenger Series. So as I mentioned, it is important to be able to surf and compete in your region. 3 surfers who don't need to be here but are at the top of the North American region, but also the world. Kolohe Andino, Griffin Colapinto, Nat Young will all be competing in the round of 64.
How lucky are we to have those surfers here? I mean, the excitement in town has been huge. It's so fun because there's such a massive new generation of surfers here in Santa Cruz. And I mean, you know, my son's 11, he surfs, and all of his little buddies have been talking about it. It's been really fun to see these kids.
What about school? You gonna let them out of school?
Oh man, that is the question right now. Okay.
All right, Dad, when do I get to go? I mean, which round is a good one? You know, hey. I know. I remember it. Now my kid's out of school, so I don't have to worry about that as much. As you see Lighthouse Field, and there is the cool guy lot, we like to call that.
Yeah.
You can see my Freeline van is right there, prime position.
Nice.
In the cool guy lot.
I love it.
I parked cool guy today. I do like to use the lane lot, though, or the Lighthouse lot.
You're on the cool guy side.
I know.
As well. That's like ultra cool.
Yeah. No, the white transit van, right? That's the one that everybody's like, oh gosh, another transit van.
Oh, I gotta love it. Look how beautiful this is, though. I mean, breathtaking. It's insane.
Good time of year, right? I mean, this is the best time of year to be in Santa Cruz. You've got yourself, you know, beautiful weather conditions, swell, and it looks like this heat has gone to an end. And as of right now, it was Lucas Austin and Rex Henning moving through into the round of 64. We will continue here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Heat number 6 coming up.
super fun to watch. I'm joined here with Adam Rapogel. How you doing, Adam?
Doing great here this morning, Omar. Right on.
I know, gotta love the action out there. Right now we have, let's see here, Jack Zietz, Thomas King, Lucas Pazzolini, and Curran Dan. So great heat so far, great waves, and awesome surfing in the water. A couple scores are already coming in. Guys are getting on the board. Not a ton of waves just yet in this heat, but nonetheless, a couple here and there. I actually surfed with Thomas King the other day, shredding.
No doubt.
These surfers absolutely shred, right?
No doubt. Look at international crowd here. Looks like, is that Costa Rica, Brazil, USA, I believe, is Thomas King. Looks like Zietz as well from the USA. So, yeah, Omar, we talked about it a little bit ago with Peter, but noticing that wind sort of wreaking havoc right now with the conditions out there. Still plenty of surf on tap. I would call it between 2 to 4 feet, occasionally a 5-footer. But it looks like we should have swell throughout the day with a very moderate sort of mid to high tide. So which is great for Steamer Lane if there's plenty of surf.
Yeah, no, totally. We talked about a lot about that. We have a west-northwest swell, which a lot of times can mimic a south swell here at Steamer's Lane.
Yep.
Which is, you see these long walls coming in. You're going to see all of the peaks into play. Super important there, too. You're going to have the point right there, which you're looking at, over into slot, all the way shifting over in the middle peak. So it's going to be a seriously big arena for these guys. And I tell people all the time, it's like Steamer's Lane, and you can testify this being on the World Tour. It's one of the hardest places to surf a heat. And there you see right there. So swell, 4 to 6 foot. Swell direction west-northwest. We were just talking about that. That mimics the south. So long walls is basically what we're looking at there. Wind is 4 miles an hour out of the east. So yeah, that's directly into the face. Can create that chop up the face. We got a low tide and high tide. It's kind of a mediumist tide during the day, so
Yeah.
not super drastic, which is what you want here at Steamer's Lane.
Yeah, I certainly do. As you see right here, it looks like we'll have the replay with our surfer in blue up and riding. See the little table rock section right there, nice snap off the top. So Omar, looks like the waves, the second little waves are a little cleaner with that face with this east wind, but I really like the off the bottom, off the top combinations right here. This is going to be a great little score.
Great combination to turn right there for sure. And hey, you're totally right. I was up there doing the beach commentating, so priority is so important right now. And a lot of guys, it's what they do to elect whether they're going to go on the first or second wave. Looks like a little snap off the top right there, red out the back.
Yeah,
Ooh, going for the clam dive.
Yeah, unfortunately gets a little ahead of himself right there. But as you saw, that was even the third wave of this set was even cleaner. So with this east wind, the second, third wave of the sets will be a little nicer. You see that reverb off the wall right there, that refraction moving from right to left. Now that's been wreaking havoc with some of the surfers that aren't used to that. So getting in front of that bump or playing with that bump will come into play. As you see it again, there's a big side wave coming off the cliff right there. If that is in the middle of your wave, you definitely want to be in front of it. It's really hard to surf behind that bump, is what I'm saying.
Nearly impossible, I'd say.
Yeah.
And you can see it on the surfer. If you're not attacking the section, like you said, if you're right behind that side wedge you're looking at right there, it's a no-go.
Yeah.
So you really got to make sure you're in the right spot. Priority is super, super key. And so important for these athletes to get points, right? I mean, that's
Certainly.
the challenge. This is one of the lower ranked events, but I'd say some of the best surfers. We got championship tour surfers here. Like you said, surfers from all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
As you see some scores already coming in, it looks like Zietz has gone into the lead. He's got a couple consistent scores. Nothing huge on the board yet, so nothing in the excellent range. Which these guys, I'm sure they want to get, and a lot of guys just have one wave. So,
right.
Really important to be consistent, right, Adam?
Yeah, it sure is. And we've noticed that 10 and 12 points are getting through a majority of these heats. So a couple of above average scores are getting them through. As you see right here is King. Nice little late re-entry right there on the end section. I really like that. A lot of risk involved in that. We'll see what the judges think. But you see right now, here's the second wave of the set. Could be a little smoother, Omar.
Yeah, nice little smooth wave right here. But look at the battle to get in, man. It's so hard. I always say that's half the battle is catching the wave at the lane. Like, surfing it well, that's the other half. So, yeah, just like you said, right behind that bump, just right behind that one. But here's the surfer on a nice little wave right here. Maybe a little cleaner, Adam. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like he's in the middle of the peak, too, so nice blast off the top. And that's what we talked about earlier in the day, is that a lot of those waves off the middle to peak, they stand up really nice and tall in the first or second section, but after that, they sort of go flat. So sort of a backup area for a majority of the surfers that are playing, say, the priority off the point and in the slot. So it's a great wave to get away from those guys if you need a relatively smaller score, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah, totally. As you see, looks like Thomas King went up and down from first now into second. Zeetz just got his backup score, so that'll play super key. We're going to wait until more servers get 2 waves on the board there. We can give it a full-on breakdown. But yeah, just like you said, and hey, you've surfed so many heats here, Adam. I
Yeah.
mean, that's what I want the public to hear, is that absolute knowledge of surfing a heat. I mean, you know, having a wave go from a 5 to an 8 is like 1 or 2 big turns away, right, at the lane.
Yeah.
And just making that one right decision.
Totally, but it's easily done the opposite. You can turn an 8 into a 5 out here. You can, the lane will really pull out your insecurities and your confidence. So if you're feeling a little hesitant, not totally sure of your equipment, or not feeling your booties for the first time, or the cold water, that can really wreak havoc on you. So a lot of the seems like the success comes from people who feel confident out here in the cold water.
Yeah, of course, you and I both have friends from all over the world that have come to compete here, and they would always ask me for advice. I'd say attack.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. And too, look, local guys come out here all the time and get skunked. So it's not just for the locals. I mean, it does play into a favor that once it's off the cliff for the locals. But I really like this drone shot, showing the separation between the 2 surfers, the 2 takeoff zones, and even to the left of the screen right there is the middle peak. So there's 3 takeoff zones out here at the lane today. As you see Dan right here up and riding on his backside, Omar.
Yeah, nice little snap off the table rock right there, coming around the section. There's that side wedge playing into favor. He's right in front of it, so he's got a little push off there, which is killer. Smash off that oncoming section. That'll be a solid score. It looks like he only needs a 4.63 to move into advancing situation. You got to leave it up to Wiseman, but it could be close right there.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll want to get rid of that 1.9 as well. But yeah, this is, like majority of all these heats have been relatively low scoring, mid-range scores. The person who's been able to put up an above average score, an excellent score, has been in the driver's seat. But right now we'll see White on his backside, nice snap, another little snap on the inside. Great little flow on this wave, and gets a little 2-for-1er on the inside. So that's going to be his best wave of the heat so far. So he's sitting on that 1.93 as his backup, so exactly what he wants to get rid of now.
Yeah, totally. And that's the big takeaway today. It's everyone's been in striking distance, right? I mean, you really look at it, and people are losing, needing 5, 6s.
Yeah.
So it's super, super close heats, which is rad. Those are my favorite events, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
So
I hate blowouts, really. I mean, I do like to watch guys surf outside their skin, but I also like to watch competition and see both of them, a couple people doing it at the same time.
Yeah, it's no fun when everyone's comboed.
Unless you're the guy comboing them.
That's right.
Yeah.
Unless you got a bunch of 10s going.
Yeah. But look at that, Omar. Speaking of 10s, 10-minute. These are 20-minute heats, so you obviously want to get your one wave per 10 minutes and make it a good one, or go out there and roll the dice. But with priority right now and sets being between 2 and 4 minutes apart, you're starting to average out. Okay, there's going to be 2 or 3 sets in my heat, maybe 3, maybe 4 if I'm lucky. So yeah, with 8 waves need to be ridden for 2 waves per surfer. You got to be on it. You need to start your heat off with above average score to give yourself some relaxing time in that next, say 10 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And priority is huge as well. I love analyzing the priority strategies.
Yeah.
You got a lot of people that are like traditionalists, right? They're going to go, okay, priority fall, you should sit how your priority is, right? So you should sit in the right spot, whatnot, and then down the line, as we're taking a look at the judges, the Wisemen, and they even have a priority judge, which is pretty rad. That's his full-time job during this event, is literally deciding who gets the wave first.
Yeah.
And dude, what a hard job.
Yeah. Well, and this job right here. I mean, obviously, priority is sitting there watching the 4 surfers and keeping track of that. But keeping track of the 0.5s and 0.5s and above average to average, excellent. I mean, what a nightmare. I'd hate to be a judge. So my hats go off to the judges. Sort of a thankless position. If you ever see a judge at a bar, you buy him a beer.
That's right. I love that idea. And you're right. I mean, you only talk about the judges when you're mad at them, right?
Yep.
Not when they're doing the right
doubt.
job. It's when something's gone array, then that's when they get thrown in the spotlight.
Yeah.
They work so hard, and we're super stoked to have them on board. And what a beautiful day here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. So stoked to be back here at Steamers Lane. Absolutely iconic event, right, Adam?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is, I mean, for surfers in Santa Cruz, if you're around in the late 80s, early 90s, this was sort of the event to come to. It was a huge arena here, like it is now. I mean, nothing's really changed except the amount of people that are coming. But as you see the beer garden right there on the right, I mean, you want to come over here, come down for a little tall boy right next to the O'Neill tent right there.
That's right. You got to have your wig because it's a 2-drink maximum.
Oh, is it a
So,
maximum?
yeah,
I
so
thought it should have been a minimum. Yeah, that's Kona Brewing Company right down next to the O'Neill tent. Great to see them down here. It looks like we have some great supporting sponsors as well. Get a Verve cup of coffee. It looks like New Leaf is in there. So a lot of local companies supporting this local event, and that's great to see.
Yeah, super stoked. And you know, throughout the week, it'll fill in with crowds. I believe during the championship tour, we had over 10,000 people.
Really?
Yeah, that's the year that they actually had to get a permit to block the street. So super, super fun to see that. Taj Burrow's the winner during that event.
Yep.
But out in the water, it looks like you do have your heat leader right here in blue. Smash, cracks it, able to hold on. It looks like he needs to drop a 4.33. So to better his situation, he wants to better that score. So waiting for scores to come in on that. Leave it up to the Wiseman, right?
Yeah, well, as you can see, this wave was always going to be like a 2-maneuver wave. A nice snap off the top and an end section here was closing out already. But yeah, leave it up to the judges to see if that's above his 4.33. You know, I'd like to err on the side of caution and not think he's going to get the score. So he should potentially go out there with the idea of getting a better wave than that. But
that's right. What's the famous saying, 8s or lates?
Yeah, that has been the saying for years. I remember Chris Gallagher saying that years and years ago, which is a hard tail and task. Because you see some, looks like one of the young ladies getting ready for, not a young lady, we're still in the men's round. What am I talking about? Getting ready for the next heat, but boy, yeah, hairstyles at this event are off the chain. I don't know, I've noticed a lot of different hairstyles here. There's mullets, there's front cuts and back cuts, and you know, people are having a lot of fun with their hair.
Oh, I love it. All styles, right? Yeah, everything here in professional surfing is so fun. Everyone's encouraged to be themselves. It's the funnest part about the sport. Full self, boom, coming off this section.
Wow.
Ooh, aggressive right there.
Oh.
Man.
Unfortunately for King, he was on a little heater right there. He might have, you know, tried to sneak in a little too many too soon. As you can see right here is Dan on his backhand right here on a little ape hanger. Wave coming at him, backside rotation, unfortunately, board flying away from him. But I would think with this wind like this, could be a pretty good air little wind. It's coming straight into the face.
Oh, yeah, and some of the most iconic aerials have gone down during the Coldwater Classic. I know you can always think about that Rapoy air, which is so fun to see. Yeah, I was standing there, and I think the whole crowd, their jaw, it hit the ground.
Yeah, no doubt. They were. I was in that heat. We all got smoked by Ratty.
That's
but look at that. 5 minutes left right now, and we keep talking about it. Just a couple fives will get you through these heats. You know, you don't need to go out there right now in these early round and blast your 8s or lates. It looks like there might be some nerves playing into these guys right now, and the conditions are really challenging. As you can see right here, look at how bumpy this face is going over Table Rock. This is King on that last wave we saw. I really like that direction change, Omar. Right into the power. Great little snap right there. And as the wave starts to wind up, he does one nice blast and then sits in that last one, but unfortunately falls off. Actually, I thought he tried to squeak it in maybe too early, but he didn't. Those are two great turns. Unfortunately, he fell on the end one.
Yeah, no, great combination from King. It looks like he'll move all the way into the lead with that wave. The judges love that combo, and that was White with kind of a flyaway. But, yeah, you know, that is a great little rampy zone. So hopefully we'll see some big airs throughout this event.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Thomas King with that combination comes in at a 6.67.
Wow.
So great wave and super aggressive. I love the directional change, that roundhouse back into the whitewater.
Yep.
And, you know, looking at the lineup, look how tight you sit, right?
Yep.
You're right next to your opponents. Look at that, how close you are. It's pretty insane.
It is. You know, years ago, people could throw rocks at you from the cliff, too, so it wasn't unheard of. As you can see a great view right here. Let's see how you were joining us online right here, Omar.
All right, that's right. You're joined here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, 70 years in the water. Thank you, Jack O'Neill.
Wow.
Yeah, you can go to the Facebook World Surf League or to the website worldsurfleague.com, World Surf League on YouTube, of course, and Twitter at WSL. So come check us out every which way you can in social media. So awesome to see what a great job the WSL has done for surfing the sport. Super, super rad. Looks like we have a surfer up and riding right here. Check it out, Adam.
Yeah, looks like Rider up and going again. Is that King again? No, I'm not sure. I can't see the colors too well, but yeah, really, you know what? King would have had a well into the 7 range had he been able to pull off that last maneuver on that last wave. So that was unfortunate for King, but still helps his cause as he's sitting up there with a 10.40. You talked about waves being a challenge to get into. It's a little challenging to figure out this lineup out here. And you can see, unfortunately for Green right there, not really on the best wave.
No, totally. Like you got to do the head down, chest to the board, total action into the water. Looks like we have a little Grom getting ready.
God, they all look like Groms to me, Omar, but it's amazing how well these young men surf. And you had talked about the WSL and being able to give them the stepping stone into the Challenger Series. It's really sort of the best time right now to be a young professional surfer with the aspirations of trying to get on that tour without being clouded by the way to get there. You have direct steps now. As you can see, this young man getting ready for the next heat. This is Blue in the next heat. I'm not familiar with who he is, but I'm sure his parents are proud.
Yeah, no, it's so cool, and you nailed it. I know being on the tour, all of us back in the day, we talked about this, and it's so cool to see that WSL brought it to fruition. It's just amazing. You have this global tour along with qualifying, and I love it because it keeps everyone on their toes, right?
Yeah.
So even the guys that are on the top, they can be knocked off so quick, and these guys out in the water, they are looking for those so important points to get into those Challenger Series and move their way up the ranking. Thomas King out of Costa Rica has a commanding lead right now. Looks like just 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining. He's been pretty dominant in the heat, Adam.
Sure has, and that last wave actually increased his total. So Thomas King doing pretty well with a 6 and a 4. He's on a nice little insider here. Great little projection off the bottom, little blast off that foam, giving him some opportunity here up off the crumbly little lip. I really like that turn as well. He really committed to that one, tried to jam in another one as well. So a little forced at the end of that wave, but still really like how he put it together.
Good. Is he going to better that score? But we do have a surfer right here. He's looking for a score, and he's in second, so can he overtake the lead with this wave? Looks like he's just looking for a 5.28 to overtake the lead. Coming up to the countdown, too. 30 seconds remaining. So important right here.
It certainly is. You saw that wave had run through the kelp, too. People have talked about the kelp too much, but as the tide is relatively low right now, you will see some kelp out there. Sort of wreaks havoc with your fins and leash. But wow, waves and waves being ridden, 20 seconds remaining. I'm sure a couple of these guys would have wished they would have waited because there's some scoring opportunity on these waves, and there's nobody around them. So obviously priority in the last 5 minutes, but 10 seconds left. It looks like it's pretty much a done deal. Let's see what happens on here on this last wave.
Oh, here we go. It is white. He only needs a 5.51. So he's coming down the line. Boy, I just don't think enough. Not sure, but
yeah, that was a good effort right there. You know, it's nice to have an opportunity at the end of the heat like that, Omar, but you're right. I think it was day late, dollar short. It would have been a nice, have a better end section on that. Judges really like to see you start off your wave really good with a nice maneuver and end it with a nice maneuver. So there you go, Omar. Round of 96, heat 6, done and dusted.
Done and dusted. It looked like, though, Thomas King, even at the very end, bettered his score. He got a 6.40.
Wow.
So, man, what a commanding heat for him. Look at that.
Good for him.
All right, we're going to take a short break and come back to you with results.
Please don't
the Hyperfreak Fire focuses on extreme warmth, flexibility, and high performance. The O'Neill Hyperfreak Fire, get one at a dealer near you. Thomas King takes the win in the round of 96. And Jack Zeitz finishing in second position. So those two will advance on into the round of 64. Kerndand, unfortunately, out along with Lucas. And new heat in the water. And who is it? It is going to be Wheeler Hosbaugh, Hayden Rodriguez, Dane Matson, and Andrew Jacobson. Andrew Jacobson will be in the green. Dane will be in the white, blue. Hayden Rogers and Wheeler Hosbaugh will be in the white. Joining me in the booth, I'm Pete Mel, along with Adam Replogle, calling heat number 6. And there's the O'Neill Cat.
Yeah, that is they do a great thing with the Sea Odyssey, Pete. Jack O'Neill instilled that years and years and years ago, educating the youth about our coastal waters here and everything in it. It's a great program.
What an adventure, right? And those are all kids right now that are getting taught the importance of the environment here and the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary. So yes, thank you, Team O'Neill. Not just a wetsuit brand, they're also giving back, and that's one of the ways they do that. The O'Neill Sea Odyssey. Yeah, they're a great program there. Right out of there, the harbor, Santa Cruz Harbor. As you can see the overview, Pete, what a beautiful day today. A blessing to have a day like this, the first day of the Coldwater Classic. It's been a while since we've had this event. Our whole town is really excited to have this back here. And just post-COVID, we've really needed this, Pete. It's so true. You know, we had the O'Neill Freak Show, which is more of a locally, focused event, whereas now this is global. You know, this is the region of WSL North America. And this is a QS 1000, and fingers crossed that the success of this O'Neill Coldwater Classic back in hopes that we could see it grow in importance. You know, I think a QS 3000 would be a great addition to the tour schedule. Yeah. Well, I would, just looking at the draw, Pete, having people, say the likes of Griffin Colapinto, Kolohe Andino, Nat Young, you would think potentially you'd be able to get this upgraded a little bit. But as you can see right here, it looks like we have a conversation on the inside here. After the heat, probably getting some logistics, figuring out what was happening at the time. Usually trying to psychoanalyze what happened out there, Pete. It's going to be challenging. Yeah, no, it sure is, and what you could have done different. It's unfortunate there that he wasn't able to pull that one off. Yeah, he's questioning it, trying to understand it. Well, the lane can wreak havoc to your confidence, too. But you can go out there, have the time of your life, or you can go out there and get nothing. So putting 20 minutes down there, it can be dicey. That's Lucas Pasolini. Had a 4.2 total. Ouch. Yeah. So you look back on those heats, and those are the really, give yourself 20 minutes to sort of, dwell on it, but really then go back and try to see how you can fix and make it better. I mean, the best surfers are able to lose with grace and then figure it out why they lost. That's right. So true. I mean, and if it's something that's, maybe not knowing the lineup, man, park it, sit here, watch it, understand what those best waves look like. It's almost like we were going to have an ear in on that. But just questioning, Pete, when you say you do have an international surfer come here that's not from the region, say the Northern Hemisphere region, Northern American region, say a Brazilian comes in here and does really well, how does that affect, or does it just take points away from that event? I mean, from that local region's total, or does it help them within their region? Nope, it doesn't. It literally, and that's a big reasoning. You'll see that the seating actually goes to priority is going to be within the region. So this is a North American regional QS 1000, so they have priority. If there's extra spots available, they can fill it with international surfers. But they're not getting anything. The only thing they can really gain is experience and cash, right? And that's the only reason why they would actually be here, because the points are not going to factor in. As a matter of fact, it takes away points from the region. That was what I was thinking. You watched, even on the big levels, as you see right here, looks like the wind sort of calming down, Pete. Yeah, that's what we needed. As we see Wheeler picking up their first wave here, slips away from the other competitors, and it's paid off as he's found himself a little gem off to the side. Yep. And kicks out. This wave, when you move further away from the point, you generally get those waves that'll die out slightly. But hey, if there's no waves on the slot and you're able to find something away from the other competitors, I mean, hey, you're gaining points and your competitors are not. Yeah, eventually the time's up. Yeah. No matter if you're the best surfer in the heat or not, you still have to be riding waves. So that's the ultimate. As you can see, slipping away right off the table rock section, so able to go just about 5 or 6 yards just to the south of them, or should I say east of them. And you saw right there, Pete, that's a little
little dicey section right there. Usually a lot of kelp and stuff in that section right there. It gets really slow and sort of backwashy, but I still think he did a great job negotiating those sections and a great little first wave.
3.67 for Wheeler. And with no waves so far in the first 7 minutes. Now, finally, we get to see White up and riding. This is Dane Matson on the backhand. And that bump still there on the face, wreaking havoc, and knocks down Dane. So he'll have to reset here, just a 1.07.
You know, I noticed that too, Pete. Some guys that don't surf here a lot, they really don't get their board up to speed fast enough for that first section. You need speed out here. Sometimes if you go straight up into the lip, you're actually going up into the lip with the backwash. A lot of guys like to let that backwash run up the face and then come up right behind it.
One of the tricks, though, too, there is by doing that quick turn like that, puts you behind the wedge as well.
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden you're surfing from behind the whole time, and you're not going to have that drive. Whereas if you stay with the wedge off the reverberation off the cliff and keep that speed, you actually get into the rhythm of having the wedge under your board every time you do a bottom turn. And that's the and that's the real trick. And so those quick first turns, not always the great thing to do. Matter of fact, sitting back and getting loaded up, and then letting the wave kind of build its momentum through is a good trick for surfing the lane.
No doubt. You know, I always like to come and watch. Sometimes over here, Pete, watch the guys that really do surf the lane. You know, the Coffee Brothers, Randy Bonds. But really, if you want to study the lane, you watch Nat Young and how he approaches the lane. And it's hard to emulate what he does out here if you're a goofy footer. But the reality is that these waves stand up, and when it stands up, you need to be there. And so you need to have a vertical attack, but also a big, nice carve to mimic this face. So I usually like to watch some of the local guys. Even though I'm from Santa Cruz, I live on the other side of town. So it takes me, 2 or 3 sessions here to start to feel comfortable again.
Looking at some of the surfers on the O'Neill team, Kolohe Andino, new addition. He is going to be here competing. Also, Ian Crane, another great surfer, great friend of Kolohe Andino. Tony Meister, and Tony Meister, you think about what he was able to do here. Actually, one of our cold water classics gave him an opportunity to win a sponsorship.
And he's been there ever since.
It changed his career.
Yeah.
His win at the lane literally changed his career and has given him the ability, because at that point in his career, he was kind of trying to figure out what he was going to do, and instead got himself a nice sponsorship, and he's been a great addition to the team.
100%.
Here's Blue, Hayden Rogers.
So Hayden on one of those little waves coming back. So he wants to stay back on this usually. Staying back, you want to just stay right into the pocket of the wave. It wasn't going to jam anywhere down the line. But Jacobson up and riding is coming into the inside of the cliff.
My bad there. That was, Andrew Jacobson in the green jersey on the backhand and all the way into the cove. And there's been surfers that have done a runaround. We haven't seen it yet. But, sometimes you can kind of run up right there and get yourself back out into the lineup pretty quickly.
You can.
But today, I don't know if it's necessary, because you're giving yourself less opportunity by not getting the paddle out and maybe a middle peak little jive. But
with 20 minutes, the runaround might be a little dicey, especially with the alternative. If you're looking at this, there's only 3 real spots to be at. You're at the point, the slot, or the peak. You should never paddle from the point to the peak. You could potentially go from the slot to the peak, but usually you want to get to the middle peak and transition after catching a wave. So you catch a wave off the point of the slot, then you paddle out to the shoulder of the peak in hopes that you get that backup wave. So
here's an example. I mean, this is Jacobson on the paddle back out, and there is a wave kind of in that zone that could pop up with a little wall on it, and next thing you know, you got yourself a 5 just by paddling back out properly.
Yeah, it looks like we have a little paddle outside here. A little wave off the point. Now they're almost right over Table Rock now, Pete. They're not even up off the point. They're closer to the slot. You see a nice little 3 maneuver combination right here. I really like those turns right there. In the context of the heat, I think that's a great little score.
That was Hayden. Again, I made the mistake of calling Andrew, but Hayden, they're both backhanders, both similar styles. So Hayden finally picking up his first wave and waiting on the score for Andrew Jacobson. Came in at a 4.23. Best wave of the heat so far. So Andrew, by being patient, was able to pick it up, and sure enough, he's making another little run right here. Sees an opportunity.
Yeah, that's one of those little skirky insider waves. You could say right now the swell is just backing off a little, Pete. It's not like that we saw this morning. Definitely not the consistency that we saw this morning. So the tide was low, but it's a high-low tide. It's in the 3s, I believe. So we're not going to see much change in the tide, but you will see it fill in a little more, which could decrease the consistency as well. But hopefully by that time we have a little better wind. You know, when you shrink down the area out here at the lane, it really gives you a lot more opportunity. There's not so many places to run and hide or go to. So high tide steamer lane is actually really good.
Here we go. This is Hasba Wheeler. First wave at 3.67. This is wave number 2. Whitewater on the face, but pretty good line and fairly clean considering that there is the whitewater on the face. Generally that'll make it a little bit choppy, but sometimes the lane, the angle is more important than what the water texture is.
You could see some frustration out of the young man kicking out their board right there. But yeah, this right now is a wave catching contest. Guys got to be it on the best waves. I mean, when you get scores in the 4s and the 3s and consistently, you need to separate yourself, and usually it's by the quality of wave.
Looks like color here. Trying to get it. Is that white or is that?
That's your Jacobson, I believe.
It is Jacobson, taller, lanky backhander. Getting wave number 2 under his belt. Well, he did have wave number 2. Actually, it was just a .20, but second scoring wave. And the other backhander now. This is Hayden Rogers. Again, finding those also the replay of that last wave that came in at a 3.43. Just looking at the buoys here and seeing where we're at as far as.
There's a nice little snap. So this wave has a nice little variety, a slower tempoed wave. Here's another little layback snap.
That was
for
red.
Wheeler.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a nice little wave. Let's see, he was able to get a 4.67, I believe, on that, or 4 point something on that last wave. I don't have my readers on here, boys. I usually do a reader number 2.
Yeah, Wheeler got a 4.67.
Nice.
Andrew Jacobson waiting on the score there for him. Hayden, we just saw the replay, so just the one wave there. But Hayden has second priority. Andrew has first priority.
Yep. You said you were looking at the conditions, Peter, the buoys. How do the winds look for this afternoon?
Well, looking at our, so we got several buoys to look at, but ultimately here in this region, Monterey Bay buoys at 5.2 feet at 15 seconds. The swell direction out of 309, which is pretty much a northwest direction, true northwest, not really west-northwest. I mean, you get under 300, that starts to be west-northwest. 8 to 10 knots out of 90 degrees, which is straight north winds, right? So ultimately, that's what we're going to see here is
that'll be straight offshore,
yeah,
potentially.
Yes, if it starts to blow, but it's just not very strong, right? It's only at 8 to 10 knots, and I think in town we'll probably see a lot of this. Maybe, hopefully in the afternoon, fingers crossed that we get a little bit more, because it'll clean up the lineup for sure if we get those winds blowing. Here's Andrew Jacobson. It's live action.
You know, he's picking up the waves, Pete, that have a little wall, giving him the opportunity just to go up and down, stay busy. I think they've adjusted and taken and pivoted, knowing that this is going to be a relatively slow heat, and they're sort of picking up scraps now to ensure that they have 2 scores come the end of the heat. You would hate to have need a 2 or something with less than 2 minutes left in this heat, you know. And right now with these low-scoring heats, it could be anyone's game with an 8. You could be in 4th right now and get an 8 and take the win.
I will say, Rody, as I look through these buoy reports and watch this replay here of Jacobson, that came in at a 4.6 and became the second best wave of the heat. Wheeler Haspa was a 4.67. So those are your 2 in front. Andrew in the lead and Wheeler in second. But there is some action down in Southern California buoys. There is some 17-second interval all through the Southern California buoys. So that means that there is south swell in the water, or is that from? No, yeah, it's 280s and that direction, because we had some major swell that probably would affect those buoys as well.
I thought I saw a south swell like a 205 when it's something coming midweek, which is I don't know if everybody knows this, but Steamer Lane is really good on a south swell. I mean, it really does focus nicely up off the point. Less than 4 minutes to go, Pete. It looks like Jacobson's in the lead right now with a couple of 4s. But, yeah, look at Madsen just needs a 6.67 sitting in 4th right now to get all the way into 1st or to an advancing position. So it's anybody's game right now. It's a relatively low-scoring heat. Rogers has only got 1 score, a couple 1s for Madsen. So still really anybody's game with Rogers having priority. He's actually in a pretty nice position.
Definitely can control the lineup at that point, but at this you know, looking out the back, you're like, okay, I've got priority. I only need a 4.91, but I need to have a set wave come his direction. And this heat's been relatively slow. It's only been those smaller kind of mid-sized waves. And, you know, sometimes those heats are inconsistent like that, and you have to make the move. You know, this is where you would say that a local might get a little bit, you know, disheveled because they ultimately are looking for a wave that did not arrive in the 20 minutes, and then all of a sudden they get stuck with no rides.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to ride whatever is given to you in this 20-minute period.
Yeah, and you can see right there, it looks like the surfer in the next heat. There's a little goat trail right there, actually. There's right in front of him. A lot of the local kids are able to sort of snake down this little.
I do the Grom trail, dude.
I stay away from that
I'm tall
trail.
enough.
there's okay, here we go. Nice little hack, unfortunately, right there for Wheeler falling off. He was sitting in third priority anyway. So now Madsen, who's still way down there, third priority, needs a 6.61 to get into that advancing position. And here he goes, Pete.
Well, you figure he was outside of priority, and this wave right here probably not going to be the 6.61, but what it will do, it's going to be his best number, and it'll give him an opportunity to get even closer. Now I think he'll make that score needed of the 6.61 much lower. Here's Wheeler Haasbach also on a smaller inside wave. But that's what you can do, is sometimes manufacture quick two numbers, because you could actually kind of slide off to the peak as well and pick up a wave. So, you know, we've seen it done, you know, in a minute, 2 minute period, a quick 1-2 bang bang, you can make it happen from slot to the peak. But you have to have the opportunity to rise. That's really what it comes down to. But definitely.
Look at right there. You got us. Yeah, 3.73. So now he's going straight to middle peak right now, Pete. He's not on our screen, but with a minute 30 seconds remaining, he doesn't want to go next to people with priority. As you can see right there, that's the little, right in the middle there. There's a little goat trail.
They're going to see the
some guys will just jump off it. They're not going to walk down that. Some guys, but it is lower tide. I don't think they.
I'm not a fan of jumping off. I'll go the goat trail rather than jumping from that point.
Hey,
We've seen surfers actually jump off into waves, or try to.
Try to, yeah.
I have yet to see anybody pull it off, but there's been surfers that have done, you know, jump offs into waves.
Yeah. As we're getting down to it, Pete, now we're down to just a minute remaining. This is the fight or flight time for some guys.
And there's a set.
And there's a set, exactly. Usually, you know, when we got 15-second intervals, you still have 1, 2, 3 waves that could potentially be served.
Here's priority with Hayden Rogers, and this is it for him. Doesn't need much. A 4.91 will do it. Gets past that first section.
Nice setup turn. Oh, that was actually a really nice turn still, even though he dug a little, Pete.
Uh-oh. That was some committed final move there, but behind it, Jacobson.
Oh, he dodged that one. And unfortunately threw him off for that second section. There's some nerves at the end of these waves, Pete, especially when they're in the last minute of the heat. 20 seconds remaining right now.
Here's Wheeler in second, trying to better a 3.67. He needs this one because maybe Hayden was able to turn it. One big move. Is it better than a 3.67 on a set? I would say that's probably close. This is going to be down to the wire. We're going to wait for these last scores. Andrew Jacobson's not going to affect his two-wave total, so he's sitting in that first position. We'll see if he keeps it. Here's White. This is actually within the time limits.
Those are really hard, Pete. When the waves are going away from you like that, that is a challenging wave. But he did have an opportunity right there.
At the end.
Looked like
jump off.
Wow, nuts.
Oh, whoa, throw off the board. There's different. Big
whoa,
gainer.
Late one.
That was a late gainer, Barney style.
Good. All right.
Classic. All right, so let's come back to the results of that last heat, heat number 7 of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. But we've got another one on tap, heat number 8. Stay tuned.
Time, double time, overtime. Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
And we're back. Results of that last heat. Wheeler Hausball moves into the lead, 8.97 points. Second, Andrew Jacobson, he holds on with an 8.83 points, and Hayden Rogers just 0.1 away, 8.73. Unfortunately, that would have put him into second, but Wheeler was able to pick up that last wave, move to the lead. So in that one, Wheeler and Andrew moving on, and we've got a new heat underway. Hagen Johnson in the red, Jacob Zake, actually one of the surfers who has tried to jump off that cliff into a wave, Jacob Zake, and then Kyle Tester in the white. And Alexei Nikolaev is going to be in the green jersey. Did I say that right, Nikolaev? I would say so.
Yeah, good luck on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I like watching some of these, say, aerialist type surfers that have transitioned and keeping themselves competitively sharp. Now with the judging criteria, you're seeing a lot of aerialists be rewarded for their surfing, and I like watching this young man Zeke surf. I haven't seen him surf that often, but ran across something on YouTube when I was watching Nathan Florence one day, and I was like, whoa. This guy's ramping out on motorcycles and flipping around on skateboards. Looks like he's having the time of his life. And now with the way that social media works, you just have to run your own magazine and have people that follow your shtick, and you're stoked.
You'll make money. You can be your own business. I mean, that's really the way of professional surfers these days. The endorsements are few and far between. You really have to be basically a top World Championship Tour surfer in order to get yourself the big endorsement deals. Even surfers that are on the championship tour aren't necessarily getting endorsement deals. But if you can put yourself into an entertainment category, get yourself onto YouTube channel, your Instagrams, all of that stuff, all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're making your own cash and you're in charge of your own business. You're your own CEO.
I know.
Right? Jacob Zake is one of those surfers that is actually pushing the envelope. Really talented skateboarder, which I think transitions into his surfing. There's not a lot of surfers that have done really good in both. But I'd say Jacob Zake, a very talented skater as well as surfer, so board sports all the way across. And he likes to ride a motorcycle, which I think is a little bit deadly and doesn't really translate to surfing all that much. But he might beg to differ. Up and riding.
Yep. I'm not exactly sure.
Alexei.
It's Alexei on a nice little inside right. Looks like just getting his self warmed up. It looks like Hagen right here. Johnson on a little wave. You see these waves just sort of pushing off the point, really not coming back onto the point. Those are the more northerly directions. Let's see if Zeke's able to get a wave here.
This is AK. Look at, he knows Table Rock. He likes the air. Gets a little release. A little carve back, and this wave dies out. So just a quick one there for Jacob from La Jolla region, all through San Diego, but isn't shy to just do whatever it takes, go anywhere, looking for waves, looking for fun.
Yeah, there's always been those skateboarder surfers, man. I remember as a younger kid, it was Chris Miller. And then when I was in Hawaii this last week, I went to this paddle out for Kalani David. And
one of the best in the business in regards to board sports.
So it's really cool to see those guys crossing over, and hats go off to the David family. And this is a little wave again. We talked about these waves mushing off the point, Pete. Not much wall or opportunity on these.
2.5 for Hagen Johnson. Jacob's AK. Score comes in 2.93, so the best of all the waves so far for Jacob's AK.
And look at their entry into this. Watch the man in red with this back gainer. That is all time. I mean, I think that is maybe a nod to Barney right there. I mean,
100%.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, the only guy I ever saw that used to be able to do gainers off the cliff was definitely Sean the Barney Barron.
Yeah.
The late great. He is passed on, ultimately here memorialized by a bench and on our little memorial that we saw earlier. So he is remembered. We actually have a day here in Santa Cruz named after him, Cinco de Barney, Cinco de Mayo. They love that day. That's Barney Barron Day. We celebrate him with an event that one of our great friends, Daryl Flea Verosco, has been the head of, just to remember him. We have one of the biggest characters of our culture here in Santa Cruz came from Sean Barney Barron.
Certainly did. And look, Pete, in this heat right now, round of 96, we're already up to heat 8. And with these 20 minutes, heats are blasting by. And now watching surfers go out there and catch threes right away, whereas earlier on the day, Pete, we saw them waiting. So it looks like, talk about the conditions changing. and obviously getting a little more challenging as this day's progressed so far. So people definitely getting started a lot quicker now.
Hagen Johnson now finding wave number 2. That's going to be an improvement for him. Again, smaller wave, but it definitely had the vertical sections. You know, it was bending at him, was able to string 2-3 maneuvers, and that will be the best wave of the heat. Matter of fact, it is a 4.17 for Hagen Johnson, and of course the judges aren't going to go too high with that style of wave right now because there's still the opportunity. Buoys are still pretty solid, around 4 to 5 feet in the 15-second range, which is definitely on the decline. It was pretty darn strong yesterday, and looks strong this morning, but definite change right now. We've got tide factoring in slightly. We've got this kind of bumpier wind, but ultimately the consistency is going to back off as well. I did look at the outside buoys. They're holding it 14 seconds, around 4 or 5 feet, 14 seconds, but it will definitely probably be on the shrink tomorrow. Let's hope there's a few south waves. I don't know what the call is. I mean, as far as the waiting period is concerned, we have 5 days in the waiting period and 4 full days of competition. Doesn't mean that we can't piece it together, like run a few heats and then back off for a tide kind of ultimate would be a call. We've done that in the past where we'll go on break for a little while through a high tide if the swell isn't there with enough size and energy. But right now, I think today we're going to run through kind of mid-tide throughout the day. We're supposed to have pretty darn clean conditions, although it doesn't really look like it at the lane. But if you go elsewhere in Santa Cruz right now, it'll probably be pretty smooth. It's just this place is so focused in the swell and the elements that we get to see that easterly wind kind of create some chop.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, everywhere is probably pretty fun right now. It's nice to see all these surfers in town too, surfing our waves, showing the local people really how to surf them. It brings a different look to these waves. It's fascinating to watch international surfers ride your local spot. And I remember watching that out here, Pete. I mean, watching Tom and Elko and these guys surf the lane, you really saw what was possible out here. Because up until then, we saw Richard Schmidt, Marcel, so we saw the local guys that were really good at surfing at the lane. But until we saw the international guys, we really didn't know it was possible.
It's true. They're going to bring a fresh perspective. As you surf a wave a certain way, you choose certain types of waves. But it is refreshing to see that sometimes you'll have a guy with a little different perspective that will change your way and approach. I remember Brad Gerlach was another one who brought a really different style to this wave here specifically, and all of a sudden you're starting. Tom Curran, another prime example of someone with their arm placement literally changed the way I would do a cutback.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like all of a sudden your arm needed to be forward in front of you. You're doing your current style.
Totally.
And John Florence is another example of somebody that really influenced style, very quiet upper body, and all of a sudden you got a lot of surfers doing that same type of surfing. Jacobs AK.
Let's see what Jacobs is able to do. Nice little hack right there. It comes to the table rock section, a little blast. Nice where he's able to sort of form fit the type of turn, even though, it's just sort of a choppy little turn. He was able to have some good board control.
And speed.
Right,
there was some spray, so he had to hold his rail for a moment there. Good timing in order to get that spray to kind of fly off, because it was literally a millisecond opportunity, and he was able to kind of tag it when it was there, and he's going to get himself the best number for himself, a 3.93, and he moves into the number 1 position. Again, just off the cliff. We see these could be little chips too. Those are the ones that come off the cliff like that have that little wedge effect. I don't know for sure if that was one, but if you have several swells kind of running in the water at the same time, we've got north wind swell definitely in the water. We've got northwest swell that's kind of on the wane. We've got little trickling south. So all of those are types of waves that are showing up in the lineup here, because this place it focuses it. The northwest will grab the outer reef. We've got third reef, which is shallow water out to the right of your screen there, and that kind of grabs the swell energy and focuses it in here to the lane.
Certainly does.
This is green. Alexi, third wave. Nice roller coaster there, but does not hang on. Good wave choice on that one there. That was some opportunity. Just didn't quite pull off the last move. This is white. Kyle Tester.
A little nose poke right there on the table rock section. That little rock right there sucks up. A lot of people, as the tide gets lower, try to sit on the left side of it to allow themselves some cleaner face. You see right there is where he drops over that section. Nice blast off the top, but unfortunately that wave closing out. So this wind, that easterly wind, sort of clamps these waves down that have wall. Usually you want to pick the wave at the lane that does have some wall, but right now they're challenging the ride because they're closing out pretty quick.
Yeah, that's that extra chunk is just coming down at you really quickly. It's hard to kind of keep the momentum down the line. But the score comes in for that one maneuver. It does go into the top 2 for Hagen Johnson, a 2.93. Still in the number 1 position, 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Jacob ZK holding on to second. Alexi moves into the 3rd position with that last wave, a 1.5. Kyle Tester waiting on a score for him, I think, if I'm correct. No, that's it. There's Kyle's got the 1.5 and the 1.9. This is Alexi here on that last wave.
Yeah, as you see, this wave actually had some nice opportunity. Fortunately, right there, not able to come down. When that wave converged right there, he needed to be out in front of that. But here's that table rock section again. You'll see his nose sort of grab right there, which sort of mistimed that off the lip there.
And then the judges didn't deem that complete because it only came in at a 1-point ride. Here was that one maneuver, 2.93.
Yeah, a nice little positioned snap right there up into the lip. It looks like it's turned into a little grovel fest out there right now.
It has, yeah. Unfortunately, it has, and sometimes that's what happens. At the lane, you're gonna get situations where the swell's gonna back off, and you gotta 20 minutes. It's not like we're gonna pull the plug. We're gonna keep running here.
No, this is a West Coast thing. If you notice, East Coast type surf is consistent. When waves come in on the East Coast, any East Coast, there's just wave after wave after wave. We get this deeper interval, West Coast. The deeper interval, sometimes we'll have 10 or 15 minutes without a wave, so it'll go flat for a while, and this is the results of it. A couple small little waves in here for Zeke as he does a nice little hack right there, and this is a little choppy little snap. Watch the spray though, Pete. Blasts a lot of little spray. His best wave of the heat so far, but like we were saying, it's a little grovelly out there right now.
3.93, and I love the timing of which he was able to get there, and there was this one little spicy moment, and he went there and attacked it and threw some water out the back. It's always good to see when you can get some water spraying out there. The judges are a fair distance away from the competitors.
It's interesting watching people too, Pete, from out of town ride the lane, because there would be local guys sitting up against the cliff right now grabbing those little cliff hangers. Flea calls them little chingers, the little chings off the cliff there. But we're not seeing a lot of guys package themselves up near the cliff at all. Everyone's sort of sitting wide. I'm sure it's because the westerly portion of this swell. But as you can see the overview right there, usually there'd be tons of people sort of lining that cliff and then paddling out to the slot to catch him. But right now people are just positioned where the waves are breaking. But local guys surf in front of that cliff all day long.
Kyle Tester needing a score here. First move, little projection floater, but that's it. Once again, nice short ride for Tester, so not going to add too much in the way of his point total. It will be in his top 2, but again, not going to add much to it. This looks like actually finally our first real set. And that's the thing. Maybe you get one, maybe you get 2 kind of real sets in a heat. And you've got to make sure that you're in position for it. Here's Jacob Zeke, and looks like he has got himself a nice little jam, but it's one section.
Wow, that was
hammers
nice. Unfortunately not able to pull that maneuver off, Pete, but that's exactly what you want to do. You got one section wave, one maneuver wave, you just want to go blast it. And if you're going to want to try to impress the judges, that's what you're going to have to do. As you see right here, Jake up and riding one, turn, blast. Really like that release. Unfortunately,
he had it.
He looked like he had it there for a second, but
he was on top of his board. If he'd just been able to just compress at that moment, but he got extended.
Got a little tall there, yeah.
Got extended and doesn't pull it off, so just a 1.73. Pulls that move off. We see 6s probably. One solid big move like that, mid 6 to 7s, I would say the judges would reward that.
I mean, it was a different heat, but we did see Huckabee get a great score off just a couple maneuvers. As you see up and riding right here, looks like a nice glassy little face, Pete.
That's it, right? Again, wave choice, and he was off of Table Rock, and look he's got himself 2 solid moves and a third here for Tester. Only needs a 4.83.
Nice.
And I feel like that will probably be enough. And skirting off to the side, got himself a wave, and that's what the lane will do. Sometimes it'll just gift you a little gem off to the side. Now Zeke in the same situation off of Middle Peak. This is pretty deep though. See if he can get around it. Slows up, but that's Middle Peak. It'll pretty much shut down, but look at just quickly in succession there for Jacob. Now the wave will basically back off completely. No energy there. So did what he could with the section that he had. Will it better the 2.93? I don't know, but definitely Kyle Tester is going to improve his situation.
Yeah, this was a great little wave. Caught just midway out, Pete. He has great tempo, nice snap, and back foot stomp right there. And nearly lost it right there at that little off the top. But that was a nice turn right there, Pete. So this is definitely going to be his wave. He's waiting on the score from the judges.
Judges weren't that impressed there, Adam. Only gave him a 3.83 for that wave, so not enough. He still sits in third. Hagen Johnson holding on to second. And this wave here comes in at a 3.2 for Jacob Zeke, and that puts him in the lead. So he is in the lead. Hagen Johnson in second, just by 0.03. And we watch this again. This was the drone angle of Kyle Tester's wave. Again, only came in at a 3.83.
Right. I think had he really punctuated that second turn right there, he sort of missed it, it would have been a better score. He finished the wave off sort of nicely. But yeah, it sort of lost that flow through the middle of that wave right there. When the transition sort of skips up, the judges then have to think again. If you're able to stomp that last maneuver, they stop forgetting about that middle stuff, and they look at the first turn and the last turn usually. So yeah, he didn't stamp it on the end.
The one best section he had, right? He kind of missed it.
Yeah, I'm sure he wishes he had that section over again.
That's for sure. So again, Kyle. And that's part of the stress of a heat, right? You don't want to make a mistake. You kind of get a little tentative. Now, a rebate, though, and look at him. He's got an opportunity. One turn. Can he get around it again? A little projection float, but I think he'll finally get there, and it's going to die out. So really kind of basing it on that last or the very first maneuver. A 3.28 needed. Man, right on the border.
Wow.
All you can say is, though, you got gifted the opportunity.
Well, and that's all you can really ask for. Then it's completely up to you. You want Mother Nature to give you some opportunities, and you can do the rest. Looks like
the panel's on fire, dude. They're throwing out scores out there very quickly. 2.33, not enough for Tester.
Wow.
Still looking for the 3.28. And now a paddle here by Johnson, and he wants to solidify here with 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Johnson's throwing away that smaller score of a 2.93. Set up little turn there. Nice little snap. It stays back on the board. I mean, you can tell he stays back on the wave and comes to this inside section.
Well, there it is.
Well, we've been waiting for that, Pete.
Well, and we saw him do a gainer, so we know that he's pretty accomplished in the air, and he just showed us on a surfboard as well. Well, he's going to go to lead. Hagen Johnson will take the heat win here. Well, for now, he'll take the heat lead.
Yeah.
With 2 minutes to go. Johnson only needing a 2.96. Will
still anybody's game, though. It really is. I mean, obviously, this is going to be the best score of the heat so far, Pete, but everyone else is sitting on 3s and 4s.
And this will be probably the first good number. Let's take a look here again. Drone angle of this maneuver here as he snaps it here, but this is finally, he gets to the section, he gets to load up, snap. But you can see as it's coming towards him, this is where this wave loads up. That's why a lot of the Santa Cruz surfers know how to do airs. It's that type of wave right there.
Exactly.
Gives you the perfect ramp. I mean, you saw it coming a mile away.
Yeah, this is a well-surfed wave. Nice little setup turn right there. Like this little snap right into the pocket right there. And here's where he's eyeing it down the line. Nice little snap. Doesn't have to shift up on his board or anything, Pete. Greasy little landing on this, and that was perfect.
Yeah, with the rotation there was awesome. It was almost all the way, not completely around, but definitely not tail reversal. It was an aerial that so it should, in my eyes, be one of the better aerials we've seen today. We still have yet to see this score drop. It is kind of an important score because you're in relation to all the scores that have happened already.
Sure.
How high do you go with it?
There it is.
6.83. So Johnson, again, we said he was going to go to lead, and he's done that almost into the very good range. So, and a heat lead. Hagen Johnson, the gainer. That's how you start your heats. Just do a gainer off the cliff.
Yeah, sort of quiet any nerves, I guess, if that gets your blood going.
I can imagine me just trying to do a gainer and just land head first into a rock.
Oh, or just not rotate and end up flat. Looks like 23 seconds, 20 seconds remaining, Pete. Johnson and Jake are first and second right now, but look at third and fourth. Needing, just above average. I mean, a little, just nothing, and then an average score. And it looks like here we got the heat leader. Johnson up and going with 8 seconds left. Yeah.
He should have been pretty careful there. He was actually battling Alex, who
doesn't have anything to lose.
Yeah, right. And it didn't matter really because it wasn't a score that Alexi needed. So Alexi's still trying to make something happen here on the inside with priority. And he is now paddled and will lose priority and will finish in a fourth position. Kyle Tester will end up in third. Jacob Zake in second, winning that heat and taking a big win there was Hagen Johnson. We will take a short break. Well, we're going to make it a little longer this time. So stick around. We're going to have another heat underway very soon.
Dear mainland, aloha. Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
Welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, and we are here in Santa Cruz, California. Steamer Lane is the venue, and heat number 9 is underway of the round of 96 as we are about 4.5 minutes in. Some scores: Sam Ridey, a 4.67. Trevor Berry, 3.10 and a 1.0. He's up and riding here. Or that might be blue. It's hard to see with the glare.
Yeah.
Hyper Freak, constructed with super light Techno Butter 3 and Recycle TB3X. Get your Hyper Freak at a dealer near you. As we see up and riding here, blue, Giuliano Uzueli. First wave for him. And it's a good one. Look at this thing, clean wall.
Yeah, that was a nice little wave. Looks like we have another Brazilian up and riding. And he was nicely tempoed on that wave, sitting there waiting for that wave to peak up. And you see right here now our conditions, P. Looks like that wind has changed a little bit.
Sam Righty.
Less than it was earlier.
Yeah, Sam Righty gets his second score in the books. Also Trevor Berry and Braden Kopeck from the USA. But we are going to get to hear from Hagen Johnson. He is down there on the beach. Take it away.
Okay, go.
We're here with our heat winner, Hagen Johnson. Hagen, how did it go out there for you?
It went pretty good. Really slow start, I mean, for everyone, but finally got that wave at the end, so I'm just super stoked.
Are you going to be sticking to the same strategy out there or switching it up?
Probably the same strategy. I mean, I love going into the air, but, I mean, if the wave's going to offer it, the wave's going to offer it, so I'm stoked.
Well, awesome. Congratulations. Looking forward to seeing more of you. Is there anyone you'd like to say hi to back home?
Just friends, family, my board shaper room there, and, yeah, super stoked.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eden. That is Eden Edwards, local surfer here. Tony, that was Hagen Johnson, who just put together that last heat. Went to the air. Hey, it worked for him. Don't go away from that, because especially if it works for you. So Hagen Kelly taking the heat win. Or Hagen Johnson, sorry. Different. Hagen Kelly's a different guy. Up and riding here, this is Sam Righty. This was the replay of the 4.70. Already has a 4.67 and now added the 4.7. Also, nice set. We haven't had a nice clean set like this since that last heat. Really, there was only one other set.
You know, that can make you nervous too, Pete. If you've been watching for a while and you haven't been able to see the heats before you have any sets, and then a set comes and you're in position, you have priority, it can be a little nervy. But these are nice little replays right here. You see the boys getting into their wax right here, first couple waves of the heat. As soon as everybody catches their second and third wave, or third wave, or have two scoring waves, we'll have a better idea of this heat right now. But it looks like Sam Reed right now with a couple of nice fours is in the lead.
That was so Sam Righty with that was a 3.4. Yeah, was the wave previous. This is his last wave, which was a 4.7. So the first wave you saw on that replay was the 4.67. That one there was the 4.7. One other surfer has three waves. Trevor Berry.
Yeah.
Had a 3.10 on his first wave, a 1.9 on the second. A good score there for Giuliano, though, a 4.33. So right there, again, battle of the fours, kind of what we saw in the heat previous.
You know, that makes it challenging for the judges, Pete, when you see a lot of very similar scores. But what it does is allows the surfer to really stand out when a really excellent wave does come in or a breakthrough wave does come in. It makes it definitive. This is, an excellent score. So right now these guys are sort of even trying to increase their average scores or just even having an average score above a 5. But the judges right now have seen an average score of 4.7 from Reedy. Is that how you say his last name?
Yeah, we'll call him that. Reedy, Righty.
I love all these new names, Pete, because I'm a full groupie of the sport and love seeing all these new names. I haven't heard any of these names before, but I'm sure they'll be around for a while and be the future of American surfing.
Well, your red jerseys generally are surfers that are highest seeded within the round. So those are names that have been competing probably a bit longer than the rest of the crew that are involved in it. But ultimately, those are your top seeds. So Righty has been around, is experienced, has been putting himself right there in contention to try and find that top 8 position.
So out of curiosity, Pete, how do you qualify for the qualifying series? Is there an amateur series that you go through to allow yourself to qualify for this, or are you cherry picked, or how does it work?
For the most part, what you need to do is sign up for events early, and ultimately, hopefully, what happens is that there's enough events that not every surfer has to go to every single event. So ultimately, all those spots, so it frees up spaces. I mean, but there's a lot of events that don't quite have the same. I mean, for example, you would say the event over on the East Coast after the what is the Virginia Beach contest called? It's the Vans Pro. Vans Pro. That's a big event. That's going to get a lot of the surfers there. But a week after that, there is one on the Outer Banks, Jeanette's Pier. That one is a 1,000. Probably not as many surfers are going to compete in it, so you can get yourself a start in those events. But ultimately, you just got to enter, and hopefully you'll get your turn. or an event sponsorship. As we watch Red here, good ricochet here is carrying some speed very, very well for riding.
Unfortunately, not able to get out into that green face, but yeah, he had some speed going.
Here's Kopak.
Kopak right over that table rock section, gliding, little floater, and again coming from behind, which at the lane sometimes can be really good. Coming from behind, you're able to get a little steeper section, but unfortunately that wave closing out right there. Looks like the tide too, Pete, relatively the same as it was this morning. They say it's going to move only about a foot, so it's going to be a relatively high low and then a low high today. 10, 20-minute heats. These guys are realizing too that last couple of heats, eight points has gotten out of these heats. So these guys are hustling out there, trying to get anything on the board, and then really trying to then play with priority towards the end of the heat. As you can see right now, up and riding. This is Red. This is righty.
The replay of that last one. Good speed carried on this wave.
And then just comes up a little late towards the end section.
It literally goes from a 9:49 this morning, a low tide, a 3.5, right? Goes to a 4.0. High tide at 2:18. So literally it's
6 inches.
half a foot.
Yeah,
half a foot. 6 inches of tide change. Now we start to see that little ripple effect. That is a wind shift. It's now going to go to that northwest direction, which will be very, very good for cleaning the conditions up here. As soon as we start to see that wind start to blow from that direction, that easterly chop will move away. See, now it's coming from the right of your screen to the left rather than the opposite, which we saw this morning.
Yep. It is in transition as we speak.
Yeah, it sure is. And so this is a good news for the rest of the day. It'll definitely help with conditions. Doesn't mean necessarily we're going to see more waves, though, because that is one of the things that, unfortunately, we need wind, but not locally. We need it to be done, hundreds of miles out to sea, if not thousands.
All right. Down to 8 minutes, 10 seconds now in this heat. This is heat number 9 around a 96. So.
Yeah, so Surfline's calling that there's a south swell out of the 221 right now today, which is 1.6 feet at 16 seconds. So that's kind of in the water.
Surf,
yeah, no, that's in the water. So there is some south sets that we're seeing here. So ultimately we're seeing a declining northwest swell and an increasing south swell.
That's cool.
Up and riding. Looks like that would be Barry, right?
Yep.
Trying to get a color there. It's really challenging to see with the glare. That would be the regular footer there of Barry. Best wave yet for Barry. Trevor with going to improve on that 1.9, you'd have to say.
Yep.
Up and riding now, righty. So he is not going to sit back and wait for set waves. He's just going to find anything. Surfing really solid, though. Good speed that he's carrying through his transitions and turns. Wave choice, unfortunately, a little bit dreary, but ultimately the surfing's there.
Yeah, and I would do that 2 years ago before it was priority. I don't know if I could do it now, just catch some waves just to get into rhythm, get my form going. But with priority now, you have to come out and be banging right now. You can't just go out there and get a couple scraps to get your feet in your wax. Nowadays, you gotta start from the start. Look how clean, Pete, just within a couple of minutes, it's cleaned up.
Yeah.
Now, you've seen those flags in the back sort of directly changing from now right to left. That's a great sign, Pete, and we should have a really groomed up afternoon here.
Yeah, the conditions will definitely be better. We'll have to deal with the chop. I'm sure Sean Burns will be licking his chops as that happens. He's going to be coming up in heat number 12, local boy. We will finish this round of 16 heats. Rumor has it we'll stay in the men's divisions and go into the first 6 heats of the round of 64 unless that changes. Darren Brilhart been an instrumental part of the World Surf League's, regional tour. He runs events and has been a big time former competitor and former Cold Water Classic competitor as well.
This is exciting. If you're a young pro now, Pete, there is some hope. There was a couple of years there where there was very little pro surfing for mid-level pros. For us, we were really lucky. We had the Bud Pro Tour back when we were doing it, and early on in the qualifying series, California or America actually had more qualifying events than say anywhere in the world. So you did have a lot of people coming from Hawaii, Brazil, Australia to compete in our events, which bottlenecked all that talent into one association.
Yeah, basically it's the World Qualifying Series, which was really what it was about. Now it used to be where the World Qualifying Series was where, and there was events that were spread out all through the world at all different rankings. So ultimately, it was if you had enough money to get to all the big events, you would do that, and hopefully you make a few heats, and you might get onto the championship tour. But now, whole different facet. It started last year where we did the regional qualifications now. We saw that happen this year for graduating, and there's a lot of emphasis on the Challenger Series now, which is where you actually truly qualify for the championship tour. You've got 7 events on a tour schedule. We've got one more event coming up. We will solidify the top 10 moving into next year's championship tour. We're going to have some new faces, most likely. Right now, Callinan's in there, Fioravanti is in there, and Rio Waida, which will be a new face,
really rad.
Has guaranteed a spot going into next season. Back-to-back wins, gets himself 20,000 points, and that's enough.
Jeez.
So we'll see Rio, which is great for Indonesian surfing. He's a great, fun-loving guy. It'll be a great addition to the championship tour. But that means we have 7 more slots. So you got Ramsey Bookiam up there right now. You got Josh Yanka, who unfortunately had such a great start against some really good surfers. So, had some best scores, but wasn't able to make the cut at the mid-season cut. What do you think of the mid-season cut?
No, I'm not a fan for any of these new changes, Pete. You're
Really?
talking the wrong guy. Well,
I like it. Why, though? Tell me why.
As much as I don't like allocation of priority, I don't like jet skis taking people back out to the lineup.
Okay, look at you, are the old school.
Yeah, I sort of like it that way. But
right, I love it. It's good. Now we're all entitled to an opinion about it.
I came through that system, so I sort of liked it. Hey, the guy can't get out, and you can.
Yeah.
He doesn't get a score, and you do. You win. So it is a little different than. So now if you can't make it out, you get a ride. If you can't get priority, they give it to you. So it is sort of a different time.
Yeah, ocean. It takes away a little bit of that ocean knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Adam Replogle here. My name, Peter Mell.
Right on, guys.
Former winner. What year was your winner?
2002.
2002. One of your fondest memories.
What about yours, Pete? What about you?
97 would have been it, but it wasn't actually a cold water classic.
It was
a Bud Pro Surf Tour event, but ultimately it was at the same time frame, so we kind of get it grouped into it. It was called the Clarion Pro at the time or something, right? I won a stereo.
Yeah.
97. Rufo was in the final with me.
Yeah, exactly. I always like to bring Kieran Horn. He could have won it twice had he not thrown it away for that year when he signed Jordy Smith, but we won't talk about that. But I liked it. All the local guys have done really well here. We've kept this trophy in town for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Nat Young did it as a junior.
Chris Gallagher twice.
Chris Gallagher twice.
Rufo, the very first one, the Lighthouse Pro. So
so we've been pretty lucky here locally. So that's given us a lot of hope. So just even having the opportunity to have O'Neill's bring this event back has given a lot of the locals hope. Guys like Sean Burns, probably arguably one of the best surfers in our town at the moment in the event. The Coffey brothers. It is a challenging time right now to be a pro surfer. There isn't very much money out there. So this is the time for them to potentially put their name out there and get some credibility within the events, and hopefully get some of those perks where you do get into the event, where your ranking is of high enough to really try to give a run for it, because we do have the talent here in Santa Cruz. Very similar to places like Hawaii, where you'll get people that develop maybe a little later. Obviously Hawaii, East Coast, you have little beach boys, that are prodigies at 12, but Santa Cruz has, shown over time that you can be, start coming into your own to your early 20s. Not everyone was say a pro surfer here because they did competition, but we had a lot of pro surfers that were aerialists, big wave riders like yourself, Pete, and people who took what they found is to be their niche and went to the next level. So this is a great, regardless of where you do in surfing, people like to challenge themselves under this type of format.
And don't forget the women. The women will be coming up. They've got a QS 1000, the round of 40. We've got locals involved in that as well, but also some of the best in the sport. Katie Simmers, a championship tour surfer. Matter of fact, she was surfing out there yesterday at a reef up the coast, and no shame, was all over it.
Was
Loved
she
surfing
out there too?
Yeah,
really?
She was charging it, bro. It was awesome.
Rad. Oh, that's insane. Like, she's in my top 5 right now, Pete. And I a couple years ago, I was able to watch her surf out here, and I just was a huge fan.
Blew your mind, right?
Yeah, her brother's a phenomenal surfer as well.
Yeah, he was out as well.
And was just blown away at her. Speaking of nonchalant, look at this set, Pete. We're finally starting to see some waves out here.
Well, thank goodness, right? I mean,
45
unfortunately,
seconds
we're going to see a left being ridden into the point. That's actually pretty far away, but hey, one maneuver, pulls it down, kind of a steep section. Hey, got to make it happen. Trying to better a 3.87. I would say it's probably going to be right in that same range.
Here's another heat, though, Pete. Under 10 points could win you this heat right now. A couple of 4s are winning it.
20 seconds left.
20 seconds left. Here's a nice-looking little wave. Let's see what he's able to do. Maybe some nerves. with this nice little wave, sort of foamy and frothy. Unfortunately, not able to get up to the lip on that one, but a nice little change. You can see sort of some, some body language there, Pete, that would show that he wasn't totally
So
excited.
Giuliano on that wave right there needed a 3.88.
Wow,
Had a 3.87, so he's literally, they're tied. Trevor Barry is sitting with 8.2.
Yeah.
Giuliano with 8.2 totals.
Oh,
but
yeah. Oh, there it goes.
It's in. The score for Giuliano, a 3.77, not enough.
Wow.
And Trevor Barry hangs on with the 5.10, the 3.10.
The highest wave of that.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
so
how you
that's-
break the tie. You go to the highest wave. We've got more on the way here from the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. We're going to have heat number 10 coming up very shortly. The O'Neill Coldwater Classic, the blueprint. Jack O'Neill often said the ocean is alive and we've got to take care of it. It is with that ethos in mind that in 2021 O'Neill launched the Blueprint series. To pay homage to the sentiment near and dear to our founder's heart, O'Neill's Blueprint range offers mind-boggling minimal seams, flexibility, and warmth, and also has Techno Butter 4. Got a new heat underway here, and this is heat number 10. Dylan Horde, the youngster who has had some success here, actually won last year's Freak Show, won the expression session.
Wow, that's cool.
So Dylan Horde does know how to go above the lip. He liked the left when he did that one. Ben Wingate, he'll be in the blue. And Dr. Greg Cartmill, which is Dr. Greg. He's competing in the white jersey. Also Jack Zoltan, he's in the green. So another great heat. Let's hope that the waves arrive to the lineup. We've got northwest winds starting to blow, which is going to improve the conditions on this lineup. Just hoping that we get that south swell to kind of fill in and keep us alive, and also that northwest to give us a few more sets.
God, really, we have a doctorate.
Doctor's in
We've
there.
got a doctorate. That is awesome. He's got to be twice these young men's age, huh?
He's
Takes
on the
about
older
10 or
side,
12
but hey,
10 or
why not?
12 years to get in there. But yeah, that is incredibly cool. Dr. G out there in the white jersey. You see right there, nice long lines, Pete. I think that's that underlying south swell that's pushing in. Sort of moving from left to right.
That's exactly it. So you start to see the direction, and this is kind of more of that southwest direction. It'll push onto the point, stretch out the lines. What it does do is it kind of closes out the slot too,
yeah,
right?
It certainly does.
So being aware of that and understanding that, but ultimately it's nice to have that little swell here, because this is a focus point. You know, in the summertime, you get a nice small south swell with some interval, it's going to produce waves off the point here.
Certainly, yeah. You'll see a 2 at 17. It'll be all of 6 feet out there, as you see right here. Those are just rulered closeouts right there. With that,
Next one looks like it has a line on it, though. Let's see if
It
someone can
does.
get in position.
you know, you want to be in position on the one side of the bump too. Unfortunately, this is late and way behind.
Yeah.
You know, the lane is pretty obvious.
But look at this.
Look at this on the
Off the
tail
corner.
end. Really far off the wave here. I mean, on the shoulder. Great looking section. Unfortunately, not able to get out there early enough to get a turnoff beat.
Opportunity gone to the wayside. No one really capitalizing here, but maybe. I'm going to eat my words as we see this is red. Dylan Horde on the backhand. Nice quick snap to start this one off. Big float. Can he get around the section again? Yes, he can. Dylan Horde. This has got to be beautiful for him. Again, explosive backhand hook and a finish. What a way to start for Dylan Horde.
Who does he surf like, Pete?
He's a good friend with John Mel.
Good.
But I don't know, who's the backhand? Who are you calling?
He was I'm gonna have to remember his name. He's not on. He's a shredder here. We'll watch it again.
So you're talking Matt Wilkinson?
Yeah, Wilco.
That's right. I
It's
just saw the
Wilco.
shades of it right there.
Yeah, it's Wilco.
It is, huh?
Yeah,
The
this
hair
is-
helps too.
And that opened up bottom turn where his arms are out pretty wide, as you see right there is a Wilco turn.
Big time.
Nice.
And that kind of a
and that
tilt.
release is exactly him as well. So, hey, well-constructed way. I hate to say he's a stamp-alike, but boy, this guy's been studying some Wilco.
6.33 for
Great
Dylan
wave.
Horde to start this one off in the first 5 minutes. That's exactly what he needs to do. Finds another one of those. He's going to get himself a heat advancement.
That's been the best start I've seen yet, Pete, right there.
Yeah,
for
even
sure.
the local boys had to work and wait, didn't
Yep.
they? You know, that
Well-
was the first set that we saw. There was several waves that happened before that.
Yep.
That he didn't pull the trigger on. So getting himself in perfect position for that little south line. I love seeing it. You can see the distinct difference. What happens is on a northwest, you'll actually see it kind of split, right?
Yeah.
Some will move over to the peak, and then the other ones will kind of come back at the point. That one was a full straight line all the way across, which means that's from the southern hemisphere. That is from a very long ways away. And making it here to the lineup. And again, this place, because of the fact that it sits where it sits in the coastline, it just is a focal point for swell.
Yeah.
Okay, there's another set of south right here coming. You can just see it's a pretty distinct difference as it moves from the left of your screen to the right.
Moves up into the cove, too,
Yeah.
above the point of the lane. So sometimes you'll see the primary focus of energy going up and absorbing into the cliff. Usually that's a pretty good indication that we want to go north to go surfing.
Yeah. So true. Again, another nice southerly angled set here. See if these surfers can put themselves in the right spot. It is, you know, a bit of a challenge if you think about it too, is just seeing that you have two different swell directions kind of heading into the lineup. There's another one of those kind of shut down.
See those warbles too coming across the face, coming from right to left off the cliff. You see these two bumps right there. You want to get in front of that wedge. You see the surfer paddling. If he was able to get just a little over to the left, you see that wedge
Put
going
yourself
underneath
right-
him.
Yeah, that's the gas pedal. It
Yeah,
really
it's a cannonball right there. That thing will get you moving.
Quickly, Dylan was able to pick up a .33. Hopefully won't be carrying that into the final minutes of this heat. Still waiting for Dr. Greg to get his first wave. Well, we had touched on some of the women that are competing here, but locally, Ashley Held, the Dial-A-Bomb. She's one of the surfers that knows how to find set waves. She'll be competing. Autumn Hayes, O'Neill team rider, who
Great
is a top seed. She'll be in heat number 6. You know, like I said, Caitlin Simmons, you know, O'Neill team rider, who is participating. Some of the top seeds, Kira Pinkerton. Leilani McGonigal will be competing here. So we're going to see the women come into competition probably tomorrow, if not the next day. But let's head down and hear from the winner of that last heat, Sam Ridey. Take it away, Eden.
We're here with Sam Reddy, the winner of the last heat. How'd you go out there, Sam? How'd you deal with the bump?
It was a little tricky, but I had a blast out there. Being out there with only 3 guys out was really amazing. Being able to catch as many waves as I wanted. I was just trying to scramble and catch everything I could, so I was having a blast.
That's awesome. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you in more heats later. Still surfing with less people. Anybody you want to say hi to back home?
I'd like to say hi to my mom and dad and my Nana who's watching back at home. Really love you guys, and hopefully I can move on to the next round after round 2.
Well, awesome. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eden. And I've got a Nana, too. She's passed away, unfortunately, but my grandma was Nana.
I had a Nana as well.
Yeah. There's a
Hey.
lot of Nanas probably, huh?
Yeah, I believe so.
Hi, Nana.
Hi, Nana, up there. You see, he went out there with an intention to catch a lot of waves. He knew exactly it was going to be slow out there. He did a great job. Ridey was actually in tune and was able to catch some great little waves.
And he carried good speed. He was able to read the bump, read those certain types of waves that he had to catch that are going to give him the momentum. So well done for Sam Ridey. He's moving on into the round of 64. I would say that he won't be competing in the round of 64 today. He'll be probably up in the morning if we run competition. We'll see what the swell has to offer us going into tomorrow. Although if I see a few more of those southerly angled sets, we probably will be underway tomorrow.
Yeah. I looked at the forecast, Pete. It looked like they were going to have swell, you know, throughout the week until Saturday. Maybe some low ebbs of swell, so they'll probably maybe surf around the tide a little bit.
Especially towards the weekend when it
Yeah.
starts to get a bit of a difference between the tides. We have a bigger coefficient heading into that weekend, especially in the mornings. Those higher tides in the mornings are going to be pretty high, almost 5 feet. And that definitely will
Sort of drowns it out, yeah.
Well, I mean, the wave quality is probably still pretty good. It's just not as many, right? So you want to
Exactly.
be able to have enough waves for all 4 competitors to pick up 2 waves. So you at least have to have 8 waves breaking, within that 20-minute period. We will be moving to probably 25 minutes into the round of 64, which is good news.
Yeah, I heard that.
Let's see what we see here. Dylan making a move to the inside. He is sitting with no priority, so he's got to be careful here. A paddle, but it looked like that might have been a paddle, and could be
a change.
Yeah, we'll see. Was that white? I don't think there was a full concerted effort there. I don't know. Well, here we got another paddle.
This is another closeout.
Well, Dr. G, was he the white color there? Yeah.
No.
No?
Looks like Dr. G is sitting out to the far left here.
Oh, gotcha. You're right. So that will be the blue jersey.
These guys are just screwing with each other, Pete, right now. They are. They're screwing. No, they're screwing with each other. They're just trying to put something on the board right now, and they're looking at waves that probably shouldn't be looking at, which usually happens if you're starved.
Dylan turning here on a smaller little one, quickly up and out. Another point something to add to the score line, or maybe not.
You know, we usually talk to the screen, Pete. We're going to do that. We're going to talk to the screen. You can see it's flat right here. But when I look out of the corner of my eye, which I shouldn't talk about, middle peak is 4 to 5 feet right now, and wave after wave. So obviously low scores in comparison to some of the scores off the point. But right now, for all intent and purposes, not a bad plan as far as a backup plan.
Yeah, you speak about it, you shall receive. This is middle peak zone, right? So it is. It's a full head-high wave, glassy conditions, but nobody over there.
No one's over there.
For this set. It's tough to make a call to go sit over there, but
I would never have somebody paddle from right to left from the point to the peak. You know, if you've seen
can't do it, right?
Well, you just waste time. It's just not smart. But for right now, and then watching the last couple of heats with guys winning with 8 points and advancing with 8 points, not a bad place to go if you're stuck in third priority without very many waves coming.
Up and riding here. Jersey color looks like blue. Ben Wingate. And Ben up and over goes down for the finish move. So not going to be a real significant number for Ben.
Yeah, just chasing there, unfortunately. But even that little wave that went unridden right there, Pete, if someone were to be sitting right along the cliff, and you notice that type of wave, it has plenty of opportunity, sort of small, but it has plenty of opportunity right now. As we see the replay right now on the inside. Unfortunately, gets caught behind that first section, Pete. Doesn't throw it up here on the second section, and throws up a late one on the third. So going to want to get back to the drawing board and find a wave that actually allows him a little more opportunity. Easier said than done. I love armchair surfing up here. It's really
that's our job, though.
Yeah, but I mean, I really do know how much pressure that these guys are under. I mean, I got nervous just even coming here today, just because it was a contest. I'm not even competing, so I couldn't imagine how these guys' nerves are. You know.
Well, and you think about the legacy that this event carries as well, right? It's it's one of those types of events that you know, there's a ton of heritage from the 80s through the 90s. It was in its heyday, so it's got that kind of atmosphere that's carried it. And you put it as a venue. You think about the fact that it's just this natural amphitheater.
Totally.
So you're within, you're in the auditorium. The spotlight's on as we watch a nice wave ridden there. That was a smaller wave, but ultimately got some work done.
Yeah, and then, well, it looks like some sets out the back, but in the context of the heat right now, we only highest score right now is a 6, and everyone else is sitting on 1s or nothing. So it looks like that is going to be a great little score as we see outside. Could be eclipsed by a bigger wave here, as you see. Unfortunately, looks like the surfer turning around a little early. Let's see if he's able to get out there. He does.
Horde. Dylan looking for a second number here. And that patience is paid off, because look at this. Oh, getting too loose, getting too high up in the lip. An unfortunate error for Dylan Horde. That was the opportunity. That was a nail right there, and he just slipped and bent it.
He did, but he's still got a turn off. So
well,
I mean,
he's got his tool belt on. Whip out that straight nail and get back to it.
But he actually going to put a score up there.
It will go into his top 2, right?
Well, he's only got 1, so yeah, it'll definitely score. But you know, I always say you want to go back and have that wave over again. He wants that wave over again right now.
100%.
And this is an opportunity to learn. As you can see, the young man setting up this nice little wave. Nice little setup, carve back into the pocket. The wave steepens up here. Nice blast. See all the spray connected well with the lip. Nice bottom turn again. Just sort of pushing a little late out the top, or pushing his fins a little further out than
Wanted
he
to
wanted
get loose, right?
Yeah.
The section was there. It was begging for it. He had the power coming off the bottom. Everything was there, but just a little bit too much pressure.
Yeah.
And goes out the back. So
yeah, as you see the crow's nest, and you talked about the natural amphitheater, Pete. This is, you're in a cove, you're surfing into a cove right here. And you can get instructions from your friend, your girlfriend, your mom right off the cliff.
you have your girlfriend calling waves for you?
You know,
next one. No, not that one.
I said go, not no. You know, but yeah, that's it. You know, everyone's sort of involved in these heats.
True.
You know, I remember years ago. There's this there's
another
sort of
set to middle
land.
peak.
Yeah, waves going off to the middle peak there.
Oh, look at there's someone there.
Looks like some water patrol down in there in the corner, making sure that no one's creeping up from the inside.
No, that's a surfer, right?
Oh, it is.
It
You're
is. That's
right,
a heat.
Pete.
Yeah, no, someone went over there. Look at this thing.
Smart. That could be a really, really.
Oh my goodness.
This one could have some opportunity. Let's see. Nice bottom turn. Ugh. That was painful. I'm sure he wants to do that one again.
Okay, so there's a point where the judging stops, and I think it's right about here. You know, you get past the judges, and all this stuff here is not getting scored, unfortunately, because judges can't see it. So it won't be scored. That's just how things are. But nice audible move, though, for Jack Zoltan. I mean, considering how slow it was, he was outside of the priority, moved over to middle peak, saw that there was something down there, and made that adjustment.
Totally. I thought strategically that was a really smart move, and the wave came. He executed it nicely. Unfortunately, gets a little hung up here, Pete. Like to see him go a little more lateral off the bottom right there instead of going all the way to the bottom. If
Right,
he would have
you
stayed a little
mentioned that.
mid-face, stay a little more mid-face and get up into the top, you have way more speed. But recovered nicely off that second wrap right there. Here's where the wave actually starts to get good, but as you mentioned, goes out of sight of the judges and falls right there. He's going to save himself a little paddle. But look at the size of the wave, Pete. It's quite a couple feet bigger than what's off the
Oh,
point.
and you're right next to the judges, too. They're seeing this is right in their grill. Again, the two-stage cutty there was a bit of a missed opportunity because he had gone so deep off the bottom that you lose all of that speed because the transition of the wave is not as steep as up on the point. But a good audible move, good adjustment, gets himself an opportunity. He's going to get probably his best number.
Yeah.
And he's moving back out, and he's kind of sitting in a situation where there's the scores up on your screen. So Dylan gets a 3.93 for wave number 2. And Zoltan moves into second.
Yeah.
Now with a 3.83 and a 3.2. So Wingate, just the pair of ones, and we have yet to see Cartmel find a wave. But the move over there for Zoltan, good move. Is there any relation there to Zoltan Torkos? That's different.
It's a first name versus the last name. And I was thinking the same thing.
Well, we know Zoltan. He's the king of the kickflip.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It looks like we have a little conditions change, Pete.
Yeah, you think about the winds and watching it go northwest now, and that is good news. It'll keep things nice and pure through the inside here, especially as you move further into the cove. Right now we're still trying to get rid of that little east-southeast bump that we had, but look at the conditions through middle peak. Yeah. Those are northwest, right? So those swells are actually from the northwest, and I saw this the other night where the swells matured from that north-northwest direction, and as it moves closer to us, it goes in a more northerly angle, which really truly focuses on middle peak a lot more. So as the swell drops, that northwest is going to focus on middle peak, whereas the point is going to see that south swell, because literally middle peak doesn't break on a south swell.
Nope.
It just does not break. And look at this, another little chip, and it's going to be right there for Zoltan.
Zoltan again at middle peak. A great little read. Nice little blast off the top. Looks like he's a little more in form on this wave, Pete.
Well, the bottom turns are happening earlier, right?
Yeah.
He felt like that there was the brakes on the full deeper bottom turn off middle peak.
Yeah.
So a good adjustment there.
It was.
Zoltan, I think that's going to improve on the situation. Low score of a 3.2.
Yep.
Wow, look at that. And you can see the conditions and how smooth it is now with the swell or the wind moving to that northwest direction. But, you know, those south angled sets, which we saw early in the heat, focusing at the point. Now the northwest stuff focusing down at middle peak. So interesting play, you know, especially if you're coming up in the next heat or two, wondering what you're going to do. Because again, you're looking over the shoulder here. We are looking at the point, and if you could scroll back, get this the drone guy to come back and look at this set at middle peak. That ultimately will show you know, the focus of the swell is definitely the northwest angle hitting Middle Peak.
Yeah, you can tell right now the Saberjet Reef behind the lane there, behind that lighthouse, is picking up those north swells. But that wave also picks up the south swell. But you're seeing a lot of waves right now come from the north, scraping from right to left. But look at this south underlying wave.
They see surfers are seeing all those waves go to the peak.
Yeah, they're tripping.
Oh, and that's the thing.
And you don't want to do that, Pete.
No,
You do not want to paddle from the point to the peak.
I know.
There's 3 minutes right there, 2 or 3 minutes right there. You want to catch a wave from the point, come to the inside, paddle out to the channel towards the indicator, and then paddle out to the peak.
Because the moment you paddle away from the point,
a wave's coming, Murphy's Law. It's going to happen. And you're going to, if you're on the priority position and you've been trying to wait that out, you've actually sold yourself some time that you can't buy back.
And you lose priority. So that's one of the things about that priority is that even if you have it and you move away from the point,
you've lost it.
And you go over it, it's suspended, right? It goes to an X. So you are now basically like a non-priority heat. You're now in position. Heat's over. That is it. The 20 minutes is done and dusted. Dylan Horde will take the win with a 6.33 and a 3.93. And also getting through was Jack Zoltan, who is a low seed in this heat and in that green jersey. So golden opportunity to be able to gain some extra points and get some more starts going into the rest of the season. So they will head to a break real quick. We've got Heat 10 in the books and looking at Heat number 11 right around the corner.
Mainland, aloha. Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
And we're back at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, the 2022 edition. And conditions are holding. We've got two swells in the water, a southwest kind of filling in, a northwest on the way out. But that has made for a very challenging round of 96. This is Heat 11, though. Bo Rayner, your top seed. Tony Nunez, Wyatt Jeffers, and Kai Barton will round out this Heat number 11. 16 heats in this round of 96. Myself, Peter Mell, alongside Adam Replogle, and we are going to be calling the action through this whole week, so by the end you'll probably be sick of our voices.
I will too, Pete. I won't even talk for a week after this, but I'm excited to be here. Look at this heat, Pete. Looks like round of 96, Heat 11. The conditions have changed. I was out there earlier talking to some of the competitors, and they were talking about that bump, how bad the bump was. The bump's always there, right? But when we had that easterly wind, the bump was exacerbated. Looks like it's going away. The wind's turning a little more north. Tide is filling in about at 6 inches, so not much. Almost like a Hawaiian tide, where it just doesn't really change, but it changes enough for you to notice it.
Yeah, well, it changes definitely more. It feels like to me is the consistency within the waves. You know, and there will be some changes in the way that the wave looks. But ultimately, with a mid-tide kind of most of the time, that's the perfect tide, though. We just need the consistency to step up. We want to see those south sets coming. We want to see the northwest there. I love the challenge it's just going to give to these competitors, though, to find waves in this lineup.
Yeah, no doubt. It's really, really hard to surf out there. And
Bo Rayner.
Wow, nice little position turn right there for Bo. And a hack recovers, which could have been a near dig, but nice little turn right there. So nice couple of turns right there, Pete. Another wrap as he gets his campaign going. Within the first 3 minutes first 3 minutes of the heat, he's got to score.
Now on the backhand here. Gonna get myself the color as soon as it gets in on my screen there. Does that look like blue maybe for Nunez?
It does look like blue.
So Tony Nunez, wave number 1 for him, Bo Rayner. So a good exchange for these two surfers. Now priority will give those two surfers, whoever gets out there will be given 3rd priority, and then ultimately 4th priority. So the two surfers sitting out there right now are still sitting outside of priority. But we have the heat winner from that last one, Dylan Horde, looking like a little Matt Wilkinson. Go ahead, take it away, Dylan.
We're here with Dylan Horde, our heat winner. Dylan, you started off that heat pretty strong, 6.33. How did that make you feel? How'd that get you into the flow?
It definitely felt good, because after that I was like, all right, now I can just kind of have fun and look for another little backup, which I kind of like got stuck in the inside, like frothing after that. I was like, oh, I just wanted to get waves. But then I got up there and I got another good one. Unfortunately fell on it, but it worked as a backup, so I'll take it.
Awesome. We got Mike Morrissey back in production asking how your golf game is going.
I'm still not that good. I try.
All right. Thanks, Dylan. Looking forward to seeing you more. Back to you, Pete.
Thank you, Eden. And good job there, Dylan Horde, as you did. You took that heat win, and you might have been kicking yourself if that mistake had cost you, but it didn't. So you're learning from that one and moving on into the round of 64. Like I said, he was able to compete here last year at the O'Neill Freak Show, so he's been coming up this time of year. Good
cool.
friends with my son's crew. Great kid, Dylan Horde. So good to see him.
Where's
through.
Dylan from?
Down south, the Orange County area.
Right.
So yeah, he spends his time down there. He hangs out with the Nolan Raposa and Tyler Gunter, that whole OC crew.
Yeah. Just tons of talent down there.
Seal, right? Those are the guys. The Seal Beach. They tell you, oh yeah, there's no waves there, but they have waves. All right, let's see what we can do here. Looks like green. Looks like Kai Barton on the backhand.
Staying right up, really tight next to the whitewater there, Pete. That's where all the power of the wave is and the steepness of the wave. Unfortunately, right there, just sort of getting caught up in that one and falls.
What
Whoa,
was
what
that?
was that?
Pirouette for Jeffers.
Jeffers just doing a twister.
That was full ballerina.
That's probably a first for the cold water. I don't think I've seen that before in a heat, but that was pretty cool.
He got tangled up, is what it was.
Yeah.
Full tangled up, and the feet were together.
He was going into his bottom turn rotation and
just spun off.
Threw his foot around.
Spin out. All right, look at this. A little inside chinger here for Nunez on the backhand.
Nice.
First hit up off the top. This wave starts to flatten out. Does he stay with it? It may go low road, but probably not, so he'll kick out. So Nunez, just a quick one there. If you're to look back on a cold water classic time frame, do you remember an event that that sticks in your mind?
Well,
What
yeah.
year?
Well, I really like that year that Martin Potter won with Gerlach.
89.
Yeah, with Gerlach there. That was a great year. There was a bunch of them,
I was watching
the Archie year. Remember when it was Bud Tour days?
Yeah, that was actually my highlight. One of my highlights, because I ended up runner-up to Archie in that event.
Yeah, that was awesome. Oh, so you've got first, second before?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was my first final, though. And again, it wasn't a cold water classic at that time.
Right.
It was a Bud Surf Tour, but it was the same time of year, same style of wave, same competitor level, just not named cold water classic.
The year Nat Young won as a junior,
Yep.
I thought was a pretty massive thing for us. His win is our win, Pete. And he did it as a junior, and he was surfing exceptionally well. So that was a really
There was a couple turns in that
good
event that were so
so
world class. It literally put him as a world title contender.
Kieran Horn's win could have been back-to-back wins had he not thrown that second year. That was a pretty major year, I thought. And but of course, the Tom Kerr and Elko year was really what stands out in my mind the most of being the biggest, having the biggest impact as a cold water classic. Hot tubs and
there's there's some names that we don't remember. Like remember Bo Emerton, Todd Prestige, all
Todd
winners.
Miller won this thing. Whoa.
Todd Miller.
So Jeffrey's there on a unique-looking board. Jeffers, excuse me. Unique-looking little fish right there. But yeah, some of those odd years.
There's been, you think back, I was just trying to think of all the different winners from those lane events as the crew there enjoying the action. Gotta love it. this is a family trip too, right? This is the kind of event that, like, yeah, you know what? I'll go drive up there with you, right?
Yeah.
We saw Dino Andino's here with
Yeah.
Kolohe cruising solid. That's one of those things. I mean, I know that it's a trek that you're like, the whole family wants to go to, right?
Yeah.
They all want to enjoy it, especially if they're surfers.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, look at Middle Peak still has plenty of waves. Nobody out.
It won't be
Local
long.
guys are just chewing their nails, looking at these little soft rides going unridden. They're like, oh my gosh.
Well, and thank you to the, we have taken over the carp lot, which is generally right in front of Middle Peak. It's one of the best parking lots you could have. It's on the ocean side of the road here. As we see Red up and riding, Bo Rayner.
Bo did a great little job of waiting for that power. You see that? He sort of sat there and waited for a second. Unfortunately, that wave closing out. But yeah, this being the carp lot, you can't be under the age of 50 and be parking in this lot. If you are,
there's no spots available.
They're going to shoo you over to the Groovy Guy lot over there with all the Winnebagos.
It's funny that we actually name our lots.
Hey, Pete, the wind.
I was looking at, some of the forecast
variable.
in the winds is that it definitely was going to be variable. It was going to move around a bit. We definitely want it to be, as you move later in the day and it starts to kind of move through the afternoon and it starts to cool off, you're going to see it go northwest. But we will have these ebbs and flows. They're going to fight each other. This is a big bay. You've got, warmth and cold that are mixing, with the valleys and the mountains together. And sure enough, you're going to get variables.
Yeah.
So you got to adjust. Take it for what it is and enjoy it. This is Barton. 3.57 on the first wave, and good rhythm here. Can he get the finish? He does. Solid there for Barton.
Barton had a nice little flow on that wave, Pete. Wasn't like big exclamation marks all over the wave, but he had great little flow. He fit the turns in nicely.
Carried the speed well.
Yeah, his board looks nice and small to fit those tight little curves.
I will say that he'll move over Nunez most likely, as they'll only need a 3.04 to make the turn.
Yeah.
Halfway through this one, 9:40 to go.
Years ago, Pete, we would run these mock heats, and usually they were 5-minute heats, but now you probably do a 10-minute heat if heats are 25 or 30 minutes. But I remember trying to wrap up a heat in 10 minutes was really hard, to really reset yourself, go, okay, look. Because Jeffers right now is sitting with priority in fourth position, needs a 7.2. He doesn't need a massive couple scores to get back in this heat. Everyone's sitting on 4s and 3s. This is going unridden right now. Obviously, he has priority where the best waves are coming. But I would think that someone's going to start to bank on Middle Peak and just go over there and sit there.
Seems like it wouldn't be a bad call. You think it's just, a one-off kind of couple sets here, but it's been pretty darn consistent with this thing. And it comes down to, as well, is that northwest swell is focusing that angle that it's at right now. It's gone more north, which means it focuses more on the Middle Peak. It steers away from the slot. When it's northwest, it goes into the slot. But this is straight up Middle Peak, and it gets above 310 in degrees. It focuses itself on Middle Peak. And so, there's also the opportunity to go left at Middle Peak as well. There it is. There's a good, nice overview. That's that Middle Peak. You
That's
see
a
the
great
A-frame.
overview, yeah.
Yeah, see how there's that little triangle at the top there. So there's a left that goes into the cove, and then there's the ones that move away from it. There's the judging tower. So you see where the judging stops.
They can't look over their left anymore because it's gone.
Yeah, well, it's a blocked wall. So it's again, very clear, given by the beach marshal, all of the details. We've got suspended priority if you move away from the point. We've got, judging stops at this point. So all of that information is relayed to the surfers as they pick up their jerseys.
Yeah.
So they're well aware of the situation.
Yeah.
All right, little subtly angled set here. Deep,
Too deep.
though.
Too deep.
That's Jeffers on that fishier design.
Yeah,
Now,
unfortunately not getting out to that green section. That wave actually was pretty good.
a red. Looking at this one, this is Bo Rayner. Bo with the nice little ricochet of that first section and a little tail whip. Not able to rotate out of that one for Bo.
Yeah, Bo. He's sitting on a lowest score of a 3. So no, that's Nunez. Excuse me. No, I'm right. Bo is sitting on a 3.57. So trying to get out of it, trying to replace that score. 7 minutes remaining. It's still a lot of time left. You see some of the boys right here. Wow, this guy must be an aerialist. He's putting that way up there, huh?
Why not?
No one's doing that.
Gonna make sure that stuff's stuck.
That is some skimmer grip right there. This hats off to the skimmers. We got on our staff a couple skimmers that are, we won't tell them where they're going this
Looks like
afternoon.
a
There's
fresh
couple
tool
spots.
too, right? It's brand new.
I know.
Little EPS. You can see by the whiteness of it. Definitely an aerialist.
Yeah, you know, those boards are almost blue. They're so white. Beautiful little dog. It's a dog's life out there anyway, Pete.
It's so funny. I've had this cat kind of become a resident of my house.
Nice.
Just a little stray cat. Next thing you know, it's sleeping in your bed. You're like, what? How'd that happen?
You fed it.
Fed it. Exactly.
That's what you
and
did.
now the thing just, it's almost become annoying. It's a pretty darn cool cat,
Yeah.
but it definitely moved in. Pretty funny.
Yeah, watching the conditions sort of ebb and flow, Pete. It's like you were mentioning. It looks like, see those waves coming out the back. That's a beautiful little sight there.
Oh, that is cute, huh?
Yeah, it's right there at the.
Someone brought some flowers in. That's made
Tawny.
coffee.
Yeah, Hickenbottom. Right there. There's Blackie, Spenny.
Yeah, Desmond.
Desmond. Oh man,
Yeah,
I miss all those guys.
That was a crushing one from Des.
Yeah, it sure was, Pete.
Oh, there we go. A little southern angled one way up top of the point. Taking off late on it. Looks like Bo Rayner.
That wave didn't look like much, but it had that sort of downside wall that was bringing it in. Get a nice little push on it. Rayner's starting to identify those little waves. Great little release out of the tail. Nice blast. But unfortunately not able to ride out of that. But that's exactly what he wants to be doing. He sort of wants to break out of that. Well, wow, Pete.
6 foot set right there. It's Middle Peak.
Yeah, still going, you know.
It's a straight up cheeseburger over there, though. I will say that. I mean, you could get some scores, especially when you take off on like.
If you could take off in the center of that, either go right or left and blast it, and then do a huge wrap and do 4 or 5 more of those.
That's a score.
That's a score.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll back you on it.
But
especially with the consistency now, again, pushing over there. It's weird how you'll have moments in the tide where the focus tends to be, you know, wherever those sets are coming, they're going to focus to that zone. And definitely this last, 40 minutes?
Non-stop over there.
There's been opportunity there. So, again, competitors, if you're watching, and keep that chameleon eye over there on Middle Peak. But you got to commit one way or the other. That's the whole thing about it is you're not able to like go, oh yeah, I'm going to move in between the two. No,
not with 20-minute heats.
No.
There's not enough time.
No, I mean
if you're structuring your heat to catch 2, say, excellent waves, that has to be in transition of paddling back out. That you
or
would
a full commitment.
Or a full commitment. 100%.
Or a full commitment for the heat, right? Like a full commitment to Middle Peak and just go, you know what? I'm waiting for this set to come here because I've seen that they're coming.
Yep.
You know, even the mid-sized ones are probably actually the best waves at peak. Is a mid-sized set, you know, after 2 or 3 has gone by, and all of a sudden there's this one that loads up a little extra energy that moves in on the reef. Why not? Here we go, paddle. Bo Rayner. Up and out.
Oh, out. You know, another, I'd answer your question about earlier. Remember the year that Taylor Knox and Chris Brown were in the final?
Yep.
That was an exceptional year. It was like barreling out here.
Yep.
The indicator was just roping. I think Chris Brown might have lost that one. He might have not have been.
And Taylor took the win.
Taylor took the win. He might have won Pismo right after that as well. He was on a heater. But yeah, as soon as that Middle Peak opens up and is really consistent enough to get the scores, this place turns into almost like a Sunset Point type of layout where you can get scores at both spots. That wind is chowder. That is chowder, boys. That is bad top water right there.
And it's just a little subtle shift, right? It turned more west out of the wind coming.
You see those flags right there? We
Yeah.
face, I mean, an interesting thing is that 41st Avenue is north-south.
Yeah.
And so people don't realize that we face due south
Yeah.
on that side of town. And then obviously over here we're turned a little more. But if you look straight out, you'll see the tip of Monterey Bay. Or actually, you know.
Well, take your phone and look at the
compass.
compass.
Look at the compass, and it blasts straight out there. So if you think about it, we should actually get more south swells and southwest swells than we do northwest swells. We're tucked in here. It almost has to wrap around the whole body of land to get in here.
And I think that's why this wave specifically is kind of good, though, is the fact that we have a shallow spot, which is third reef, which actually
Sucks
steers.
in.
Yeah, it steers the waves in here. Here we go. One quick section there for Tony Nunez.
Nunez, he's sitting in third right now with 2 minutes left, needing a small score. So obviously he's getting pretty desperate, Pete. Yeah, he's really desperate right now. He needs a 4.65 to advance, and Jeffers needs a 7.21. With 2 minutes remaining, he's got his work cut out for him. But having that alternative spot over here and needing that score of a 4, I think it's doable in the middle peak, even if you don't have priority.
Well, it's almost better when you don't have priority, right? Because you're going over
it's
there.
It's not suspended, right?
And you're never actually going to have a surfer with priority when you go to middle peak because of the way it's set up right now.
Yeah.
It literally strategically, you put yourself over there, you're not going to have to deal with somebody. It's not like a guy in first place who has priority or
he
first
can't
priority.
Sandbag.
He can't go over and chase it. And as soon as that happens, you're getting suspended priority. So ultimately, you're giving yourself a great opportunity because now all of a sudden it changes the rules. It goes to a non-priority situation, which means closest to the peak. It is a peak situation there.
Oh, it's a peak,
center.
huh?
Yeah,
they're not considering this a right point.
Not at middle peak.
Well, no, but
it is a right point.
There's a point breaker.
It's going to be basically if it's a peak and there's say a predominant left that looks better and and the right you're deep, you're ultimately going to get position.
Yeah, yeah.
So it gives yourself a distinct advantage if you were to do that option. Here's Barton. Sorry, Nunez.
He needs that 4.
Looking for
6,
the 4.
7.
4.65. Now off the point. This is Kai Barton in second position, trying to better a 3.57. Last move here, important if you can get there.
Unfortunately, Pete, he got behind that warble.
So 30 seconds left, and up and riding. Wyatt Jeffers finally gets himself some open face. See what you can do here. Gliding through this section. Great wave.
Unbelievable wave.
So smooth, considering that there is not a lot of smooth face out here, so great wave choice there for Jeffers, but probably not going to be enough to turn the heat. Needed a 7.21. Here's your heat leader, Bo Rayner.
That's going to be Jeffers' best wave, though. As you see Bo up and riding, this wave just shouldering off. And there it goes, Pete. There's the countdown.
So was it enough from Nunez on the last wave at the peak? Nope, a 2.20. So Jeffers will get his best wave. Bo will get one last wave, but not going to change the results here. Bo Rayner will take the win. Kai Barton will finish in second. They'll move on into the round of 64. Coming up next, heat number 12, Kyan Yang, Isauro Alessandro, Sean Burns, and Hudson Saunders coming up. The O'Neill Coldwater Classic underway here at Steamer Lane in Santa Cruz, California. We're back. Gotta love it, as the Coldwater has been in hiatus. O'Neill's still running events, but now we are part of the World Surf League and up and riding. Isandro from Panama up against Kyan Yang, who will be your top seed in the red jersey. This is blue. Sean Burns will be the local boy in white. Up and riding. Here's Kyan Yang. Little turn off the top. Drift is the fins, stays with it. Good speed through this little smaller wave. Bit of a bobble there, but keeps it together. And this one starts to wrap, really hammering that last little inside section. All the way to the shoreline. Last little tag right in front of the judges. So good surfing there for Kyan Yang.
Wow, nice energy in that one.
Also in this heat, Hudson Saunders will be in the green jersey. So a full, well-rounded USA represented, as well as Panama. The last heat winner, actually, Kai Barton was able to slide into the number 1 position at the very end of that heat. So just an understanding there. We'll see him and probably get an interview with him. Just barely with that last wave was able to skirt over Bo Rayner. But we had touched on, we were just already going, yeah, it's going to be smooth. And all of a sudden, Mother Nature said, nope, we're going to keep this little variable winds and throw you off.
Keep you challenged. Yeah.
O'Neill Coldwater Classic has their gear. If you want to make sure you can get some, I see some jerseys there and O'Neill Coldwater Classic T-shirts with some art that is really fun to watch. Next level, Steamer Lane, Santa Cruz, California.
You know, that's done by Tim O'Neill's son, I believe, is the artist here. So the O'Neill family contributing to every part of this event.
That's
Usually
really
there's a couple of, I just saw one, Lucano O'Neill, Jack O'Neill's youngest son here today as well. So O'Neill name, family name, living proud. And we hear that name every day, don't we, Pete, on our street?
Yes, sure do. Yeah, and as of course we pay a lot of respect to it.
No doubt.
City of Santa Cruz, a big supporting sponsor here, so thank you to the city and for allowing us here. As we see the local boy, Sean Burns, who has been wearing several hats here at this event of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic and looks very fine form. It's not affecting him whatsoever as he has put on the pro surfer hat right here.
Dude, Sean Burns, awesome surfer. As you see, nice, that sharp eye he's riding right now, looking solid under his feet. But yeah, you said it, Pete, a couple different hats. And wow, this has been a nice set.
Alessandro late hit up there, pulls it down.
Nice.
Wow, competitive heat as we see. Look at this. This is another solid set on the point. Up and riding. And this is blue. That was Alessandro. So I was mistaken. That was Saunders, I think, on the wave previous.
This is why they're staying at the point, Pete. This is exactly why.
Most of the energy is there. It's going to give you those critical sections. It's not going to be as flat and fluffy as Middle Peak can be sometimes. But this looks like a more northwest angled, true northwest set that comes focusing more on the slot. And there's still those sets out there. You know, luckily, you know, this storm was produced pretty far away, so there was inconsistent moments. But Eden Edwards is down there hanging out, doing interviews, and she is with Kai Barton. Take it away, Eden.
We're here with our heat winner, Kai Barton. First time at the lane, first time in Santa Cruz. How'd it go for you out there?
Wow, it was really nice. Like, the waves were super fun, and it's just really special to surf with only 4 guys out there. It was really fun.
And how is it different than Virginia Beach?
Well, it's not a beach break. It's just a full-on point break, so it's super sick.
That's awesome. Well, you're killing it out there and looking forward to seeing you more. Back to you, Pete.
Thank you, Eden. And congratulations, Kai Barton. You know, coming from VB, a distinct difference, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, geez, weather, water, I mean, everything. You name it. It's black and white, you know, booties or no booties. We've done some competing back there, Pete. It's a lot of fun. But look at this nice little inside wave. Let's see what he's able to do on this one.
This was Alessandro's very first wave.
First one,
yeah, came in at a 3.33, smaller wave, but good surfing, good crisp rail lines, and kicks out.
Yeah. I think they like to see that, Pete. They don't like to see a bunch of water wrapping around your rail. Nice little hack right there. I like this down carb right here. Looked pretty nice and fun, but unfortunately lost his flow right there. Judges will take note on that, but recovers well and has a spicy couple little turns on the inside.
5.0 for Kai Yang.
I like that name, too. I mean, all these names are off the chain. Looks like this one is Sean Burns' replay right here. This has got to be the best wave of the heat.
8.0 for Sean Burns. Gone excellent. One of the few excellent waves we've seen today. So Sean Burns looking the goods as he is throwing water everywhere. Great technique, good rhythm, good speed, power, and flow. And that's why the judge is going excellent with this number.
Yeah. And that was just traditional surfing, Pete. I think that just shows the Groms what type of surfing they need to be doing. Look at these types of waves we're riding.
The Hudson Saunders here. Couple cars, but look at the wave quality on this one. Just a perfect little cup.
And then nice end section as well. So a couple of great waves right there.
6.67 for that one.
Yeah. In reflection, that was some nice scores in comparison to Sean Burns' 8. You see right here, a couple late jams.
Alessandro again. That's going to be better than the 3.33. We're waiting for one judge to solidify. There it is, a 4.67. So now Sean Burns with one wave, 8 points, has had him in the lead. Alessandro is going to be in second. Hudson Saunders with a
good
pretty
heat.
good score, 6.67, only needs a 1.33. Kyan Yang, who is also in contention here with the 5.0, so a very good
heat.
highly contested heat where all 4 competitors are looking pretty darn good. And, you know, you'd have to say that look at the strategy here from Sean Burns. He was able to get 4th priority, and now is sitting just outside the cut line for, you know, giving his priority up.
Yep.
I think that, you know, talking to the head judge in regards to that suspension of priority is that generally if you start to use that priority as a defensive move where you're going to kind of cover yourself, that's when you'll get it suspended, especially if you're chasing somebody over to middle peak. That's when you'll see that suspension happen. But ultimately, if you're sitting in that surf zone, you're giving yourself priority, you're going to keep it.
Yeah.
You know, unless you ultimately move completely away from it.
Yeah. Like you said a minute ago, this is a great heat, Pete. Both everybody's got to keep their score. If it's not their backup, their primary score. And so this is, to me, one of the best heats I've seen so far within the first, like, 8 minutes. It's been a really highly contested heat.
Well, and again, the waves kind of came to the party, right?
Yeah.
There was several opportunities early, and all of the surfers picking up, you know, at least a one good number.
Yeah.
Alessandro was able to pick up 2 waves, which are probably the lowest of all of the comparisons, but it has him in second. And now up and riding, looks like Saunders.
Nice little line on this wall, Pete. He's choosing great little maneuvers for the sections he's hitting.
There's the finish. So
Nice.
Saunders now backing up the 6.67, will move into most likely the lead. Doesn't need much to get there, you know, considering Sean only has that 1 wave.
Look at the arms on that young man. He looks like he's got the wingspan of Michael Phelps right there. You can see he's lean. And here's on the replay, he gets a nice little tag off the top. And again right there, so this Laguna Beach local showing us how to carve up a point break right now, Pete. I don't think they have many point breaks down at Laguna.
No, Brook Street ain't cutting it. That's you know, the closest thing you have to a point break. Rock Pile, maybe give it a little bit. Has some probably a little. Rock Pile can give you a little bouncy kind of thing going on, right? Am I giving away secret spots in Laguna? Sorry.
It's pretty, yeah, that's pretty classic. I remember Jack Denny had a spot down there.
Oh yeah, no, he loved that wave.
Well, look at by default here. Those guys don't want it. Now Sean Burns picking up a second wave without priority, does a nice little snap in the pocket. And just wrapping this wave to the inside. This is exactly what he needed to do following up his 8P. You don't want to sit there with an 8 for too long. You might start chewing off all your nails. But Sean was able to back it up. He's going to get, you know, a mid-range 4 or something, or maybe even a, you know, a low 5. But I think it's going to be in the 4 range. But that's exactly what he wanted to do to keep himself, you know, now he's basically sitting on a couple 6s.
I would say he is going to be, again, you know, you're looking at, what, 14 points? Probably more 15 points. So we're going to see probably one of the highest heat totals so far. And there's still 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, look at Saunders' last wave, too. I mean, he's surfed that wave great, Pete. So the young Laguna Beach local now bumped down into the second because he gets a, 5.6 Sean Burns. So, you know, the judge is always reflecting wave for wave. So they're
Comparisons.
Here they're constantly comparing. So that highest average wave, which was, you know, the 5 from Yang, that's what they looked at to get that just a little bit over for Sean Burns. So they had some scale there to work.
Bigger wave for Sean. You know, it was a bigger wave. It probably was taken off a little further down the line, whereas
some opportunity lost potentially on that.
Yang was up against the point a little bit. So, I mean, again, it's all comparisons, and that's what the best judges will do.
And they're human.
Yeah, true. This is absolutely true. That's why there's 5 of them there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Gotta be. Yeah, we have a lot of connections there with Laguna Beach. It's awesome that young man's doing well. But Sean Burns.
This is Yang trying to get himself. He likes that style of wave because he's picked up 2 of these waves that are right there hugging the point that have this little wedge effect.
Yep.
Nice.
I like that.
A little Haka worthy.
And he kept his speed going down the line. I thought that was a really nice maneuver and kept it going. Great.
Wow, he's going to need a 7.74, though, in order to turn this one. So ultimately, anything above the 5, which I feel like it's going to be just because of the dynamics of that one major move.
Yep.
Paddle here, up and riding, close out, kick out. That was Saunders.
That was Saunders, yeah. So, yeah, you're right, Pete. That 5 for Yang, and now they have the reflection of this next wave. So he got a couple tail releases, great little wave. It was sort of small. But usually if you shred it, the judges don't mind.
Alessandro here. Layback gaff. Sits off the bottom. Beautiful carve. Wraps it back. Whitewater on the face, and again, this time a little more loose, but can he pull it off? He does.
So, yeah, a little variety there.
Wow, this is a highly competitive heat. I mean, 617 going in for Yang. Not enough to turn the heat, but definitely brings down the scoreline that he needs to get the turn. 6.58 needed by Yang.
Yeah.
Alessandro is going to wait on this last one. I wonder if we're going to see this number go up here.
I'm curious, Pete. You know, this is Sean Burns, I believe, right here on the replays. This is his 5.6 he got to back up that 8. Didn't want to sit too long.
Yeah, you look at the drone angle, and it almost gave it a little bit more size.
I was going to say, it gave it a little more volume in the wave, but Sean was able to beat it up and finish it off nicely. So now he'll go back out there with, 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. He's still got plenty of time, and here's Yang.
And this was that wave that we saw off the point, very similar to his first wave, but improved the score line by getting into the 6s. That turn right there did it.
Yeah, I really like even this end turn. He was able to get back out to the open section and blast a little end section. So a great couple of turns right there for Yang.
This heat's pumping, by the way.
Yeah, it's pumping.
Look at this. Burnsy looking at this one. He is in that white jersey. Nice size set wave. And will we see something above an 8? Well, this looks like some opportunity. Setting it up.
Whoa.
Nope, didn't like it. Kicks out. That wave moved too far into the peak zone and shut down. So a good read for him as he kicks out. Not going to waste any time there. Look, he's just cruising.
You can tell, yeah, his tempo.
He's not forcing it by any means. He's definitely taking the time, cruising. And that, sometimes that's what you have to do. You match kind of what is happening in the lineup and match what your style, is asking for. He's definitely a cruisy human.
Totally. And you don't want to work too hard when you can't do anything about it anyway.
Right.
If there's waves coming, you got to punch under. You're not going to paddle hard and lose all your energy. Do
Got to save it for when you're riding the wave.
Exactly. I noticed that about guys from Newcastle, like Matt Hoy, Luke Egan. They surfed radical beach breaks all the time, right? And I would see them, they never paddled hard. And I'm like, why are you just thinking to myself, you guys don't, well, we're not going to make it out anyway, basically. We might as well just cruise.
Cruise until it
lets you out.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, Steamer Lane, usually you're competing against her. But out here you're competing against yourself, the competitors, and the contest. So right now it's a pretty stacked heat. I mean, Sean Burns right now is sitting on probably the highest point total of the day. And then obviously even the gentleman in fourth right now would potentially be winning, 2/3 of the heats that we've seen today, or at least getting through those.
Yeah,
heats.
they're all in double digits. We were
digits.
talking about 10 points being, kind of that borderline right now to make sure you're making heats. But this heat,
you need
significantly different.
You need 7s.
Yeah, so 5.9 for Alessandro's last wave, which is his best wave. So he's now made it so he's in contention with only needing a 6.84. 6.58 needed by Young.
Yeah.
Saunders holding it on with the pair of 6s.
Yeah.
Burnsy's, probably feeling pretty safe, but ultimately it doesn't, just the fact that he does have the best number, the 8.
Yeah. Well, Saunders to me has caught in 2 of the best waves. Sean Burns' wave, he surfed it better. But you watch the quality waves that Saunders has gotten. He's gotten a couple of great rides. And so to me, it comes down to all these guys surf really, really well. It's just catching these waves and then being able to perform once you catch them. This being in Sean Burns' backyard does give him an advantage, heavily. Just even by the way you can tell what he's looking at. But right now, yeah, these guys are giving him a run for his money for sure. He's going to have to get rid of that 5.6, I think, if he really wants to feel safe in the first position. But I'm pretty safe in saying that he's going to qualify through this heat.
And up and riding now. That looks like Alessandro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this glare is terrible, folks. So we're all going strictly by style.
Yeah, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
And now it's Young.
Young. Nice.
This one a little bigger wave, but same style. He got that little cup, huh? He likes this style of wave.
This young man has surfed a great heat.
Even if he doesn't get the cup, I mean, man, he put everything into it. Again, 6.58 needed for Young on that last wave. Is that his best wave? Burnsy up also. So we missed the outside section for Burns on this one.
Yep.
So hopefully he got some work done there to improve on the 5.6. Strategically, that's exactly what he needs to do. Is if you're going to take off on a wave out there, you got to make sure that you get a better than your next score. So see where that one comes in for Sean Burns. But again, highly competitive heat, lots of sets, lots of opportunity for all 4 competitors.
Next heat will be flat for sure. Yeah, Sean Burns right there, sitting on the highest point total of the day. That is a great couple of scores for Sean. And you see the overview right there, the lane, beautiful. lighthouse right there. Is also a surf museum. Go in there and check some stuff out.
All right, so replays here. This was the Alessandro who is sitting in that 4th position, looking for a 6.84. Is this you think enough there, Adam? No.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm kind of no. Just there's just.
I thought this was Yang actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was Yang. It is Yang. Look at red. See, finally I can see it through the glare. I should have known by the style. So ultimately, was it the 6.58? And it looks like it could very well be.
Yeah, and here's the start of Sean Burns' wave. So he's needs to increase off his his 5.6. You know, with just a couple of wraps, I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably not going to change anything there for Burnsy, but Yang looks like he could turn the heat as we see Burnsy up and riding again, going for the frontside air reverse. A little frontside grab to tail reverse. Will this score better than the 5.6? Definitely trying to utilize the criteria in a different way.
Yeah, he's getting the judges thinking for sure. Now it looks like here we got our blue now, Pete. Unfortunately,
it's Aro.
Yep. He's got that layback down. He's definitely throwing that layback wherever he wants.
Yang turns it.
Did he?
7.0.
Oh, wow.
So 6.17, 7.0. Yang comes from behind to take over Saunders, who had a great heat. It was on really good waves.
Saunders has been on incredibly good waves, man. Incredibly good waves. And surfed him really, really well. So
I will say,
I think anybody who comes in from this heat that doesn't make it should pull their head up high. They surfed a great little heat and surfed really, really well.
Priorities with Saunders right now. Minute 20 to go. There is some bumps, as you can see on your screen. So see if Saunders can put himself in position. Needs a 6.51. Has been sitting in advancing spot throughout most of this heat.
Yep.
And now bumped down to 3rd. That is, that critical sound, the beach commentary, letting you know exactly what's happening, what scores you need in order to turn the heat. So that adds a little stress. I know that over the years, the computer scoring wasn't something that we were used to in the very early days of competing, but now it's standard issue. So ultimately, you can
know where you stand. Yeah.
And you strategically can make moves, and it also adds stress because you used to just be able to go out there and just go, hey, I got 20 minutes, I'm going to catch the best waves, and you find out how you did at the end, right? But now it's happening in real time. Which
we had to pay attention more. Yeah, we had to watch our competitors a little more.
Yeah.
Where now I'm watching guys not watch their competitor.
Yeah.
They're just worried about themselves. As you see, 28 seconds remaining. We're down to the last seconds of this round of 96, heat 12. But it is the most highly contested heat that we've been able to broadcast today, Pete. And I'm really stoked for these young men.
Yeah, it's good. Well. I mean, it's not like the conditions were awesome, and just a lot more waves, a lot more opportunities. So Burnsy did improve with a 5.87 on that last one, so they liked little air reverse.
Yep.
As I mentioned before, Yang was able to get himself into 2nd place at the back end of this heat, so congratulations to him. Highly competitive, really fun heat to call.
It certainly was.
Well, that's going to do it. So unofficially, Sean Burns and Kyan Yang will be holding on. Unfortunately for Saunders, he's going to have to hit back to rock pile. But ultimately, hopes he can enjoy some of the waves around town because it is going to be exceptional all week long. Great conditions. And I hope you're enjoying the show here at the Coldwater Classic. We'll be right back. A wave of refreshment Kona Brewing Company, our supporting sponsors. So big thank you to Kona Brewing. Big Wave Ale. Got to make sure you get your Big Wave on. Kona Brewing.
Nice.
Heat number 13 underway here, the round of 96. 18 minutes already. And this is it. Luke Weiler. He'll be in the red. He has been hanging out with John Mel. They're staying together. Iago Ramos. Jared Brandon Goch, who would be in the white. He's up and riding just with a .50. And then Quade Farian. And these are all names I've never seen surf except for Luke Weiler.
Wow, look at the conditions, Pete, just changed just now.
Oh, back to butter. Techno butter.
This is well said, Pete. We're playing on words here. But, yeah, just noticing all this line of sponsorship here, Pete. It looks like we got a great group of supporters here today.
Yep, New Leaf, Guayaki, West Peak, new sparkling spirits there. And good friends there working over there, local, West Peak. And then, of course, our in-kind sponsors, Verve, bringing us some coffee, Dream Inn, and the Cruise.io Internet crew. Thank you. Hoping to grow it. So if you're interested, yeah, Guayaki. Yeah, you got yourself, it's good stuff.
Yeah,
good.
It is.
So you look.
Looking at the
that's right there.
Here?
That's right above the cliff. That's an overview. You can come down here on site if you're watching nearby. So we watch white here. Jared Brandon Gog. I hope I'm not butchering your last name there, Jared.
Oh, that's a nice little wave.
There we go. Pumping down the line. Weiler. What's he got for us? Little hooking snap. And out of there. So quickly up and out. That was blue. Iago Ramos already has a 4.5. Waiting for wave
another Iago.
Yeah.
Stoked. I love those names.
Iago Ramos from Brazil. So, okay, so we're going to have some Brazilians that are hanging out in this region. Just because they have Brazil next to their name is generally saying that what country they're from, but they can actually
live here too.
Live here and surf for the North American region. We do have a few Brazilians that are doing that. One of the surfers that is going to be coming up in the round of 64, some name that you would actually really know, David DeCarmo, who is actually living in California and competing for the North American region, trying to take some of those points and become a qualified surfer from the North American region. So ultimately, it is where you live. You can't just like swap regions. You know, you have to like take your time. You have to put your time in, and be a resident of a certain time. But ultimately, if you're waiting for that transition period to happen, you have to surf your other region. As I see Weiler up now.
Wow, this is like he's right in front of the bump, Pete. He's got a great little catapulting section here. It's hucking him down the line. Great wrap into the power. Goes way down to the bottom. Let's see he's able to do it here. Nice little release. Unfortunately, his foot comes off, but he's able to recover, Pete.
Yeah, the recovery's there.
They probably sort of...
Yeah, they dock you.
They dock you.
Yeah, it's a bit of a control issue there. But now, is that looks like green. That's Farian. Quade. Oh, look at this. All of a sudden, it's back on again.
Whoa.
Ramos.
Wow, I really like that. Sustained bottom turn there for a while, Pete. Another hack. So, yeah, looks like the conditions again. Last heat was a ringer.
So crazy. It almost feels like every heat's a different day.
It has been. With those variable winds, you could look at it and go, yeah, that's not today.
Oh, no, it's south swell.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's northwest. Oh, wait, it's south wind. Oh, no, wait, it's northwest. So Quade's going to see his first wave there. Also Luke Weiler's second wave, which are going to be probably pretty good ones.
Mm-hmm. Look at these lines, too. Hey, could you argue that Brazil's, that the South American region is harder? Therefore, you would say somebody coming up here is actually strategically putting them in a pool that isn't as hard, therefore
maybe
opportunity there.
Maybe.
I remember years ago.
I mean, it's just a matter of, like, if you're going to be making that move, that, I mean, I would say that the amount of money it takes to live in Brazil is probably a lot less than it is to be living here and doing this. So there is a take and give and take with that.
Yeah, as you see a replay right here, you see the conditions have just buttered up, Pete. It looks really, really nice out there. Getting consecutive turns all the way to the beach, and this is.
I want to say
Jared,
that's Jared, yeah. And then now this is Weiler. This is a replay of that last one. Still waiting on this score, actually.
Yeah, I like that first turn and that wrap into the power. Sort of loses a little time right there, but able to recover from that slip. As you had said, the judges most likely have taken note of that little stutter step. Years ago, a recovery wasn't even looked at. You could flapjack and they thought you were on a near make, but This is a beautiful looking wave here, Pete.
That's it, right? I mean, and I will say that what's happening here is that this is the review for the judges, right? So ultimately, they don't have their own replay, which generally you'll see. This is a lower ranked event, so you're not going to get it. So this is actually an opportunity for them to rewatch some of these waves. He sits off the bottom there for blue. That was Iago Ramos. You had mentioned about that bottom turn, but that's it. Sitting off the bottom there and waiting for the timing to happen and keeping the speed up, that's what that compression does for you.
Yeah, and you can tell he was pretty stoked on that wave.
Well, scores are going to be trickling in here, waiting on Iago's last, which we just saw, a 5.73. So Iago goes back to the lead, had the 4.5 early, backs with the 5.73. Quaid comes in with a 5.5, so that's a good number there. That's going to be the second highest number of the heat. Luke Weiler had a 5.23 on the last wave, which means backed up with the 2.27 has second position. So we got a battle on our hands, though, I will say that. But with that, Sean Burns is down there with Eden Edwards. Interesting dynamic here. Sean Burns, he actually helps out Eden Edwards. So, but now, hit those hard questions, Eden.
We're here with Sean Burns, our heat winner. Sean, this is your second cold water?
Yeah, hasn't happened in 7 years, so I've only done one other one. Besides, I did the Invitational Cold Water Classic, which was a specialty event. But yeah, feels good to be back.
How's it feel to be doing work behind the scenes as well as competing in the contest?
It's good. It's cool to see the whole other behind the scenes of it, and really puts it in perspective of being a competitor. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, so thank you to everyone that's putting on this event, all the staff and crew. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, well, you're doing amazing. Looking forward to seeing you more. And back to you, Pete.
Yeah, thank you, Eden. And you know what? I will say thank you to Sean Burns, because a lot of the reason why we have this Cold Water Classic back is because of Sean Burns. So stoked to have him, and what a performance. So doing double, triple, quadruple duty, and it's okay. Keep yourself busy, right? You're going to do the right thing.
Yeah, I think Kieran Horn did the same thing one year.
Yeah, no, I've done it.
Were you
triple duties?
Yeah, you're directing and surfing. You see up here.
Doing webcast and surfing. We'll get Sean Burns in here for a couple heats, I'm sure.
Yeah. Love to hear his take.
Yeah. I mean, and what it's been taken to get this event off and running. I mean, I've been working with him myself, just because I have the experience of working with the WSL in all the broadcast, and he's still trying to get all those stuff under his feet, what people need in order for this show to come to life. And Sean has been asking the right questions, and I'm happy to help in any way I can to be able to bring this event live to the world, because you know what, of all of the competitive events that we have in the world, this is one of my favorites, and I'd love to see it here. I want the lane to be here as a staple. I'd love to see it go championship tour level. Probably not right out of the gates. Let's keep it, in the QS range. Maybe let's have 3 events. We could have a challenger and a CT, and watching this replay here and a QS.
Nice little wave right here. Sees the wave going to dump up into that fat spot, but he was able to get a couple of nice hacks off right there. But yeah, this morning, back to Sean Burns, I was talking to Sean. People were getting ready for their heats, and Sean Burns was doing some logistical work up here, working with some of the guys, making sure things were working. Didn't seem like he was focusing in on his heat as all, but boy, he definitely did a great job out there.
Didn't get his warm-up on out there, did he? He was down here making sure that all this stuff gets started. Day 1 of the Cold Water Classic, 2022. You
see the conditions have just buttered up. Turning more of that traditional sort of northwest wind, prevailing wind blows offshore here at the lane. You look at it right there, there's that wind coming from
That's the north angle, right? That north angle is even better. Northwest got a little more turn towards the coastline, but this one right there blowing offshore. Let's hope that wind sticks around for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah. It's really nice when we get those heat waves with just a hissing little north wind sometimes. You get that really hot, weird wind coming from that direction, sort of unique. But boy, does it make for perfect conditions.
Only issue with those winds is that it's short-lived. Right, it's going to be one day of that kind of thing, and then all of a sudden next day sopped in fog. So right now, the fact that it's cold,
it's true,
and it's cold all day, we're not going to have any fog issues.
Yeah,
we deal with the variable winds and the little bump and dump and dump, but ultimately, I think I love waking up and watching that sunrise like we had this morning. It was amazing.
Oh yeah, I'm sure
and
you're able to see
there's been
that.
the last 5 days have been like that, just beautiful sunrises, beautiful sunsets, and this is the time of year to be hanging out in Santa Cruz.
No doubt.
8.5 minutes left.
I was watching right there. There was somebody taking a directive right there from the cliff. And so it looks like some people are connecting with people up there, looking back occasionally for some referencing or some
Well,
information.
I will say, and this is one thing, got Myers mentorship, right, who has been working with a lot of professional surfers, and one of those surfers, and if you see a fluorescent yellow hat, that will be Myers, and he'll be working with Luke Weiler. As a matter of fact, Luke Weiler now in 3rd position with 8 minutes to go, so a directive from the cliff might be smart.
Yeah.
But, yeah, definitely Myers has got a pretty solid crew here. He's working with John. He's going to be working with Nolan Raposa.
Epic.
You've got Tyler Gunter here and then Luke Weiler. So those are the crew that's going to be doing it. He's also got some women that are going to be competing when the women get started. And you had great success recently with Alyssa Spencer and Rio Waida. Those are 2 surfers that are part of Myers' mentorship. Although, you know, the coaching role, it depends on the surfer, right? There's some surfers that would like the directive from the cliff. And there's others who say, nope, please, we've done all the work. Just let me do my thing out there during the day. I mean, and it really is some, you know, need the help and some don't. You know, and is it a distraction or is it an asset? That's the whole question. Dad up on the cliff, girlfriend, as you'd mentioned.
Nightmare.
There we go. Little paddle here. That south angle going into the point. Taking off. That's blue. That's Yago Ramos.
A little deep there.
Yeah, look, you can see now north angle wind has definitely helped out a lot. Look at the smooth faces on the inside. Oh, look at this little cup. Almost a barrel. That looks like green, right? Is that Quaid?
That was unfortunate right there. It looked like that wave, if it just had backed off just a little bit, would have given him more opportunity.
Well, it looks like Quaid's getting some ride. Or is that Jared? It might have been Jared.
Yeah,
so Jared's looks like he's looking up there getting some info.
No, well, it would have been, now that he's in 4th position, priority, it might have been him.
Oh, yeah. I wish I could see. It's so much better. This angle right here, it gives me the colors really easily. So that, you got, what, white, red, and blue, right? So that was Jared, for sure. But no, he's got priority. That's sitting outside. So yeah, that was Farian.
It's Quint.
There, it comes into screen.
There we go. Looks like we're going to have some nice staff, O'Neill staff, coming in here and talking in a little bit. Looks like John Hunter potentially coming in here. Designer of the O'Neill wetsuits for the last 20 years, come up with all this great technology for O'Neill's, the Techno Butter, all the mutants, and you name them. John Hunter's been the man behind that.
So all these surfers passing up this opportunity, which is a good one. You can see that one pulling out to sea, although now looking to the outside section here. Your surfer with priority. Look at nice read there again. These waves looking like they're pushing the wrong direction, not pushing at the point, pushing away from it.
Yep.
So not utilizing priority there and not making bad choices in wave selection.
That was basically an average wave for the lane, so for them not to go was a pretty good read. It's really easy to take off in the wrong wave out here and just chew up time, take up paddle time, lose priority.
Mistakes. That's what that is.
Yeah, errors. So looks like we have less than 5 minutes, Pete. Some guys out there wanting the time, as you can tell right now. Another heat where the backup scores for the guys in 3rd and 4th are really, really low and have a nice score. So it looks like Weiler is in position, Pete, to get a score here. He's sitting in 2nd priority. He's in a nice position to move up into that advancing position.
Especially with Quinn holding down 4th priority in that 2nd position. So ultimately that power play of priority at the back end of a heat is super important. Now, is a Weiler going to be able to select the right wave in that next set if it comes? That's what you also need to have is Mother Nature to send you the opportunity.
Yeah, you got to play your cards right, but you also know when to go for sure.
What's your thoughts on wave systems in regards to competition?
Wave pools?
Yeah.
Like for the Olympics, they should have done it already. I can't believe they didn't use the.
Hey, I'm just asking the question, man. Don't yell at me.
I'm gonna yell. No, I don't.
I mean, but I asked the question because you know the ocean is the ocean. There's the waterman aspect and all that part of it. But like,
I like it. I like the fact that there's this artificial type of wave system that will test you in that type of system. And it's like a different type of surfing to
Well,
me.
and the reason why I bring that up is because ultimately you're going to be you're guaranteed
The
your
wave.
opportunity, right?
Well, then it's all based on your
then it's-
surfing.
Yeah, and also that you're dealing with stress in that opportunity, knowing
Right.
that you need scores and what you need to do to articulate what you're going to get. I mean, it's very similar to, say, gymnastics.
Well,
you know,
then that's what we should look at then, because then there should be an artistical and a technical demerit. You know, so like
so
you
all
go
of a
to
sudden the judging criteria changes for it. You're
Well,
saying.
look, if you go to Slater's wave pool, say, and you're at the pool, and you could do one wave where it's just a barrel, one wave where it's just high performance surfing, right? And so you could go, okay, look, there's 2 different disciplines or whatever. You could shred one, and then maybe a high performance one. So 3 different disciplines. You could do 3 different styles of surfing within the one wave, because it does get pretty repetitive if you watch a contest in a pool. It's sort of monotonous. There's keeps watching the same waves. You can see the guys who out surf other guys pretty easily. It's pretty black and white. It's almost like watching surfers at J-Bay. You can see what they're not doing and what the guy that's winning is doing. I like that. I thought that the Olympics would have been a perfect opportunity to use a format like that because nothing changes. The wave's relatively the same, where there's still quite a bit of luck involved in the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I would think is that the qualification would, right now it's set up to be through the ocean. You learn how to qualify, and then all of a sudden you get thrown in a wave system in order to compete for the gold. So as we see these wave systems come into play, there is going to be that element, I think, that it will play. And it's exciting to talk about. That's why I asked the question.
Well, just like they did the ISA event, the qualification at Huntington to go to Chopo.
Yeah.
You know, so you're maybe not the right guy to win. So, but let's get back to this, Pete.
Yeah, well, this is a big important wave here for Weiler. Needs a 4.88 to turn it. Right now,
Wow.
going loose off the top, pulls it off. Oh, that was important. He loses the grips there. He goes down. Things change. Right now, this looks like it's going to be enough if we don't see Quinn pick up an opportunity here at the end. But
that was clutch.
High pressure ultimately gets it done. Feels like to me, just by watching the drone angle, is pretty tough. But when you see that much fin and drift and excitement happening, you'd ultimately think that that's going to turn it for him. Only needs a 4.88 also on a wave here. Finishing up. Was that Quinn? Backhander. I'm trying to think if he was. And now out to the point. So opportunities here for all of the surfers.
I think he got the score.
Weiler. Yeah, I would back you. Although right here, this is surfer, looks like green jersey, right? That was Quaid Farian. So he was in second. So he's trying to better a 4.5. But look at this out the back, and everyone pulled the trigger a little too early.
Well, you hate to see that paddling back out if you just paddled into a lemon. That'd be terrible.
And 40 seconds to go. Ramos taking off. A little laid out carve. Cut back, we'll give it. And telegraphed a little error into reverse. A little tail whip. Not a lot of points on offer there for Ramos. Probably stick to it. But now, Weiler. Now that was a bigger section, and gets that tail release and pulls it down. So Weiler still waiting on scores from the wave previous as well as that one. And we're going to count it down here with 5 seconds to go. And it feels like to me personally, Weiler will turn the heat on the wave previous most likely and could ultimately take the lead with those last 2 waves.
Yeah.
Right?
He potentially could, yeah, because he would increase the 2.77, throw that away, and then his second one he would need, because does he match? Yeah, he exceeds their, yeah, it's up to the judge now if he takes out Ramos.
Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll find out how this last heat unfolds, and we'll get to hear from a special guest, an ingenuity pioneer, we'll call him. We'll figure out some other adjectives as well. We'll be right back.
Dear mainland, aloha. Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
All right, Omar, that was a pretty crazy finish right there.
That was nuts.
Luke Weiler taking the win officially. Amazing. A sick, big blow-tail reverse to finish things off.
Awesome.
And looks like we're moving straight into Heat 14. 3, 2, 1.
Dude, that was sick.
That was sick. I went out on the point just to get a different perspective. And it's looks really hard to choose the right wave from out there. From here, we see every little warble and every little line, but from out the back.
Well, we got to hear the beach commentary there, and we are back here in the booth with John Hunter. What would your title be at O'Neill's, and what is it, that you actually are doing?
Well, my title is a senior product designer, but I do everything.
Which is part of, that's how work days are these days.
Yeah, and it's been this way for years. I just love every aspect of it, and I've been there for, since 1982. So it's been a long ride, and it's been a good one.
Well, great to have you involved again. Good to have the Coldwater back, right? I mean, what's your excitement level here?
I mean, this thing from when I was a kid all the way till now has always just been one of my highlights. Every year it comes around. I just want it to be here every year because it's so much fun. It brings us all together, east, west, mid, and then everybody else. We just all get together, and it just becomes like this giant surf family. And I don't know. There's not a lot of events like this. Like coming here today, my hair stands up on my arm. I'm just like, this is by far the best viewing platform there is in surfing,
I was going to think about that. So 82, you'd been here for most all of the Coldwater Classics at some point being involved, right? Is there anything that you remember being a favorite?
I mean, I think of the current ones, Kong, Elkerton, some of those heats, just seeing waves just get blown to pieces. Those are definitely some of the highlight ones. But then all of our local wins, like seeing you guys go out there and just crush
Adam,
it.
and you had Galley coming in.
Yeah, the whole
Kieran.
thing. Yeah, it's just, it blows minds, and yeah, having it all in locals, and then all the other people too, like Tori and stuff like that, like friendships start here, like
So
thinking of
true.
that, like he became part of our program in 2015 when it's just, there's so many different things that have happened over the years. So I could come up with a lot of highlights.
Well, John will be hanging out with us through this heat number 14. This is the round of 96. In the red jersey will be Wesley Santos. Up in the blue jersey, Killian Garland, who has had successes here. Logan Hosfeder, who'll be in the white, and Griffin Foy, the youngster, in the green jersey. You mentioned about this, John, in regards to like having this, being a global event, and now being part of the QS 1000. This is part of the North American Tour. You get to see all these new young faces. I mean, have you been following? I know your son, he's a great surfer in his own right. So you kind of follow the scene a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely do, and I love it. It seems like there's a big new influence of a bunch of these young guys, and you're seeing it even younger right now. I call it like the COVID kids. There's this whole new thing below this talent pool that we're looking at right here that are going to be chasing down their heels, and it's just gnarly.
It almost started with the Ladybirds, right? I mean, we saw the young women who are all of a sudden just blowing minds, and they're not even competing. They're just doing things either in the wave systems or out in just heavy waves.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of the same thing happening with the young boys.
Yeah, it's so true. And then, yeah, I do follow a lot of these guys, but I'm really starting to see following my little 11-year-old girl around to some of different events, some of these other, younger talents that are even below all these guys that, like I said, they're going to be chasing these guys that we're watching right now heels during the next few years. And it's funny, like you see some of the parents throwing some of those youngsters into this event, because they can. So we're going to see a little bit of Santa Cruz talent in here too that might be a little younger than you might normally see because they surf really good.
Up and riding, Killian Garland. Again, you mentioned, the surfing here in Steamer Lane and what you need to do to compete here. Killian, a very experienced competitor, loves coming up into the NorCal region and competing in this event.
Yeah, I love this guy, how he surfs. I mean, all the years he's come up here, I've always dug what he does. He gets that, kind of like you, he's got a little bit more of that length and tallness to him, and he just knows how to put that all together and just throw some giant turns.
Of course, Killian just competing here because he loves Santa Cruz. As we watch the replay here, a little frothier face on the first wave here for Killian. Up and over, but so that's actually the rebound of that last wave. So great work on the outside section. Saw the low road. You can see he chased it down, so that's that experience here at Steamer Lane. The energy pocket stays low there, and we'll give him another opportunity right there in front of the cove to get a last little maneuver in. So, John, what's going on in progression with the wetsuits? I saw there's Blueprint. There's also the Hyperfreak Fire.
Yeah. I mean, there's 3 new series this year, which is pretty bitchin' because there's been not a lot out there new and fresh. And this year is our biggest, freshest innovation in a while. We have the new Hyperfreak Fire, which has taken that crazy flexibility of the Hyperfreaks to a new level in warmth. So you still get some great flex, but you just got a lot of torso warmth when you're sitting out there for hours in these cold Santa Cruz days or even north. So give you a little bit more warmth there. And then the Blueprint is just a crazy suit. It's the first suit we've ever done where you have firewall. It's this new heat generating Technobutter 4 firewall that goes from your ankle all the way to your wrist. You normally can't use that.
So the entire suit's got this inside.
Inside, yeah. So you've just got this heat radiating thing, and then we use the X material on the outside that's just crazy on the sleeves.
Yeah. So and it also says that you're kind of limited in regards to using the stitching, right? So the stitching kind of makes it a little bit stiffer sometimes, but you're saying just complete glue only, or is it?
No, on that suit we do have some stitching on the exterior, but it's the Psychotech that has a very unique thing where we take out a lot of stitching. Like 80% of the suit has no stitching at all, but it's double sealed on the inside and the outside. So you got the fluid seam weld on the outside, and then you've got the TBX tape on the inside, and then that allows you to eliminate any stitching. So the seam, the tape, and the fluid seam all stretch in unison to places that seams have never went.
And I remember, I mean, you have been, like I said, you've been a part of the program for a very long time, and you've been putting in the time. How do you stay motivated? Like, is it staying in the water obviously helps.
Yeah, I mean, being in the water was the number 1 thing. And when I first got into the designing, people always go, "Oh, do you have a design degree? Do you have all this?" No, I have water time, and I have the need and will, like Jack did, to just try and figure out how to make all of our sessions better. And Hyperfreak was the biggest revolution in materials. Our Technobutter 3, which now we have Technobutter 4 that's in the new suits, and then the other suit hopefully we'll talk about a little bit too in a bit, the Psychotech we were just talking about. That suit's crazy. It has a whole nother material in the chest and back. Our smooth skin Technobutter Air Firewall, it's the craziest thing ever. I mean, Smoothie, suits really well. Most of the time, smooth panels, it's the first panel to go on your suit.
Yep.
You know that. If you up in the corners in the chest or in the
as
lower
far
area,
as durability goes.
As in durability. So we developed a material over the last 5 years, and we finally launched it, and it's crazy. You can actually blind stitch through the top layer of the Smoothie, and those wear issues are now going to be gone. So people are going to be blown away on the new Psychotech.
I like that. See, I've always wanted to see new materials come in with the neoprenes. I mean, there's definitely technology there. You just got to kind of try to make it the price point. As we watch Killian here, moving to the inside section here and eyeing off a backup score to the 4.0 that he already has, and he's going to do it. He's going to back it up. He may even improve.
Yeah. Killian was killing it. That turn was just insane.
And we will head down real quickly. Luke Weiler was able to turn that heat in 2 waves back to back and get it done. So good job, Luke.
Wow.
He's with Eden.
Insane.
We're here with Luke Weiler, heat winner. Luke, you've been training a lot with Matt Myers. What have you been doing to prepare for this?
Yeah, he likes to get our little group. He has like a bunch of different drills. He likes to run with us, and he just likes to dial in the mental part of the game and also the physical part. So he likes to make sure we're all warmed up, got our legs nice and warm before our heat, and also we're just going in confident.
Awesome. What are you looking forward to for the rest of this week?
Hopefully more results like that. Maybe next time it'll not come down to the last minute like that one did. I'm pretty out of breath, but yeah, just want to make it through a few more heats.
Well, awesome. Looking forward to seeing you put some more heats together, hopefully earlier on. Back to you, Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Eden, and good job there, Luke. Yeah, he turned it around in that one. I mean, he was needing a score, got the score, and then enough to actually take the win as we watch a beautiful hack here by Santos.
Wow.
Nice wave choice here. It's nice and smooth and glassy on the face, and some definite action into the lip. And you love seeing that ability to get into the lip here at the lane. There's a lot of open face style turns, but when you can actually connect with the lip, that's where you're going to see the scores go upwards into the excellent range. So nice exchange here by both surfers. This is White, Logan Hostetter. And I don't know if you've noticed, John, when you're watching, but like we're seeing there's some, little southwest swell showing up, and some heats get a bunch of south sets in it, and then all of a sudden you see middle peak and a couple slot waves coming. So there's northwest in the water too. It makes for a bit of a confusing lineup.
It is, but it's also nice because there's a few different spots. People can snag one coming back out. And then there's in every one, like those last 4 waves, how is it how one's just the perfect one and the other ones, they look like they're going to be, but it's the lane, right? I mean, this place probably as good as anybody. Yeah, exactly.
It is. It's tough, and that's the reason why I love it. So watching this replay here, what did you think?
This little one's the wave. The next couple kind of burgered out. This one had great flow, a lot of speed, and just some great snappy snaps, So I don't know. I like that one, and those are the ones that if you can find that one, it's not always size that matters out here.
Wesley ended up with a 1.67 for his first wave, and this was a replay here of the backhand attack by, what is that, the blue jersey? It's not Killian, so that's Griffin Foy.
Yeah. It had a nice beginning of the wave, but still just it didn't quite have that same nice flow, of that other smaller one.
Didn't have the same energy, right? Because it was coming back at itself. It had that little more energy. This was Logan Hofstadter's first wave, so we're waiting on this score as well.
Yeah, and this was just a little wide, right? A little softer and a little wide with not quite as much lip, but still a beautiful wave. I mean, how's the color and the water and the lighting and everything today? It's kind of outstanding, isn't it?
Yeah, it's when we start to get in that afternoon light. We start to see it kind of get more backlit, really, because the sun starts to set on over the top of where the lighthouse is.
It's just crazy, that little view right there of how the watercolor with the kelp and everything. It's just, people must be loving the views.
Santos, looks like the score is going to come in the 6 range. We'll see here moment. One more judge to post. We see Killian Garland, a 6.17. So that's his best wave, has him in the lead. And then again, waiting for Griffin Foy and Logan Hofstadter. Were you able to get some waves yesterday, John?
Yeah, Surf Sewers, the most crowded I've ever seen in my life. There was 50 people, east, west.
What made you go to
mid.
there?
Riviera, she wanted to go out there just because
okay.
a couple of her little girlfriends were out there, and plus it was total chaos, and she likes to get into that.
Yeah. So you're like, I'm going to block a little bit?
Yeah, and I was hucking her on, sets right in the middle
Good
of all
job.
our homies. Yeah, it's a nightmare, but.
Well, because there was an event, too, happening, wasn't there, or no? Was there a surf event happening on? No, that was Monday. Sorry, so there was nothing happening.
No, but
it
there's
was straight up crowd.
There's all kind of crowd, but then there's little surf coach and things going on, and all the great
classic.
stuff that's happening in the world. So it was actually amazing, and we had fun. And then we backed that up with a session this morning, and that was a lot funner with a lot less people.
Yeah, no, it was beautiful this morning, wasn't it? Great sunrise.
Yeah.
6.17 there for Santos.
Wow.
Now that's 1 and 2, sitting with a similar score of the 6.17. Matter of fact, the exact same score. Griffin Foy ends up with a 4.57. As I see some of the crew there checking out the action. Gotta love it.
Solid, man.
That's Nico. Logan Hofstadter with a 3.5 in that last one. Yeah, this crew here, this is this is the next crop coming up.
I know, look at these guys, man. They're fired up.
And they're probably their first Coldwater Classic. I was going to say, it's been 7 years hiatus, so ultimately, I mean, freak shows and stuff like that, but that's not quite the Coldwater Classic.
No.
You got to have the label of the,
I mean, yeah, we really want to keep this thing going. Like, this is, we're feeling the energy, right? People are digging this. It's like we have to do this as much as we can do it because it's a lot of fun.
I would agree. I would absolutely agree. As we look in at Keanu Igarashi, brother, Kanoa's older brother, so I'm sure he's got a few tips from older brother over the years, but Keanu is coming up in his own.
Nice.
Next heat, he's going to be the number 1 seed. He's up against Brad Ettinger, so a bit of a veteran. Keegan Bengelso and Ethan Mudge will be rounding out heat number 15 as we're almost finished with the first round of competition.
Wow.
Keanu looking loose. He's not too worried about it.
Yeah, well, I wasn't here earlier, but I heard there was one little half-hour window where the waves kind of slowed down. But the whole day when I've been watching it, it seems like we've had a really nice bit of combo and a good amount of waves coming through.
Hofstadter up and riding. Another smaller wave, so he'll add to his top 2, but most likely needs to get into the 6 ranges in order to turn this heat. Griffin Foy up and riding. Little loose over Table Rock and goes down. That's the thing about this wave, right? There's certain parts of this wave that you have to be able to do this certain style of turn to keep the speed up.
Yeah, I was watching that, and I was just like, oh, a little lower, oh. And that's just that boil's tricky.
What about accessories, John? Like, what are we going to see some innovation? Booties, hoods? Is there anything we could see coming down the line? I know you don't like to give too much away.
Yeah. Well, we have a new boot out right now that people should check out, the Hyperfreak Fire boot, to combo up with the new Hyperfreak Fire suit. I think people are going to love it. Really simple, really light. A little bit more than our Ninja, which is kind of like the lightest, thinnest boot you can get your hands on. So I think that Hyperfreak Fire boot's going to be really, really nice. A little bit of the Hyperfreak Firewall material in there. So yeah, that's going to be a beauty. We have a couple on the horizon. We have a boot we're working on called the Gripper boot, which is crazy. And then we're bringing back a boot that you might remember. It's all of our favorites, but it'll have a few slight modifications to it. But the Guru boot,
Yep.
I don't even know if you remember the dip
Guru,
the dip
dude.
boots.
I remember Gurus.
But
Good
my favorite sole that we ever ran. So that's coming back. And then I do have some things in the pipe that, if I told you, I'd have to do something to you later.
I know how you are, dude. I
So-
know. You don't, all of a
Yeah.
sudden, everything stays. I mean, and that's what's cool, right? I mean, I think that you like to keep things under wraps, right? And then you kind of release them at a certain time when the timing's right. You've always been that way, and that's what you respect about it, because innovation has been a key element in O'Neill's history, right? It's in their DNA.
Yeah. I mean, I just tried to do it. When I started in '97, I was given an opportunity to go into the design department and try and do something different. And I was fortunate. I came up with a couple really cool ideas. We got patents on them, and I just kept adding to those. And,
That would be the Zen Zip.
We had
right?
the Zen Zip, and then the Zen was the first one, and then we had the Zen Zip, and then the Mutant was crazy, and then a bunch of other crazy innovations. I don't even remember. You might not even remember the C4, but it was a crazy innovation. And then there was the Beanie. I mean, there's been all these crazy things that people don't really know about, but just taking that thing we talked
some
about.
stick and some don't, right? I mean, it's just that's part of innovation.
For sure. And sometimes you're just too far ahead of it.
Right? And all of a sudden it's going, wait, we invented this thing. And you're all, no, I did that 10 years ago.
Yeah, no, we've got a lot of fun stories we can talk about during this week, because there's definitely a few that went away that shouldn't have, and now they're booming by the hundreds of thousands.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah. Well, all right, 4 minutes to go. So now crunch time. And it hasn't been a super pumping heat as we see a little pop shove it. Pulled down by Foy.
Wow.
That was technical. Done on a wave that didn't have a whole lot of scoring potential. I don't see the judges going too high with it, but Foy in a situation where he needs a pretty big number, so he's trying to get creative. Look at this. Again, little pop, shove it, no worries, pulls it off, done clean.
Yeah.
But ultimately, was it complete? Because did he ride the wave afterwards? See
No.
what the judges think.
But still super cool.
No, the judges aren't going to buy in on it, though. They're looking like anywhere from a 1.8 to a 1. Right?
Well, throw that out on one of the bigger ones, and we'll see what happens.
There we go, right?
Yeah.
Or above the lip, right? That's the next thing, is when you start doing that stuff, off the lip rather than just, into the flats.
Yeah, well, it's funny you brought up earlier, like other memories. Just yesterday when it was pumping out here watching it, I was watching some of the little middle peak lefts, and I was thinking of Rat Boy's giant rotator way
huge,
back
right?
when, What year exactly was that one?
Couldn't even tell you,
Yeah,
but I know that it was actually during an expression session, right?
Yeah.
It was done during a point where, but it was the air heard around the world. Made
Yeah.
the cover of Surfer Magazine. It was the first time we'd ever seen a full rotation, like in the spotlight, in
Yeah.
the moment. I'm sure it wasn't the very first time any of that type of maneuver was done, but at the level in which that happened, at the place that it happened, with the spotlight full on, and where Rat Boy was in his career, it launched him into the sky.
Yeah, and I was sitting on the cliff seeing it, and it was, for me, it's like right now I'm just getting that weird fuzzy, hair
was
standing
incredible,
up on
right?
the arms. It was amazing, and like you said, it just kind of helped surfing evolve that much more. And this arena helps do that. If you see certain things like that during this event, it will take things to a new level.
And that's why I bring up, your favorite moments for somebody who's been in this region, because the Coldwater has some of these great historical moments. What are your favorites? But there's just too many to list.
There is. I mean, that goes to, he's a tight bro back then too, and I mean, that definitely is one of them. But some of those older just power surfing, you remember the ones I'm talking about.
Oh, that's Martin Potter and his launch.
Potter,
yeah,
crazy.
And again, I've been asking the questions, and what are those most historical moments? I mean, we could even go back. It's not necessarily Coldwater Classic, but it was the first professional surfing event at the Lane when Rufo took the win at the Lighthouse Classic.
Yeah, and Rufo, how many times has he done amazing in this event? Like, I'm surprised he's not in it again.
I know, right?
It. Yeah.
Well, he's got too many jobs involved.
All right.
He's running security. He's running water patrol.
Dude, he could take the book that Sean Burns is on, though. Sean's doing it, so he could do it.
And our memorial benches. One of the best seats at Steamer Lane. I know that one gets taken quite often. You don't get the railing in the eyes. You're sitting out of the wind.
Yeah.
And of course, you can look to your left and to your right and memorialize all of your favorite surfers that have passed on.
Yeah, I was doing it yesterday. I was just going through them all, and I knew most of them, but there was a couple I didn't. I got to do a little research and find out about them, because I'm sure they're all great people.
Well, now time is ticking away, and it's gone flat. And Killian Garland got the work done early And now Hofstetter, who is in third position, needs a 4.35 on this wave with a minute to go. So this looks like the last chance and hammers that last section. Smaller wave. So in comparison, we're going to start looking at it. So needs a 4.35, although up and riding. Also, Griffin Foy needs a score here at the end. Looking for a 3.28. So both of these waves could come into play.
Wow.
That was actually the surfer Griffin who put the grip on the front. He had an arch bar. He put it on the front of the board. That's why. He was ready to do some pop shove-its, and he needed to have that ability when he spins that board around to be able to grab it when it lands. And that's why we saw that happening on that board. So good job there, Griffin.
Yeah, had the tricks in the bag to be able to make it happen.
Oh, almost enough.
Wow.
Santos goes into the lead with a 4.73. Garland down to second. Foy ends up in third, but we're still waiting on a score for Killian.
With seconds left.
Is there an opportunity here?
Wow, coming down.
Hofstetter ended up getting just a 3.7 on his last wave. Not enough. So right now it looks like Wesley and Killian, unless that's Killian right there. So it's over. We're going to give Wesley Santos and Killian Garland first and second. They'll move on into the round of 64 as the waves continue here at Steamer Lane. Unfortunately there for Logan Hofstetter. He'll finish in that fourth position, and Griffin Foy in the third. Where's your heat leader and heat winner? Wesley Santos. Hair flying. Conditions still optimum here for the 2022 Coldwater Classic. We'll be back with the last couple heats of the round of 96. Don't go anywhere.
Too cool. First time I've ever done it, but it was good.
Web's fun.
No, you were crushing up there. Oh, and when you and Austin, that was unbeatable. Unbeatable, bro. Austin's so good at it.
All right, we're back. Wow, Steamer's Lane. I'm joined here with John Hunter, the famous wetsuit designer from O'Neill. Super stoked to be here with you, man.
Yeah, I'm stoked to be here with you, bro. This is outstanding.
Yeah, and look at these waves. My gosh, such good waves.
Yeah.
Super blessed to have an awesome west-northwest swell here at Steamer's Lane, the Coldwater Classic. And look at these guys going nuts.
I mean, look at this. This is just insane, wave after wave.
Oh, my gosh. This heat just started. Looks like we have in the red. I'm going to wait for all these scores. There's so many scores to come in.
Already. Wow.
Going nuts. Going absolutely nuts. Boy, and some highlights for me was watching Sean Burns.
Oh. Sean, man, his first wave just coming out with that 8, just setting the tone.
That was insane. Insane.
Yeah.
Backs it up with a few 5s.
A bunch of them.
Yeah.
It was nonstop.
Yeah, super, super rad. And everyone out there in the World Wide Web, thank you for joining us for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. It's been a while since we've been up here at Steamer's Lane, but we're back. This event has been running forever, 35 years, which is absolutely hard to fathom. And this is the venue, Steamer's Lane, absolutely beautiful. I mean, look at that pristine one of the best venues, I believe, in the world because it's a natural arena. So you're standing on the cliff looking right down at the competition. They can hear your every word, which is insane. And right now we're in the round of 96, heat number 15. We're going to be jumping into the next round before you know it, just a couple to go.
I know, it's insane.
Which is great. We have the winner of the trials is going to be coming up in a little bit, Bud Freitas. That'll be fun.
How is he serving, man? It's always out here.
I know.
He's just a powerhouse. You know, the compression and just the way he throws it off the bottom and then just follows up off the top is pretty
rad.
Pretty mind-blowing. Always.
Always.
And not really doing competitions that much, but showing up here every time.
I know. Absolutely insane to watch him out here.
Yeah.
Super, super fun. This heat's already going through. We're going to wait for some scores. They're still coming in. You guys can see online. I was working the beach commentating and listening to the judges. The crazy part about the swell, when the waves come, it comes in flurries.
Yeah.
Right? So those guys have like 5-6 scores to write down all at once. You know, the guy will catch a wave. There's 4 guys in heat, but he'll go back out and on the same set catch another wave.
Yeah.
So super challenging for the judges. I call them the wise men. I don't want that job. That job is hard. And look at this one.
Wow.
Oh, how is that turn, Hunter?
Insane.
Super sick.
Perfectly placed.
That's Keegan in white. Wow, what a great turn. Looks like Keegan is from the United States. Quite an international crew we have here. I know we have some people from Brazil, Costa Rica, Canada, United States, I believe Japan, all over the place. Super cool to see the sport of surfing make it in. Here's some replays. Look at this one.
Yeah, let's check this out.
Coming around this section. Look at the table rock there, dude. Always so dangerous, right?
Yeah, we have good tides for it this week where it's not coming into play as bad as it can sometimes, which is kind of nice.
No, super nice. I was talking to someone, and it's going to be kind of like a medium all day.
Yeah.
Just huge.
Which is awesome because it's not going to come into play as much as it is at low tide with all that kelp and everything. I mean, I think it's going to give the lane an opportunity to really show what it can do.
No, it really is. And as you see Keegan right here, nice combination of snaps right there. Look at all the spray, too. Boom. That was just a 1-2-3 punch right there, right?
Yeah, just keeping it nice and loose and having some nice flow through this one.
Super, super epic. Yeah, once again, Hunter, I have some questions for you.
Yeah, man.
So what was the first wetsuit you designed? I got to know.
Yeah, it was the Zen zipperless entry neck. It was a zipperless suit. It was in the it was late 90s. It would have been like 97. I'd only been in there for a few months, and I was cutting and sewing and came up with something that was, maybe a little difficult for some people to get into. But for you, me, and everybody else, it was a revolution in what a wetsuit should feel like.
Dude, I remember that suit. I remember the idea of no zipper just blew my mind, dude. And revolutionized the whole wetsuit industry. Super rad.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And then that kind of led into another suit because I knew there were still going to be zippers, but look at this little wave. This one kind of softened up a little.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah, and then there was the Zen Zip not far behind that, which I know we all it's still going. Well,
still going strong as these surfers are out in the water with just 13 minutes remaining, as you can see online.
Kind of waiting for this one to open up, but it's just not quite doing it, but milking it, isn't he?
Totally milking it. And as you see the scores start to come in, you see them online. I mean, you talk about the scores during the day. A lot of the guys are making it through with mid-ranges. I know as you get into that later rounds, you're going to see some super high to excellent scores. Nice bash right there.
I mean, that was cool because he stuck with that. And that wave, he just kept milking it, and then finally got a nice closer, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, super, super awesome. And as you saw online, that was White throwing his arms up. So written in the rule book is you throw your arms up, the commentators have to give that surfer a full breakdown from top to bottom.
Very cool.
All right, we're going to throw down to the beach interview. Check it out.
With our heat winner, Wesley Santos. How are you liking Santa Cruz? Your first time up here? What have you been up to?
Yeah, I'm super stoked to be here. The conditions are pumping. Like finally we surf in like a good conditions. For like maybe 2 years we not surfing conditions like that. I like really stoked to show my surf and put it on show for you guys.
Awesome. And how are you handling the cold water? You said it's been pretty chilly.
Oh my God, that's so weird. Like surfing is like a penguin or something, like so weird. But we're here for work and super happy to be here. First time competing. This contest is super famous around the world. Like cold water, that's a classic competition. And I stoked to be part this year, and I hope make some hits and bring trophy home.
Well, you're doing awesome, and we're looking forward to seeing more of you. Back to you guys.
Let me see. Bye for my mom, for my family, and my daughter, and my family. Yeah, you. See you.
Amazing.
Oh, that was rad. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, now you know that's the thing I think that is so cool about this event. It's world famous, right?
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely world famous. You look at all the past winners; it's insane. You got Tom Curran, Martin Potter, so many amazing winners.
Yeah.
throughout the years.
What about your best friend?
Oh, Kieran Horn. Are you kidding me?
One of
That's
my favorite surfers.
That's right. I know. Super cool. Amazing winners here. Look at this wave. Boom. Nice slot wave. I actually cornered one of the judges too, and I got a nice little breakdown of what's going on up there. So they're telling me what's going to really start to separate the scores is going big off your first turn in that really gnarly section that's kind of throughout the slot or the point. They said that section is so important to really be committed. So they said that's going to be separating your 5s up to 8s, in the score line.
I love that. And, if someone goes above the lip there and does something really crazy, I think that could really set the pace, especially if they come back and follow that up with another 3 or 4 unique turns to go with it. It's going to send something up into the 9s. Have we had a 9 yet? I know I saw Sean's. He had that 8 that was amazing, but what's the high score so far?
The highest score has been in the 8 range,
Okay.
so no 9s yet.
Okay. So that might do it, though, what you're talking about.
That's right, and it's early in the week.
Yes.
Can't wait.
Yeah. Good to hold some of those 9s and 10s off, right?
I like that,
Unless someone really shows it to us.
That's right. Utilizing the scale, they call it. And talk about exciting guys that are going to be coming up eventually in this contest. You have Nat Young,
Ooh.
Griffin Colapinto, Kolohe Andino, Ian Crane. I mean, the people are so psyched around the world to see these guys. The fact that they came up for this event, which is a lower rated surf contest, is so rad.
It's insane. I love that everybody's so pumped on it. They know what a great wave it can be. There can be some difficult times too, but there is no better, arena to be watched. A surfing arena, you mentioned it. Everybody's talking about it, and then you get the good waves to go with it, and all of a sudden, there's no reason not to come.
Yeah, totally. And I feel like growing up in California, in the professional surf industry, it's one of those coveted titles, right?
Yeah.
They have the titles, U.S. Open of surfing, and Coldwater is right up there. And you think of the history of the Coldwater, it's been all the way up to a championship tour event, all the way down to a lower rated, but doesn't matter. If you get a title, you got a title.
Yeah, look at the names that you're talking about, and then the new talent and local talent, and bringing out the local talent too. I always love it. Like we talk about Roof, or it could be AR, it could be you, it could be Kieran. All you guys could go out and throw it up and kill it in this thing and come away with a win. So I get to surf with you guys all the time, and I see what you do. So you've all got to throw Pete in there too.
Oh yeah,
he could go out and smash it right now.
That's right.
So you guys are all way too humble with how you still surf, and but the new talent and who you're talking about, the fact that they come to this event just shows what an amazing event it is.
Yeah, so fun. And look at that. There's a legend.
Oh.
That's right, Brett Simpson. He's ready.
Oh, my God. Brett's so solid.
2-time U.S. Open champion right there.
Yeah, and been up here many times and kills it up here.
Absolutely.
He gets some great flow going on this wave.
No, he does. He does. I believe he's part of the U.S. Coaching for the Olympics as well.
Yeah, well, you would know. I
Yep.
mean, you've been through all of that, and you're doing some amazing coaching yourself too, which is so cool.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Helping getting these this younger generation doing things properly at a young age.
Yeah, thanks. It's been super fun. I feel like I'm at the point in my life where I can help other kids. So many people help me in my life, and like it's in the sport of surfing, it's so nice to have people that can help you.
Yeah.
And then give back, which is kind of our whole industry. Super cool. Look at that. Look at that shot. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, love it. And here we are.
Wow.
John Hunter, right here, the legend.
Hanging out with Omar. Really enjoying this. Thank you for having me in.
Oh yeah, super blessed to be back here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. One of my favorite events. I love to tell this story. The first time I was here, I was 13 years old. I don't know how I was able to volunteer and work, but I was. I don't know if it was legal, but I think my mom let me anyways.
I love it.
I was running the parking lot over there, and I got to meet Martin Potter. It's still in my brain. So
that's so cool. Yeah, Martin Potter, I was doing some surf coaching way back then when he came, and I actually brought him to SoCal High School. And it was when, I was like coaching like AR and some of those guys doing our little O'Neill surf shop workouts. And we had an amazing little deal. I set it up in the evening, and we went to SoCal High and had all the kids come to a classroom, and I had Martin Potter up there with the big air poster. I don't know if you got one of those and if you still have it.
I do.
But
I don't have it. But
he was signing for the kids and stuff, and it was super cool. But, talking about cold water memories, like Peter was talking about when I was hanging with him, and there's just another amazing one that I have from when I was very young. I mean, I was just a kid, too, helping out younger kids like you're talking about, you know.
So fun, right? I mean, the heritage is unbelievable. And, hopefully we'll keep it on the schedule for a while. Fingers are always crossed.
Yeah, well, me and the team, we want to bring it back and we want to keep it going, So we're going to do anything we can to do that. It's you guys, everybody here is having so much fun already, and we're on day one.
It's rad.
So,
rad.
yeah, let's keep this thing rolling and have some fun.
I like it. Yeah, bring it for that next generation. I know, and something that we haven't talked about a ton was the trials work for these kids to get into this event.
Yeah.
So we had our trials earlier this morning, but for everyone out there on the World Wide Web, we had trials before the trials. That's how many surfers wanted to get in to this event. So one surfer made it through all of that, which is pretty nuts.
Yeah, and the trials are a little different every time we do a trial. So it's always a unique, fun thing to come up with how we're going to do it. And we've got more ideas for the future, too, so to just keep it rolling. So every event you do, you learn something, and every event keeps getting better.
Oh, so much fun. And out in the water, it looks like you have Red with a commanding lead right now. Look at those scores.
Wow.
Super good. And, a couple people, though, on low scores, and time winding down. Looks like you might be going through one of these lull
This
heats.
is one of those slow heats. I haven't seen, I know there was a little window I heard about. I wasn't here, but then I saw other heats where there's been like 20, 30 waves in it, Like the last two heats were pretty active. I would say Burns's heat was outstanding. There were so many waves.
Oh, my gosh. Boy, I think that was the highest scoring heat thus far in this event. Overall, 7s, 8s, great heat. And, for everyone out there that's never been here, we're dealing with a west-northwest swell, which is fairly rare. It's not as common as most of our swells. A lot of them are southwest or northwest. So you have combinations of every type of wave. As you see this surfer, this thing's super lined up. Look at the wall on that.
This is a beauty.
Boom, nice hookup. Look at that. Nice turn, come around that section. That section is so hard to surf. Boom, hook in the tail right there. Nice cutty all the way back in the whitewater. Love that directional change. Super awesome.
Yeah, this is what this heat needed. It needed a little bit of action, and we have it. There's a nice one and another one coming behind it, too, with some big hacks going down.
Oh, my gosh. Why, look at that hook coming all the way around.
Wow.
Massive turn right there. He kicks out.
That board looked like it was feeling good under his feet.
Yep, definitely. Don't you love that when you can watch someone surf and you're like, that board looks good?
Yeah. Yeah, there's just a certain flow. It looks a little easier, and it goes right where they want it to go.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like that was Jake Davis on that wave in white. Getting nice wave. We're waiting for scores to drop in.
Yeah, could be fun.
Averages.
It'll be fun to see what happens here because there was a little bit of a lull there, and that was a good little, I think, maybe 3 or 4 wave exchange.
Yeah, definitely red. Keanu got a wave, so we're going to wait for those scores to come in. As you can see them online. Super fun. Once again, you are here for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Thank you for joining us online. Absolute beautiful day.
Yeah, it looks like it's waking up a little bit.
It is.
Yeah, we got a few minutes left and a few more waves coming.
That's right. A couple little nuggets, and we're going to be here all week, which is super cool. Looks like the swell's on tap, too. I think we have good waves running all the way through. I mean, looks like possibly today and Thursday might be the better days, but every day is going to have waves.
Super I mean, we're lucky we have a little combo, We have that little, I love the direction that's going. I like it a little more than just a north. I like that little west and the northwest, a little mini one that has a nice little wall.
Oh, boom. Look at the tide is buttery, huh, Hunter?
Yes. How's the lighting and color?
So epic. Gotta love this place.
That was one of those little ones that that just keeps you going.
Yep. Look at that. 3 or 4, 5, 6 turns all the way to the inside.
And he needed a good score. He hasn't really got one, so that could be pretty cool. Small wave, but a lot of hacks.
Yeah, definitely. As you see, White's just kind of starting to run away with this heat, but he got those bigger waves. But those little inside sneakers, we call them, those are super valuable, and you can get those higher scores on them for sure because they have tons of opportunity to get into the pocket. That's what the judges are looking for is just nice hooks, clean, tight.
This will be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on those judges. You guys can see scores as they come in live. Just super fun.
What do you think about these aerial views? Is that just amazing for the people watching? All the color with the kelp and everything's just so beautiful.
Okay, could you imagine being in a rainy place right now? that's pretty doom and gloom, and then seeing this,
Well,
I'd be
don't-
like booking my flight.
Yeah, but
It's
I agree with that.
insane.
But we've gotten our share of rain here at the Coldwater too. You know, like
yeah.
we had a pretty good dumping last week, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember one year, it was dumping so hard that all the spectators left. They barely got the event finished.
Yeah.
Dumping.
And you may be thinking of the one. Here comes a little wave. Nice. But there was one in October where we actually had a ton of rain. I think we
Yes.
got like 10 inches of rain in October. It was crazy. Do you remember that
I
year?
do.
I mean, it was nuts.
That was the year because it was like beautiful and sunny, and then one day it was I couldn't watch. I was like,
Yeah.
absolutely insane. And my friend made the final that year, and I went to support him. And it was crazy. I was soaking wet. Like,
Wow.
Came home drenched.
Yeah, I've been wet here before, and I love it.
Yeah.
It's
no,
fun.
Gotta love it though. And I was talking with Pete Mel earlier. We were talking about how much the cliff has changed as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about how the sand is moving in and out. The rock on the inside is smaller now. And even part of the cliff fell in over at it.
On the inside, I heard about that. Like that was in the last few weeks, right?
Yeah, last couple weeks it fell
Okay.
in. So, always ever changing here, but still pristine and beautiful, and such an awesome place here at Steamers Lane. Oh boy, the seat's coming to an end. Look, you're right. Looks
Wow.
like came in at a 5.5.
See, I saw that, and look at what that did. It went. He went. Well, he only made. I thought he was going to maybe bump all the way up, but then there was that other score that needed to come in. So
Yeah, it looks like, a nail biter right here.
Seriously.
Still looking for a score. Oh, can he come around this? So hard to come around that section.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. Can he get it? It looks like he's just looking for a 4.76. That's going to be a nail biter right there.
Yes.
I mean, the other thing, too, is, right about there, they stop scoring.
Yeah.
So the second you're past scaffolding, stop scoring. So we're going to keep an eye on that one.
That was basically one good turn.
Yep.
So we'll see where it comes in. I'm interested.
Yep. Up, just dropped. Looks like he got a 3.83. Not enough. So coming into that countdown, looks like the official winner was Jake Davis and Ty Burgess. So
Wow.
pretty rad. Those two guys were dominating. So
Yeah, for sure.
Hands
And
down.
it was a little bit slower heat, but it still ended up having a lot of action.
yeah, definitely. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So the tour has changed so much
Yeah.
in your life, right? And now it's got completely reorganized, which I think is rad because you have this situation where the lowest guys in the ranking in professional surfing are actually now putting pressure on the highest guys. So, we're going to take a quick break, but I'm super curious what you think about that. When we come back, we will talk to John Hunter more.
Right on.
Dear mainland, aloha. Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
All right, welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. I'm sitting here with wetsuit designer John Hunter, the wetsuit designer for O'Neill, a absolute legend in the industry. And that is on your screen, Brett Simpson. Boom, getting combos. That is your two-time U.S. Open champion right there. Came all the way up for the Coldwater. It's so rad.
Love it. Why wouldn't he?
I know, right? I know. And talk about history with this guy, because I know he does a lot of coaching now. He's working with the Olympic team, which is rad. And I saw a little video about him doing that, and it was fun to watch him. He's pretty young, right?
Yeah.
And he was coaching, like Kelly Slater, like all these. It's super fun to see that and serving in the Olympics. So Brett Simpson, that's right. This is a great heat. You got Brett Simpson, Cole McCraffy, Taj Miller, and Alex Frey coming in. And this is, let's see here, That's right. This is heat number 16 and 96. So we're almost into the next round. Crazy how quick it goes by when you're just plowing through heats, and there's waves, right?
Yeah, for sure. And back to Simpo, you know, like, he is a legend from Huntington. I mean, he is definitely a part of why, I have to say it, just the surf culture down there. They are the sister surf city.
I like that.
I won't give him the full deal, but you know, he's a part of that. And there's certain people from down there that made it that way. And Santa Cruz is the other sister, like it's sister brother, however you want to call it. It's they're both pretty much legendary surf city status.
I love it. I love it. That's back when they used to have the full rivalry, right?
Oh,
sister brother.
nuts.
We'll do that one. I like sister brother. We'll go with that. But yeah, look at Sippo.
Well,
Smooth operator right there.
Just super smooth, flowy, into a little tail drift, and then never giving up.
I'm so curious what the score is on that, because I mean that last tail drift was pretty sick.
Yeah, super cool. Should be showing here.
Yeah, coming in soon. This looks like on the backhand. Boom! Look at that, nice turn. Oh boy, it looks.
See if this thing's opens up a little for him.
Looks buttery. That looks like Cole McCaffrey. Yeah, he kicks out. So, you know, right before the break, I was super curious what you thought about this format.
Yeah.
You know, because right now this is what the North American Tour.
Yeah.
But you're also getting global points to try to make it up. I mean, it's in one way it's more challenging. But in another way, you can challenge the top guys pretty quickly, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm still dialing into it, and I do like it. What I like and what I've seen over the last couple of years is going to be more opportunity for some of the young up-and-comers, whereas it seemed a little bit like, you know, the way it was forever. A lot of times it would be a lot of the same people. So I think that's one element of it that I do like. And I think it's going to be solid as it plays out and everyone kind of gets used to the format. And there's still little tweaks, I think, happening in the background, too.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, you know, back in the day, it was really hard to break that top 44, they called it.
Yep.
Now I feel like it's a lot easier because they have the mid-year cutoff, whatnot, and then you have the regions that are able to get into those bigger contests. So super rad. You see White here. Look at this turn.
White did a couple nice hacks there.
Dude, Taj Miller looking smooth right there. Nice. Cuddy back in the whitewater. Oh, look at that all-important inside section. Saw some guys doing some great airs in there earlier. Nice snap right there. Oh, looks like first Brett came in a 5.67. That's pretty cool.
All right.
Sippo.
See what these next couple come in at. There's going to be a tight heat for after that nice little exchange.
Tight heat. And then you're going to go straight into that all-important round. It's pretty cool. So you got, round of 64. All right, we're going to throw it down to the heat winner. Take it away.
We're here with our heat winner, Jake Davis. He's waiting around all day as an alternate. Finally got in and took the win. How did that feel?
Oh, it felt very good. I'm very happy.
How are the conditions out there?
They got better throughout the day. Now they're finally pretty consistent, hitting the slot a little more, and super fun out there now.
Yeah, it looks like you definitely got into a rhythm out there. I'm looking forward to seeing you throughout the rest of the comp. Anything you want to say to anyone back home?
Just hi to my wife and my parents, and doing this for you guys.
Well, awesome. Catch you later. Back to you guys.
No, I gotta love it. That's rad.
Sits around that long.
I know.
Someone doesn't show. He gets in and he wins his first heat. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that if you're hanging out here at the lane all day, right?
No, that's rad. Gotta love it too. You know, a couple alternates got in. Most interesting one to me was Ben Coffey, who lost in the trials.
Yeah.
But then he had an alternate slot and got in. So
I
cool.
loved that.
Cool.
And man, talk about a guy who just completely rips. That could take this thing for sure. Like,
yes.
I mean, everybody can, but he's a great one out here at the lane.
Yeah, totally. No, it's so fun to have that local contention. It's, you know, reminds me kind of like Hawaii. You know, it's like you have the wild cards. They're super dangerous, right?
Yeah.
You know, so in certain regions, you never know who the wild cards are, but in, you know, Santa Cruz, certain regions, it's extremely dangerous. A lot of regions. Fun to watch. Super fun to watch.
It is. And like you said, you were talking about everybody from all over the world who come here. It just brings everyone together. And you were talking about, we were having that funny little conversation about the Surf City deal, but it made me think about the old days when we were kids, you know, the whole east side, west side thing. And then Rufo, you know, bringing it all together to, you know, all sides along our childhood. And now everyone's just together, and that's what the cold water does. It just brings everybody together, you know. And you go out on the cliff right now and go hang out. We're going to see all our bros from before, current, future. Like, you meet people here, and you know people here from all the years. So it's a super cool event at doing that.
Oh man, so well said. And you know, it brings back such crazy memories, you know, like you're talking about how the cold water has brought people from all over the world together. Yeah, I've got to get Rufo the ambassador.
Oh, I know. I mean, I remember the whole east side, west side thing was always weird to me, and then there was Midtown and all that, but then it was just all sides.
Yep,
You know, it was
yep.
like, and it was just like cool, and now it's like you see everybody all surfing together and having a good time, and
Yeah.
surfing. You know, I heard them kidding around how many of them are coming over to Sewers nowadays and everything. It's awesome. We're all surfing together.
It is. It's so cool, and to push to that next level, right? That's what we all want. Well, I always say people like, what, you know, the sport of surfing. What are the goals? Oh, you want to push the level of surfing and have fun.
Yeah.
That's like the best sport in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Burnsy right before his heat, and I just said, hey, bro, have fun. Like,
Yeah.
that's the best thing you can do right now is just go out and have a good time. I mean, you want to push yourself and all the other weird things, but if you can go out and have fun, you're going to surf better than if you're not.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, everyone out in the World Wide Web, I'm joined here with John Hunter, wetsuit designer for O'Neill. Okay, I got one more wetsuit question for you, and I've been
Let's
thinking,
do it.
what's next? Where's the evolution of the suit going? Because
Yeah.
you've been at the forefront, dude. And,
Yeah.
And I'm like, and there's always been these, you know, kind of gimmicky things. But what's going to happen next? John
Yeah.
Hunter?
Well, we have things I can't really tell you about,
I like that.
or else I'd have to eliminate you. Just kidding a little bit. But, you know, Hyperfreak kind of set a new bar, and it set a new bar for me, too. So the Technobutter 3 material going into the Technobutter 4, we have 3 really big innovative suits this year. The Hyperfreak Fire, you know, the Psycho Tech, which has new innovation in it that's going to take a couple years for people even to figure out what's in that suit, because there's new technology in the smooth skin rubber that should take things to a new level. And then there's the Blueprint. But beyond that, you know, it's really going back to the Hyperfreak when it set the bar of flexibility and really being able to feel like you're in the tropics still, or surfing. I say you're surfing naked, or maybe better, so you're not getting in trouble surfing in your board shorts, you know. And Hyperfreak, you know, the Hyperfreak Comp, our zipperless version, and then our Hyperfreak Plus, which is our front zip. Those really changed everything, not just for the industry, but also for myself as a level of where to go. So now it's just, how can you make that a little bit warmer? Maintain that flexibility. Can we go even more flexible? I'll say maybe we can. And then entries. You know, we have a lot of really cool entries, but that's what I'd say I'm working on right now, is just trying to come up with something that's a little different that we haven't seen. So there's some stuff in the works on that too. But just pushing the development of materials. One that did come out this year in the Psychotech that I'm talking about that really improved durability. So if you can have that same lightweight, you know, gooey, gumbalistic feeling that's just so light and flexible that you feel like you're in your boardies. But then if you can get some durability into that, that would be my favorite. That would be the number one thing I'd like to do is have all of those features, then have it even be more durable. Because our old suits, they would last for years.
Yeah.
But, you know, you felt like, you know, I'm talking back into the 80s and stuff. It's like, you know, they weren't anything like what we're being able to experience now.
I think I had a Shadow. That might have been.
Oh yeah, Shadow was amazing.
That was like a bullet. I think my brother found it.
Shadow's a good one. There's still some floating around there. They're good.
Dude.
Yeah, and then you remember the Chill Killer? I was working in the retail store, and it was the Chill Killer, and it was a script. Writing, so it was all in a handwritten script, and people used to come in, these big dudes would come in going, I want the Child Killer. And it was so hilarious because how it was written and scripted out, you know, that became that known to the people that would come in and ask for it, and we just went along with it and had fun.
That's absolutely epic. No, the words of wisdom from John Hunter. I love hearing that. And yeah, those are legendary suits. Super cool to see that. Right now you're joining us for the Coldwater Classic. Guys are absolutely shredding. Looks like Brett Simpson went out into second place. Plenty of time though. You know, and Brett Simpson, he'll be stoked to just keep moving forward and get some heats under his belt for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to his next wave.
I know, right? Look at this little set coming in. Oh, I love that view right there of Steamer's Lane. So fun. Look at all the guys up on the cliff. It's absolutely amazing. You can just stand there and literally look down. I like going to that spot because you can see the stress in their eyes.
Yeah.
And you can almost feel the stress when you're up on the cliff right there. Look at this absolute nugget coming in.
Yeah, that's too bad that one didn't go, but it's how the lane is. You just sometimes can't tell which is going to be the good one, you know?
Totally. It's like those slot waves. A lot of those guys have spotters up there. Some don't, which is definitely challenging for the surfers. You know, it's always whether you want one or not. But I highly recommend if you're ever here, walk to the point, watch a heat. It is so fun to watch the stress of professional surfing. It's so close, you can actually see their eyeballs to where you're like, oh man, the decision to catch or not catch a wave, you know, with your career online is pretty rad.
Yeah, it's amazing looking down. I mean, you're right there. You don't have to yell. You can just talk.
Yeah.
To the people in the water.
I know,
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, they can hear you saying too. I know surfing heat sometimes you're like, wait, what do you say? Oh gosh, oh no. Oh, look at this nice little wave.
I love these little ones that just connect and go all the way through. Sometimes they can just be the one that you can get a multiple combo on it.
Oh, nice one. And yeah, getting some waves here up and down in the scoreboard right here. It looks like Alex Frey moved all the way to first. Taj Miller into second. Brett Simpson now up on this wave. He's just looking for nothing, a .06. So
he got that.
Got that.
And a little more.
Definitely. What he's probably going to looking for, if you look at the scoreboard, he's going to want to get something over a 4. That'll, I believe, rocket him all the way into first place. So I'm saying I don't like to mess with the judging. Yeah. But I'd say it's probably in that range, somewhere in the 3 or 4 range right there.
Yeah, I would say right in there. We'll see what they do. You know, some come right under, some come right over. We'll see how the other waves were. The interesting thing about this heat is it's a low-scoring heat so far, but not necessarily because of the surfing. It's more been because of the waves.
Yeah.
You know, we haven't really had that perfectly lined up one or a multiple wave set that looked like some of the heats we've seen the last hour.
Yeah, totally. You know, and I know for a lot of the guys coming here, that could be a fear too. They come here and they're like, oh gosh, the lane, like what's it going to give me?
Yeah.
Because you never know.
Yeah, I mean, you can watch people paddle out and not get a wave sometimes. It's
Totally.
brutal out here sometimes if you go into one of those lulls.
I was talking with someone that was about to go out for a heat, and they're also telling me, they're like, hey, it's like 3 heats in one. You know, it's one of those waves. You have the inside waves, got to keep your eye on them. There's the point, you want to maintain your priority. And then you have the shifters. So it's like you got to have 3 heats in your mind when you're out here at Steamers Lanes.
Yeah, what would be your favorite wave? Because you've surfed a fair amount out here in some competitions. Which out of those 3, what's your favorite one if you get the right one?
Oh, the slot. Okay. Oh my gosh, the amount of adrenaline when a good slot wave's coming and you have like a path to it.
Yeah.
Like the amount of adrenaline is just like unbelievable. Because all your friends are watching, you know, it's your family and friends watching. So yeah, I'd say that would be.
Yeah, the only reason I ask is sometimes those shifter ones that just move over just a little bit, they can even go further sometimes, you know. But
Oh yeah. No, I always say it looks like a big teepee wedge. It just looks like a freak.
Yeah.
But yeah, we saw a couple of those in Burnsy's heat. Those were just super, super fun waves. Boy, look at Brett Simpson jumped all the way into first position right there with that wave.
Well.
Yeah, looks like you got a 3.63, so.
All right.
Simpo.
That was enough to do it.
That's right. Oh, looks like he's got another little rebate. Oh, nice cutty back in the whitewater. That's tough. You ever get, you get stuck in that spot? It's so hard to get in front of it. So hard. Oh, look at this set coming in. You know, everyone's hooting up there.
Yeah, there's some nice little lines coming here, and Simpo was just keeping himself moving and warm, and he'd like to throw up another little score above that 3.63, but he's got time, and there's some little waves stacking up, so let's see what these guys do.
Ooh, little nugget coming in. I know the priority's been huge right now. Looks like priority is with red.
Yep.
So, you know, priority is always so interesting to me because how you're going to play priority is super important. And there's different strategies, too, to priority. So some people like to sit up at the peak. Some people like to sit underneath the person with priority to kind of hoax them into waves. So super important, which is really cool because every single heat in the Cold Water Classic will have a priority, which is super fun to watch.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, Sippo on another one. Look at this. That's beautiful.
He's just staying busy, going to keep everything loose.
Nice cutty back in the whitewater. Sippo. Is he going to get that inside?
Oh, this could be the one right there.
Oh,
Bam.
Wow.
That one turn blew that score up a little.
No, I totally agree. And, if you look at a score line, he was looking to better a 3.63. Does he better that? Just got to wait for the scores. It's just 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. It'll be fun to see what happens right there.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested because it wouldn't have, but with that last little gash, was that it?
Yes, yes. Oh, look at this. Guys are getting pumped.
I know. Look at this. Doing some band work. I love it. I have to do that every day just to stay in the water.
Yep, that's Michael Dunphy. He's been on tour for a while. That guy shreds, absolutely shreds. This is the all-important round coming up, the round of 64.
Wow.
I know, already here. Super fun.
We are definitely blessed.
Yeah, super fun. Let's watch this replay. So it looks like, yeah, he does better that 3.67. He gets a, oh, look at that. Nice one. He got a 6.5.
That last turn. I mean, those are some
Totally.
nice wraps, but look at this. This was committed and with some nice flair, too. That had a nice...
Super committed.
Yeah.
You know what, too, is like you watch the commitment, and he's just on that side of the wedge, right? So you're able to harness that speed, and if you push it a little bit harder, it's sick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that extra little kick and push that he did just put him back into the right spot to ride out of it and just did the glory kick out there.
Totally. Super rad. Sippo moves up into a commanding lead now, so it looks like Green needs a 7.84 to overtake the lead now. Looking at the other surfer, though, it looks like White only need a 3.33.
Wow.
That's not much.
No.
Right? I mean, people in this situation, these guys can get this in their sleep, right?
Yeah, and the ocean looked like it's a little sleepy, but there's a little something that could creep in with 2:11 left.
I know. You got to watch out with these west-north. They come in flurries, right?
Yeah.
It's like you can't count it out. So, yeah, super exciting. And everyone out there, we're joined here with John Hunter on the World Wide Web, O'Neill wetsuit designer, watching some heats with me. Super fun. Oh, look, he's going to get a sneaker.
It's another sneaky one.
Can he better his other score? Oh, wow. Okay, that's your former two-time U.S. Open champion, right?
Laying down some rail.
Laying down some carbs right there, Brett Simpson. Super fun to watch. And we're going to be jumping into that round of 64 in just a few minutes. That'll be super exciting. I know throughout this whole competition, we have some amazing surfers in this round and all the way through the competition. It'll be super fun. We have a couple, CT surfers, which is great.
Yep.
I know a lot of them decide to come here, which is very rad of them.
Yeah, one of our own, Kolohe, that's going to be so fun to watch. It's going to be amazing.
I know. And brother comes up here quite a bit, I've heard.
He loves it.
That's
I mean,
sick.
you know, if there's waves at OB or anywhere around here, Moss, whatever, you know, we shouldn't publicize those spots, but I just did. He's up here.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes I'll tell people like to get those spots takes a local.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You can publicize them. Good luck getting the right
don't
wind.
matter. Yeah.
And, every condition. Good luck.
Yeah. There was herds of people, but that doesn't mean they were getting waves.
Exactly. But yeah, it'd be super fun to watch him. Boy, this heat coming to end looks like Cole McCraffy only needed a 5.06.
Huh. Interesting.
Oh. You know, I always say the body English on the kick out. Because sometimes the surfers know the scores, right? And then White, too. He only needs that 3.3. Is this enough, dude? This is going to be close.
Wow. Oh. If this thing opens up at the end with that one big flary section, it could help propel that.
Oh, my gosh. I've got a feeling this might be really close. And you look at Alex Frey. He's just trying to maintain that second position, creeping up all the way to the countdown. That's to the wire.
This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, we got to watch that score.
Yeah, well, you were talking about all the the amazing surfers that are here. I'm really looking forward to some of the women stuff.
Oh,
I mean, there are so many amazing girls and women that are in this event this year. It's gonna be crazy when we get to that part of the event.
Oh, I cannot wait. I watched Caitlin Simmers surf last night. She's amazing.
Yeah.
Ridiculously talented. So
yeah, I think she sent a couple little boys home with that one turn she did out there.
I know.
They might.
Know. All right, we got more good action coming up. We're gonna send you to break. Right on.
Peace out.
Dear mainland, aloha. Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
Here at Steamer Lane. And of course, this is the round of 64, and this is the first heat. We've got some great surfers in the water. We have our trialist from this morning, Bud Freitas, who was able to get through round 1 in the round of 96. We also have Michael Dunphy, your top seed. And this is Chagas on his backhand. We saw him earlier today get through his heat, and he has found himself a beautiful gem. Myself, Pete Mel, in the booth along with Adam Replogel. We calling you the action through this round of 64, and Chagas on the backhand doing it once again, Adam.
Wow. Back-to-back right there, off the bottom, off the top. He did a great job on that wave.
Also picking up a wave here, Dunphy on his forehand. A lot of speed to carry into this slot section. Beautiful snap, great wave choice. I mean, this wave here, again, nice and smooth, and they're gouging the lip, throwing the fins. What an exchange straight up. Ton of variety right here. Wow. Dunphy on fire. That was a well-surfed wave. Also, Bud Freitas, see what he can do here. Already feeling that there's a bit of pressure, being that both those surfers picked up good waves, but look at the conditions now. Bud throwing it through the roof. Oh, man, this is a great heat underway here. All of these surfers picking up solid numbers. What a start.
Wow, got to be impressed by that right there with Bud Freitas shredding on that wave. We'll see what the judges do. They have the work cut out for them quite a few waves. Looks like Michael Dunphy again on wave number 2, and again a nice little runner, Pete, on the inside.
Ooh, that stumble right there cost him. He's behind it now. But he's able to find his way back to the open face there, Adam.
Yep, making up for it. And nice reverse on the inside, too, right in that kelpy little section. So we'll see what the judges think about that one. And then here's Bud again on his second little wave. Looked like, to me, Bud might have got the better of the exchange on the first waves. Unfortunately, falling off right there.
Well, we're still waiting on numbers here, and you can see this is going to be the biggest numbers of the day are going to be coming in here. 8.9 for the first wave of Dunphy. We're also going to see Bud Freitas. His number is going to be right there, a 9.0 for Freitas. And Chagas is going to get himself a mid-range 5, and Nicholas Culley has not picked up a wave yet, but ultimately that was an amazing start here to the round of 64. But we had one surfer getting through the round of 96, the last heat of that round. Brett Simpson is down there with Eden Edwards.
I got a quick start, which is good.
We're here with our heat winner, Brett Simpson. How's it feel to be back up in Santa Cruz for the Coldwater?
I'm stoked. It's I don't compete a ton anymore, but if it's like on this coastline, I love to. And I've been doing this event, like I said, like probably 20 years. Doesn't feel that long, but this event has always been such a tradition. This is, I don't know, I'm from Huntington Beach, so I'm saying Surf City South, Surf City North is kind of how I vision it. It's so fun. I back in the day, I rode for O'Neill, and I'd spend a lot of time up here, and now O'Neill's throwing the contest on again, and it's a lot of fun. This wave's challenging, but you can really lay into it, and we don't get a ton of, good waves on the QS, so it's nice to have a long wall in front of you.
Well, awesome. 20 years and you're still winning heats. That's epic. You want to say anything to anybody back home?
I don't know. If the family's watching, hi. I know my dad used to love to come up here, so he's living in Tennessee now, but we're enjoying it for you.
Heck yeah. Well, looking forward to seeing more of you. Back to you guys.
Right on, Eden, and congratulations, Brett. Surfed a solid heat there.
Wow.
Numbers, are in right now. 5.5 for Chagas. Backup score number for Bud Freitas is a 3.67. Dunphy, a 5.4, and Nicholas with priority is looking kind of quiet out there, but man, he wasn't part of that first flurry, but definitely well done by Bud Freitas and Michael Dunphy.
Wow, I mean, that's how you want to run your heat right there, Pete. That was really how you want to do it. You want to go out there, get a banger, obviously 8s or lates, and then you want to follow it back up as soon as you can. They did that within the first 3 minutes. They
Really?
actually wrapped their heat up pretty well. I mean, they put themselves in a position to walk away with this heat. Now they just need to back up that lowest score there, their backup score.
Well, and if you want to quiet down your competitors, that's one way of doing it, is throwing a 9, another competitor an 8.9. So, I mean, basically the two biggest numbers of the day happening in that exchange. And now their competitors are like, wow, what do I got to do? Puts a lot of pressure on themselves, and now all of a sudden they feel like they need to do something more than maybe they should. But ultimately, it's all about comparison. So if you would have watched that wave, you're like, okay, it's a high-quality wave that was surfed rail to rail with good speed, power, and flow, and you can get yourself a number.
Certainly can. Unfortunately, Bud had that error on the second wave. He fell on his second wave. That wave would have been another great little score for him. But Bud's in position right now. As you look at this overview, Pete, the Steamer Lane almost looks like a golf course from the air. It looked like there was patches there.
A surfer's golf course.
And the perfect direction. You can see all the directions coming into the swell right there. Those are beautiful overhead here. Let's analyze these high scores, Pete.
Okay, so here's the first wave of the set. A little smaller wave, but look at the speed he carries through outside of Table Rock and then gets in this smooth water, and this is where he goes to work.
Wham. I really like these. Nice committed off the bottom, off the top. Great variety and carve right there. And here's where he starts to blast it. You notice right here, I thought it was over, and then right here he gets another little above the lip waft right there. So, whoa.
That was really good, and because of the fact that he was able to get that variety, that he made up for the fact of the size of the wave. Much bigger wave here for Bud. Little stumble through Table Rock section, but now goes to work.
Wow, that was a great turn right there, and a beautiful second turn. And this is, too, where the wave comes straight at him, Pete. So he's able to lay down this nice little layback at the end of that wave without much problem at all. Gave the judges some variety in his surfing and started his heat off perfectly.
Bit of a sucker, looked like there. Bud with second priority pushing, looked like Chagas into this wave. And that's one of the things the locals can do too, right? Is that they can act interested in a wave and actually sell it because of the fact that they've got local knowledge. They're like, oh wait, maybe this is one that you can get a score on, a smaller one. But that wave, it saw that it didn't have the energy through after Table Rock.
Right.
So a good sell there by Bud.
Certainly was. You see now, looks like a nice slot wave coming in here. Curious to see if anybody's in position. If they are,
Bud,
and they get that ball behind them, they get rolling, they're going to get a really nice long wall. Let's see what Bud's able to do on this wave.
Just such great wave choice here. This one bending a little bit out to sea, but it's going to come back at him right here at this section.
I really like how Bud's tempo is right now. He's just staying nice wave speed, really calm and staying within himself. And he just gave himself, another 7 basically, maybe right there. We'll see what the judges think, but.
Collie going down. That's unfortunate. He's been waiting a while now. This is into 25-minute heats, and now dumpy.
Wow. Tons of waves in this heat right now, Pete. This is insane. A lot of scores and opportunity out there for those guys. Curious to see what the judges throw for Bud on that last wave.
I think he's going to get himself 5.3 needed to get himself into the lead. Ultimately, that's what he would want to do, to put himself into the number 1 position. That'll make things more comfortable. He's not going to have to work too hard now, considering that I do see that that's going to be definitely better than the 3.67.
Yeah. But is it better than Dumpy? Yeah, it has to be a half a point better than Dumpy's. Or
at least
tenth
half
of a point,
yeah. So 5.3 will take him to the lead. And still plenty of time. That extra 5 minutes, you think it's just a limited amount of time, but it actually kind of does add at least another almost set. As we watch this replay here of Bud, this wave moving with a ton of speed out the back and gets the layback snap to start it, and then the open face carve, and then one last maneuver straight up. So good variety on this, as well as a big roundhouse cutty to add a little extra. So nice work there for Bud Freitas, and this is a front angle here. Yeah, and this is exactly what the judges are actually looking at. So this is our replay. Is going to be part of the webcast for these folks. The judges generally can have their own, but this is not the case here for this event. So we get to utilize this technology to give them an opportunity to look at this wave over again. And now they can start to throw the number out this score.
Yeah. Don't give Bud any confidence, I'll tell you what.
So Nicholas had that one wave where he was able to fall, or he fell and then got back to his feet. I think that's going to be a pretty nominal number. We also have Dumpy's last wave, which wasn't probably into his top 2. And now as we move into this round of 64, we're going to see now all of the seated surfers. We're also going to get to see some of the surfers that have already been able to get a bit of rhythm started this morning.
Oh, yeah. Bud's on a heater.
Another big number coming in for Bud Freitas. This is going to make things very easy. 8.10. Highest number and total for the day so far, 17.10. Just remember there that this is
a rep. He's got 2 kids. He's got a man body.
And you gotta love it.
And he doesn't leave any scraps left over on the table. He eats all his kids' leftovers, folks. So for him to come out here right now and beat it up with the 20-something is impressive.
And then let's remember too that these judges are, this is a lot of experience are coming for the championship tour level. There's McCabe's there. He's been at the championship tour level judging. Your head judge there. All of these a ton of experience at this level. So that's really cool to see. And Bud, again, able to get himself 17.10. I mean, there's the local contingent. You got Nat Young there, Allo, Ben Coffey, Sam Coffey. So that's the crew sitting there.
Might be a Colapinto up close here, but we won't put him in our group. He's from another SC.
Yeah, different SC. But, hey, we're all kind of a small community, so we'll at least hang with him.
I'll put him on my team,
Yeah,
dude.
but he's not on the bench. See, he's not quite on the bench yet.
No.
Yeah, Crosby's going to be up against John Mell, actually, in heat number 15 of this round. Won't be happening today.
I'll soap up his board for you. Not a problem.
Nat Young's got some surf head somewhere, so he must have gotten in the water somewhere.
Yeah, we won't say he went north, but he probably got some nice waves up there. Yeah, Pete, the conditions have just groomed up again. Now it's just completely laid down. The conditions, I mean, I like that texture right there just outside the point, but look at inside Table Rock. Not a stitch of wind, really glassy, high performance. This is grade A, Pleasure Point. This is grade A steamer lane for this year's Cold Water Classic. They're really stoked to have this condition.
So true. And again, forecast looks pretty darn good. It's not going to be flat by any means, so that means the lane it swallows any swell. So ultimately, we would have to say that there's going to be some quality waves. It's just the number of waves, right? That's what kind of happens at the lane. As we see, Chagas going above the lip, or is that Coley? Blue Jersey?
It might be Coley because
Backhander.
Chagas still has priority.
Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, that was Coley trying to improve there, taking a smaller inside wave with an opportunity for, one big move. Can't pull it down, though. You can also see these wearing a hood. So, feeling it. Mike Lamb.
Legendary. Good to see all the old carps, the old guys that we would compete with, too, Pete. Obviously, he's a little older than us, but doing some coaching down here with all the guys from his region.
Yeah, no, it's true. And, Lamb been a part of it for a very long time. It hasn't changed his style whatsoever. He would have been, right there in 85 doing that same look.
No doubt.
Maybe some bumps on the horizon here. Coming up next, Owen Moss, David DeCarmo. I'm trying to think of who else we would throw in there. Ben Coffey's in this early round, so it looks like he may actually have another heat as far as the locals are concerned. And if you look at the numbers today, at least in the round of 96, the numbers came from the local surfers putting in, the type of surfing that these judges want to see at Steamer Lane.
Yeah.
So ultimately, if you're looking at that style and approach, that's what's going to get you these bigger numbers. I mean, this is a prime example today in this heat right now in round of 64, a definite level change in regards to, how high that level of surfing is happening here.
Yeah, you would say a 5 in the last round is not going to get you a 5 in this round. But even though it's heat for heat, obviously they go from heat to heat. But you'll see as soon as you see the skill and ability go up another couple degrees, or it puts it into another gear, that's when you really start to see the difference in their surfing. To me, it's about how much speed and power they go through their maneuvers with. You can see some surfers, their tempo is a little slower, a little more comprehensible, and then you see the ones that go really fast and really, really electric off the lip. Those are sort of the guys that the judges are getting their eye for. Who's this, Pete?
That David DeCarmo. And it's funny because David, you never know what you're going to see. This kid's hair grows so fast. It literally is like the last time I saw him, he had he was buzzed. Now he's got himself a little mini fro. David DeCarmo, very accomplished, very solid competitor, lots of experience.
Whereabouts is he from?
Brazil originally, now living in Southern California.
Oh, I think this is the gentleman you were mentioning.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah, and I wonder if he's had actually Cold Water Classic experience. I want to say yes, but I don't know for sure. But I know, living in SoCal now, surfing out of this region, which is, and there was Teixeira. You remember Teixeira? You were mentioning him earlier today.
Yeah.
Federico Teixeira. He actually came out with it was during a Cold Water Classic back right there probably the last real event that we had as a cold water. He'd take the win. Goofy footer, out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere is right. I wonder if California could move to Brazil and just start trying to chisel some points down there and become out of the South America group. It could be possible, but I don't think that you would live for very long.
Just take it. It's funny you mentioned that, but the level of Brazilian surfing is through the roof.
Of course.
I was watching one of their regional events. They had a QS 3000 just before the Challenger Series event that happened there recently. In Saquarema they had full 2 weeks of competitive surfing, and the level in which that QS 3000 was at was, like I said, incredible. It is. You're right. That region itself is exploding. You think about the determination that comes from that country in regards to qualifications. Number 25 on their regional tour could easily probably go into one other region and land in first position, because that's how high that level is down there.
See the boys and women down there in support for Bud Freitas. Looks like maybe one of the coffees again is going to be surfing, so a lot of the locals down here supporting their favorite surfers.
Yeah, Ben was winner of heat number 4, which puts him in heat number 4 up against Jet Schilling and Max Beach. Up against David O'Keefe, who finished second in the round of 96, third, so he'll be in that heat 4.
Jet's had a run, huh?
Yeah, no, Jet's the number 1 rankings leader right now in the WSL North American region.
Right on.
And I think it's only off of one event. I don't think he even went down and he didn't do the Jax event, and he didn't do the event down in Jeanette's Beach. So both of those QS 1000s, that just shows how important those QS 3000s are. Here's Chagas.
Great little connection with the lip right there, and again, a little late to that one, but able to ride through that little conversion right there. So Chagas looks pretty happy with that. But unfortunately, he's coming against Dumphy and Bud Freitas right now, sitting on 2 excellent scorers. So he's got his work cut out for him. He needs to get it up into that excellent range if he wants to take himself out of small combo maybe.
Yeah, you think about the wind taken out of your sails. When you hear numbers getting read out over the loudspeaker, it can definitely take a little bit of your vibe away, right? Like you're like, okay, how am I going to get 17 points? I just surfed that wave out of my skin and got a 5.5. Dumphy is sitting with his low score of a 5.4, but he has priority, so he's just waiting for a gem.
Yep.
Right, so you're actually surfing outside of priority, trying to get yourself excellent numbers. Tough to do.
Yeah, especially when the lineups,
as condensed
as it is right now. That wave's not going to go by you without going by your competitor. As you see Chagas right here, this is a nice little wave, a little releasing snap off the top. Look at the wave steeping up right here, Pete. He gets a nice blast. You see all that spray coming off the back of his board. And again, so the last one a little late. Not much release on it, but still able to jam it out there, was able to finish that wave.
I think he's going to get a number that's going to add and probably be his best. But
we won't need an 8.8 to get in there.
Well, if it gets better than anything, it is 5.5, it'll help, which I think it's going to. But, yeah, there it is, a 6.10. So now only needs an 8.21 instead of an 8.31.
Wow, look at these nice little turns right here and some waves out the back.
That's Collie right there on the backhand.
Nice little whip.
And now Dumphy on a set, trying to improve on a 5.4, on his way right there with a beautiful arc and a second back-to-back. And a finish. Fin release, can't hang on. Now Bud out the back. Uh-oh. Oh, he wasn't paying attention. I think that was a good call, though. That wave didn't have the scoring potential to. He knew it too. I think that's why he was looking out the back, right? He's like, I'll look at it, but no, it's not going to be the 8.1 that he needs to improve upon. He can cruise. It must feel pretty darn good. 2 minutes to go, a little over 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, and sitting on 17.10 two-wave total. That is a huge number. Kind of the highlight of the day, although we're going to still have 5 more heats after this, but I would have to say Bud, performance of the day, winning the trials from early, going out there getting big numbers in heat number 1, winning it, and now the best number of the day. And here you can see a little bit of a paddle battle for priority. Surfer to get out to the position first generally will get priority. Now it's a paddle between Dumphy and Chagas does. See, he was just a little bit outside. Dumphy ends up with the 3rd priority. So,
which was right, because if you look at,
taking turns. Ultimately, Dumphy realizes that he was made a mistake there with that wave. He had 2 carves. He ends up improving his score slightly, a 5.67 for his efforts, but ultimately saw something go away there. You know, he could have easily nailed in the coffin. Although you look at the time, you'd have to say fairly
time's
safe.
going to run out, yeah. You sort of want to sit in that last couple minutes, though, with control, even if you do need a score.
Well, and having priority would have done that, right?
Yeah.
That's why he saw that little slap of the water. It's like, okay, so the opportunity is really sitting with Chagas. Although, watch, if he paddles too far away, he could have priority taken away. He's just looking for anything at this point, knowing there's a minute left. He saw us set over there, and that's the thing. Trying to chase a wave over to Middle Peak, impossible.
Good luck. I mean, maybe a left, maybe.
Well, this is Collie right here in blue.
Yeah.
He's almost far enough over. There's the one turn, but this wave's going to fatten up, so really just the one opportunity.
I like how he serves.
He does serve good. That kind of, he's bummed. He realized.
You know, that's steamer lane in a nutshell right there. Any heat, you know. 2 guys go out there and completely spank it. A couple guys go out there and have a terrible time or a challenging time. As you can see, sets out the back right now. 30 seconds remaining.
Oh, look at Buzz. This is going to get a gem here to finish it out. Looks like a nice little slot wave. Let's see if he's interested here. 25 seconds.
Hey, I surf with Bud enough to know that he's relishing in this right now.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. He's really loving this. He really is. He loves, I mean, as much as anything, he loves to win.
Very competitive.
Yep.
Put a golf club in his hands.
Yep.
Put a surfboard under his feet. Does he play ping pong? Ping pong and paddle in his hands? Well, he wants to sell more than anything, too, huh?
Oh, yeah. Just don't fluff my order, bud.
All right, so that will finish this one out. And one of the best competitive heats we've seen so far in this event. Bud Freitas, 17.10. Michael Dunphy, 14.57. Action will continue here with heat number 2. Don't go anywhere. Right back into action here, heat number 2 of the round of 64. We're going to have Owen Moss right there in the white jersey. That is, let's see here, Ryan Huckabee. We saw him get himself a big number this morning, throwing the fins out there. Reed Platinius is going to be in the green. David DeCarmo in the blue. So another 2 seeded surfers against 2 surfers that have already competed in the Coldwater Classic. Again, 25-minute heats now. We've added an extra 5 minutes into this round of 64. We'll watch some replays here. A little battle on the outside. Looks like Ryan found early advantage and deep on this one. And beautiful arcing roundhouse cutty. Snap to mix it up slightly. Now getting into some frothy water. It gets the release out of the fins. So 3 different styles of turns. Back to the carve and a kick out. So pretty good start. I mean, you start trying to compare what we saw in the last heat. Can't do that, right?
Yeah, scrub that, yeah. That was, I mean, to me, that'll come in that mid-range score most likely and set that bar for the judges and the surfers to know what exactly they need to get that certain average score. But really like that wave of Huckabee right there. As you said, Pete, it's hard to, the encore after a heat like that, it's pretty hard.
It is.
But Huckabee did a great job right there of collecting his own thoughts, got his board speed up and going, and laid down some nice turns.
And I think the biggest part of that, too, was the fact that he was able to get himself in position. You watch, he had to out-paddle his competitors to get himself deeper in the lineup in a non-priority situation, which is every heat in the beginning. No one has priority. So ultimately, it's your positioning in the lineup.
Yep.
And he was able to get that inside position, you know, especially when you're talking about the slot zone. It's a dominant right. So if you can get yourself to the right of the screen, deeper than your fellow competitors, but enough on the shoulder enough to make the wave, that's the position you want to be in. And Huckabee did that, got himself the early 5.83, and would have loved the fact that it was just a one-wave set.
100%. As you see his position now in the lineup, Pete, he's playing the waves, not the players. Right here, he's able to sit inside and hopefully get one off with there up top.
All right, well, let's head down to Eden Edwards. We have got a local who is relishing the 17.10 two-wave total, Bud Freitas. Let's hear from him. Well, we can't really hear from him because the audio has gone down. So we'll figure that one out. Hopefully we can come back to him in a moment.
Just put Bud on pause. I want to hear what he's got to say.
I know, yeah. We'll bring him back. Come on, bring him back. Backhand right here. Quick one for David DeCarmo. That was our first look at David in this Coldwater Classic. Just a quick closeout, kicks out. Another Owen Moss also picks up a quick wave. But with that, gives priority to Reed Platinius. So let's see if Reed can utilize that priority. Right now, oof, quick one. Owen Moss trying to pick up another wave really quickly. So those little errors, taking waves and giving priority to your competitor, it may not seem like a big deal, but in a wave-starved kind of sometimes heat, you don't want to make those mistakes.
No.
Now look here, Reed likes the look of this inside one. Might have some energy. Starts off a little vertical hit. Now wave starts to load up. And he's going vertical. The backhanders can do that. Now DeCarmo. Another wave shutting down on DeCarmo. So wave choice here, wave selection being a little bit uneasy for David. And sure enough, Huckabee finds himself in a pretty good spot. See if he can get around the corner. How about up and over it?
Wow, I really like that. I'm curious to see what they do for a one maneuver. I mean, a little recovery there, Pete. I'm not sure exactly how they look at those, but let's see what the judges say.
Let's head back down to Bud Freitas. Get that audio fixed. We got you there, Eden?
You got us here. All right, we're here with Bud, winner of the trials this morning, wild-carded into the event, winning his first heat. How's that feel?
It's my third heat now already today, so I'm kind of burnt. Super stoked. Good heat. Waves are going off. Got a killer board. I don't know. I'm just stoked to be surfing again. I mean, it's not what I do anymore, but it's still fun to be. I'm super competitive, so it's definitely what I want.
You told me your daughter was watching from school. That's pretty epic.
Yeah, it's pretty cute. My daughter goes to Rio Del Mar, and when the teacher surfs or something, knows I surf, and the comp came on, and then they threw it on for her to watch with all her friends, so that was kind of cute. So stoked. Dad moment.
Well, awesome. Can't wait to see you go far, and hopefully they continue to play it at school. Anyways, good to see you.
Right on. Thanks.
Back to y'all.
Well, Eastsider Bud's got a Southsider daughter, and they're watching at Rio. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That the teachers out there. So I'm sure they're back to doing their education now, but would have been a great performance. Let's watch this turn right here, Adam.
Yeah, I really like that. Above the lip blast, lays it all back. Now, to me, this isn't a really elongated sort of recovery, Pete. He was sort of able to slurp it up really quickly. The layback was a part of it.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see what the judges do on that. To me, it was a completely fluid, seamless maneuver because the layback was intentional at the start. But really hard to throw your board away from you like that and then reel it back under your body.
And
he's got some core strength.
Judges ate it up, 6.33 for just one big move. So Huckabee doing it once again. We saw that earlier today, get big numbers. And again, it took a closeout. And when you can actually take a closeout
and huck it
and get a score, that is why it's so important to have those types of maneuvers in your repertoire, because ultimately you don't always get the best waves, right? And sometimes you have to manufacture scores. That, in that opinion right there for Huckabee, manufactured that 6.33. That was basically a closeout. Would have been a 2 for anyone else, 1.5, and he went out there and made a 6.33.
Yeah, it is really challenging. You see right here again on the replay.
It's a closeout.
Total closeout. But he's able to get one nice pump off, couple pumps, and then a nice blast, tail sliding layback.
And it was all in control. It was actually intentional. The way he was able to move his front foot forward, that allowed him to kind of rotate off the front foot and get that tail and board back underneath him once he was laid out. I mean, he was literally laid out in that layback and brought it back under his feet. Nice work there for Huckabee. This has been a fun surfer to watch so far today.
He certainly has. You know, and usually you'll see a lot of big maneuvers, high scores on beach break style surfing. When you have a wave that's multiple turns and the ability to say do 2 or 3 of those on the wave, you're less likely to get a score like that. But in the context of the heat, where you saw the 5.8, we also saw a 4.7. That's what they're basing it off of, and that's where they saw the amplitude went up on that. You know, went above average, and so the scores. And
the wow factor, right? I mean, that was the whole thing.
Totally.
Like you saw that happen, you're like, wow, that was sick.
Totally.
And the judges have to eat that up because of it.
Yeah, and there was not a major spread on that. You know, it went from a 6 to a 5.7, so all the judges are right in line, 6.5s. So yeah, they were all in agreement to that.
5 judges on the panel. You know, they got a high and low thrown out. There was 3 6.5s there, 6.0 and a 5.7. You throw out the 5.7 and the 6.5, they average out at a 6.33.
That was well served. Perfect conditions out here. 3 to 5 foot lane. You know, we haven't seen this year where we've had multiple days of good surf out here. You know, there's been some nice days here and there, but it's
nice moments.
Nice moments,
like,
yeah.
Here and there. South swell. I mean, we had some late south swells, which
totally.
is cool. Which we you know, generally in in October we're going to see a pretty solid northwest swell be there, but we didn't get one this year really.
We're getting south swells into we're still seeing south swells right now.
Yeah,
so.
No, it's definitely an interesting. I mean,
both
again,
atmospheres are working on both regions.
Which is what we have generally in the fall, right? You'll still see some pretty
combos,
big swells come out of that southern hemisphere pretty late in the season, but not as much and as active as it's been. Here's Owen Moss. So 2 throwaway scores to start this heat, and directly in the lip, tough section to be able to pull it down. Doesn't do it there, so another pretty much throwaway score. So Owen Moss is going to have to dig himself out here. With that extra 5 minutes, though, he has 15 solid minutes, and he's not out of the race by any means. He can put it together here. Very talented surfer. Watch the replay here and see what happens at him.
Yeah, let's see what he's able to do right here. He gets a first nice little snap in the pocket as he's eyes down this second section. It's already nearly breaking. He's trying to just get up and down before that thing collides with that convergence, but unfortunately not able to ride away from that. You know, I remember that, Pete, when I was competing. You just want to get a wave under your belt that actually gives you that confidence. So you just sort of thirsting for the next one. So you're really trying to build on stuff. When you're falling on waves, it really does sort of take away your confidence. It makes you actually try harder sometimes, which even makes it more difficult to get that score. So, boy, you're seeing a lot of different results with guys getting really good waves at the start of heat. It looks like we have a competitor ready for this next heat, Pete.
Owen Moss sits number 2 in the rankings in North America. Does not want to be beat here in this one. Yeah, so Owen Moss is
he's up there on the race.
Yeah, he finished runner-up to Jet in Virginia Beach. So again, very accomplished in the smaller stuff because Jet was on fire at that event. It was pretty good Virginia Beach, but it's Virginia Beach is going to be 2 foot for the most part. Here we go. This is Huckabee again, up and riding.
Huckabee on a nice looking little wall right here. A great snap and a great carve already. Huckabee needed to improve on the 5.83. He's giving the judges something to think about here, Pete. As this wave has a slow tempo, but he's beating it up good.
And he's taking this. His surfing is sitting off the bottom, right? He's sitting off the bottom and waiting for it. And it pays off because that tempo is very similar to the wave. And so you're going to match it. This is Platinius, who is looking for wave number 2 on the backhand. Gets around it now. A little release of the fins, but this wave losing its energy.
You can tell an excellent surfer right there. Just needs the right canvas to really start to open up. But yeah, this extra 5 minutes in the heat, Pete, is allowing these surfers to be a little more patient. You're not seeing so much urgency right away. Did you see the replay right here? Here goes Huckabee again, getting the sport speed up and going.
So again, you're trying to say he's going to improve on the 4.83, right? Is that it?
I think so.
Or 5.83. Sorry, yeah. I don't know. Do you feel like he did it?
Well, I'm not a judge. I mean, I just babble about it. But hey, I liked it.
Nice
work.
work.
I did. I really liked it. I think, like you said, he's got poise off the bottom. He really waits for his right, position and to hit. You could see he's pretty happy about that with his body language. He's wrapping up a really nice heat.
Well, it's going to be a good number. His best number yet, a 7.33. Like the variety from it, the amount of maneuvers, the good pace that he carries. And now waiting on Platinius' score here, trying to add to his 4.17. Right now, Huckabee well out front, 13.66 two-wave total. So a good heat underway for Ryan. 3.33 for Reed, which adds to the total for him. But right now it feels like it's battle for second.
Yeah, and knowing that, what was it, Moss came runner-up in the previous event for this. This is something that you don't want to go down. Usually you want to do back-to-back good results, and it's really, really difficult. You have momentum, you have some luck, some good things go for you one event, and then the following event, all the wheels fall off. So it's pretty rare to see guys go back-to-back and do really well. So hopefully he's able to get out of this deficit he's in right here. I'm talking about Moss. He needs just a little score of about a 4, but he's got plenty of time. You see some of the local younger kids down here. That was us one day, Pete, down here watching this event before we were surfing in it. And this is what we do here in Santa Cruz, guys. We just sit on this cliff, we heckle people, we talk smack, and make sure everybody knows that we're watching them. It is.
Adam, we were talking about the importance of this regional tour and how it's something that we've been able to. I mean, because the focus really has been championship tour. Make sure that championship tour is in the right places at the right venues, the right type of format. We saw the whole change to the finals now, where we determine the world champion in one day. Then we saw some focus shift to the Challenger Series and making sure that we had solid events there, an understanding of how we qualify surfers from the world into the championship tour. And now the focus is being done now on the regional tours and growing these regional tours and making them similar to what we were able to compete in when we had our Bud Surf Tour, where we had this regional tour that was able to develop surfers into a level that is going to be compatible with the championship tour. And I'll say, just got word from Scott Waring, who helps run the Jax Pro event. He's saying that in 2023, the Jax Pro is going to be a QS 3000, which means that is, again, growth of the tour. Gotta love that. So congratulations to Scott and all of the crew to be able to upgrade that. Not, of course, official, but ultimately I think that that's something that, I could say unofficially into a QS 3000. So good to Jax to get more in improvement, a little extra money in there, and importance in allowing these surfers to gain extra experience, extra cash. You want to have a big, solid event. You don't want it to be, because right now it's like the setup is with a QS 3000 in Virginia and then a QS 3000 in Barbados. That's really kind of it in regards, unless we see the Pismo event come up, which I think is as soon as that goes official, 3000. So we'll start to see this growth of the tour. Here's Owen.
See what Owen's able to do right over the Table Rock section. Nice little hack down card right there, Pete. Got a relatively narrow stance, able to whip that board around.
Wave choice a little bit subpar in regards to moving through that inside section. That's some things that's important. The first top section definitely had some vertical face. Nice carve there. And then the wave flattens out. So just the wraparound cutback, and then the energy wanes, goes away. So it's not going to be a huge number for Owen. But in the context of the heat, as you had mentioned, your surfer in second place only carrying a 4.17 and a 3.33. So Owen basically saying, hey, I want to get himself into a better position by picking up a good solid second number. But he still sits in third, needing just around a 4.
So the only value through the stars is they bring more money, correct? Is that
more money and more points?
More points.
The more points being the most important.
But it's done on money. It's not done on quality of wave, right?
No.
So you could go to Pipeline and still be a 1-star.
Yes.
But it's the most challenging wave on Earth.
Yes. This is true. And it just had an event there. You
Hawaii, guys did the big wave tour
Sunset.
one time where it went from 20 to 25 feet. It was a green. It was silver. And if it went from 25 to 40 feet, it was platinum. So it changed your scale.
There's a thought process behind that. I agree with it.
I mean, I think it really makes sense, because the wave quality, say you go back east, even though it's a 5-star, it's at 2 foot, who knows where, barely able to surf versus, a really good quality wave.
And if you're thinking about, and this is a great debate, if you're thinking about trying to qualify surfers for the championship tour, in which the best level of venues is on that championship tour, you want to have qualification surfers coming from a place they could actually surf these waves, right?
Yeah. Well, that was my point earlier about the about the qualification to the Olympics at Huntington to go to Chopo.
True. It's not perfect, Adam. We're working it
No,
out, man.
and
That's the whole
believe
thing.
me, I've been a critic of surfing since I could start surfing.
It's our job.
But I really like what they're doing. They're making it regionally available for everybody, so you don't have to go everywhere to do it. Wow. Here's DeCarmo. Nice couple whaps right there. Now, he's had a late start to this heat, Pete. You can tell he's a little off right now.
But he doesn't need much. I mean, you look at the two-wave total.
Yeah.
This man right here is holding on to a 7.5 two-wave total. So in trying to improve right here on a 3.33 is his low score. And he's found a wave that's got energy through the inside.
Dude, this guy's a good surfer.
On that backhand, a little narrower stance, whipping it up into the lip. Kind of yeomans.
No claim right there. I like that. Okay.
Oh, Moss up and riding now.
Yep.
Oh. There, he's just a little off kilter for Moss. So he's been challenged here. Feels like Platinius is going to add to his total. In my opinion, he's going to get his best number yet.
Platinius. I like that name, too. That's a
Greek,
twister.
right?
Is it?
Yeah, Platinius, you know, like
the Greek.
Yeah.
Classic. But all these waves right now are really crucial, Pete. Coming down to the 6-minute mark. We have yet to see David DeCarmo really sort of tee off on one, but he looks like he's getting liquored up to blast one. But you said we talked about Owen Moss right there. Unfortunately, a little off. Has had some opportunity, but if you can see on your screen right now, plenty of sets coming on out the back. Looks like there's going to be a couple more.
Yeah, no, first priority and the lead, Ryan Huckabee. So that's what happens when you get those early waves. Then you start to dictate priority, and you dictate, you know, and
you're not as anxious.
Giving yourself the opportunities to be on the best waves. You don't have to manufacture scores. You can just kind of let them come to you. So here, Huckabee making a move. He likes the way this angle looks on this wave. He's been able to pull those arcs off quite nicely.
And like you mentioned about how poised he is off the bottom, Pete. He sort of sits there and waits. And again, he does one of those.
He's got that layback gouge on lock.
Jeez.
I like that turn.
Yeah, it's a good turn. Okay.
DeCarmo. Again, now he's trying to manufacture scores and doing everything he can.
He's working hard.
Surfing from behind it, you know, and he's putting himself for those turns. That's, you know, probably one of his better waves there for DeCarmo. He's got 2 scores to come in here. We're also waiting on Reed's last, which actually came in as a great number, and that's going to make things very difficult.
He did.
7.0 for Reed, Platinius.
Nice.
Now look at this one. This is the trying to be a comeback wave for David.
There was a nice snap. He missed the first section on that one, or the second section. He's able to recover right here, but unfortunately goes down. Actually, I believe he gets another one.
That was the wave previous, right? Yeah, this is another one. So this is back-to-back. Actually, this is Platinius' last.
Platinius, yeah. And I really like how he was able to right here, Pete. He knows he has to sit back on this wave. So right here, he's just sort of sits and waits and lets that wave stand up and does one of the better turns right there. So well-positioned turn right there. And you can say he was pretty stoked on this. You can tell just by his body language at the end of this wave that he's pretty happy. Check me out, Judge.
All right, and then Owen out the back from him. Little tomahawk off the top. And again.
Cuts that one a little short, and then unfortunately right there, it looked like his foot was off a little bit maybe.
And I feel like, you know, Owen's riding a board that he's used to riding in the pocket, right? And it's a style of board we had mentioned this morning, and it feels like there's a bit of curve in it, and so that means it's great in the pocket, but to get projection at the lane, it's a little bit more challenging. So he's not quite getting the grip out of those bottom turns to get that extra speed.
And here's Huckabee again on one of those nice front slide.
That's going to be the sickest still.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's really giving the judges something to think about at the end of those waves.
And we're waiting on the score for Ryan, and then now up again. Platinius. Seemed like that was a little bit of a defensive move there to kind of protect from one of his competitors getting that wave. With 3 minutes to go, you could kind of do that. But score came in for DeCarmo, a 5.2. The wave previous, a 2.0. And now this is a little air reverse. Popped there by Owen Moss, looking for a 5.71 at this point in the heat, because did get his best number so far, a 5.47 on his last before the fall. And now waiting on numbers for this. And he likes it.
He really liked it.
There's a bit of selling going on these days. It's kind of part of the program.
Oh, yeah. I work in a surf shop, Pete. I sell stuff every day.
You go out there and claim?
I'll throw a pizza. You try to have them bite it. You see right here a couple of waves on the inside. Down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, Pete. This is it's been one of those heats that you're sort of wondering when we'll have a massive breakthrough type moment.
Well, DeCarmo, let's see if he can do it right
see if
here.
He's able to do it right here.
So he's in fourth, and he needs a score here. Needs a 5.98.
Wow.
But stuck behind a little bit. Oh, not going to happen.
That was the wave.
It was. It had score potential for sure to get at least a 6, right?
Yeah, I think that was the wave for DeCarmo. Unfortunately, right there, just even on his first turn, if we go back and watch that, you see he actually almost grabbed a little rail off the first turn, but he was able to pull that dig up and get a nice snap.
Feels
just
like
put him behind the wave a little bit.
Feels like the whole time he's been doing that, to be honest. It felt like he's always kind of fighting for speed, fighting from the hitch of the rails.
Or just coming from behind.
Yeah. So looking at numbers now, Huckabee did improve his situation with that last layback hack. A 7.07 puts him well out front. Number in for last of DeCarmo, a 4.17. Moved into third. Owen Moss, his last, is going to go into his top 2, but I don't think it's going to take him into second position. We also have DeCarmo, one more score for DeCarmo. Reed was able to improve his situation, got himself a 4.8 to add to the 7, which extends his second place position. Now DeCarmo's scores are all in. He's got a 5 and a 5.2, and it's not enough. He sits in that third position, needs a 6.61, whereas Owen Moss' score is in. It does go into his top 2, moves him into third. It's a 5.47, but needs a 6.34 in the last moments here, as there's a minute remaining, and both Owen and David needing scores. Owen has third priority. So right now with Ryan and Reed, if they can close this one out and protect their lead, which they have priority over their competitors. But Owen's going to make a move here on the inside and see what happens.
It just doesn't reflect well when there's pumping set out the back either, even though it's going to be a nice little wave. Nice snap right there and great little hack. But I think it's just going to not be enough, Pete. You see outside, you see Huckabee on another set wave. So it's just been all Huckabee this heat. You see Moss right here. Great little surfer, this guy, but unfortunately now he's going it again. Let's hear what the judges have to say about that one. You know, when you sell something, you sell it once. You can't keep selling something. Well, here we go. Okay, let me check this young man out. Beautiful bottom turn here.
Bigger wave. We just caught the back half of it, but he got a clean finish. So Platinius trying to improve on a 4.8. Moss trying to improve on a 5.4. Needs a 6.34 and to turn the heat. And I mean, my first inclinations is that Moss, as much I think it's his importance of knowing that he wants to keep his rankings up there at number 2, and a loss in the first round can be a bit of a bite. I don't know if it's quite enough. I mean, especially if we see Reed able to pick up. Let's watch it again. Let's see. 6.34 needed here.
People at home can judge it. You know, we're all armchair little judges right there. That was a nice little snap. Great little turn right there. I mean, he surfed this wave really well.
But it's a lot of out in the face, right? It wasn't any in the lip. That's where I feel like
there's downtime and there's reflection too with what's going on behind you.
Yeah, right.
And
so
there's thunder stealing.
Yeah.
You know, and there's certain things that you do intentionally, and they didn't do it intentionally. But here he goes. This is
an important wave, right?
Yeah. Deep bottom turn. Really like that.
Much bigger wave, and just So he's getting an improvement. I'm sorry, the number coming in for
that was
Owen Moss may be close, but unfortunately with that wave right there.
Now after that, yeah.
It looks like the number actually is not going to be enough for Owen Moss, even though he tried to sell it to the judges. They weren't biting it, especially when there was waves getting ridden out the back. That's the biggest part of it. You had mentioned it. It's like, hey, it's a reflection of what you're riding. If you're riding the first wave of the set that's half the size, and then your competitors are picking up set waves, makes it pretty tough to throw a big number at it.
Now it looks like this is after the heat. This is DeCarmo. This is probably the wave he wishes he had during the heat.
Yep.
It looks like the pressure's off now, and he is surfing really well. But you know, it was unfortunate for him.
Numbers are in, and it will stay. Ryan Huckabee and Reed Platinius moving through into the round of 32. We've got heat number 3 coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
I can walk there.
I can surf there.
I could skate there. I can ride there.
Anywhere you go in Santa Cruz, there's an O'Neill surf shop close by. O'Neill, first name in the water.
Back at the Coldwater Classic. Round of 64, heat number 3 at the Coldwater Classic 2022. Will Dean will be holding it down. First time we get to see, Will we saw this morning. Derek Gomez. Is he there in this one? Yes, he is. He's in the red jersey. And Dimitri Poulos, who's, let's say that, Poulos? Dimitri is going to be he's an O'Neill team rider. But we also have Corey Arambidi with a mistake there in the green. So a quick wave for Corey. Little opportunity lost. I wouldn't say
Not
that
much.
much of one, right? Like, that's not a great wave, but you never know in the context. The very early stages.
To me, it's just confidence building when you fall on that wave like that. It sort of chisels away that confidence. You come in with a 4 on your first wave, yet you beached it from start to finish. You feel pretty good about yourself.
So a little bit of a fall, a little bit of nerves maybe. You know, again, it's this wave is one of those waves that, you know, you feel like you have to capitalize on every opportunity you're given, right? Because you don't necessarily know if you're going to be given another opportunity.
That's for sure.
So that's why that confidence gets chiseled away.
You know, I really want to watch Dimitri surf, man. I've seen a couple of his clips before. I heard he made a board change, and looks like he's surfing exceptionally well. I was talking to Garth Tarlow earlier, and said that I think he went to Timmy Patterson's.
Got it.
And you know, obviously the guy's an exceptional surfer. Whatever he was riding beforehand, shredding. But looks like he's taking it to the another level now.
That I think Dimitri actually had a buckled board yesterday. It was a brand new TP that I saw buckled.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So hopefully it wasn't his number 1 board.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's got a quiver under his feet. But yeah, it's tough when you actually have a buckled board. It's not like it's going to get a brand new board made overnight, right? So that was yesterday. It was solid yesterday, and we did see, you know, this place will break boards.
Oh, was that out here yesterday?
Yeah,
He broke it out here. Oh, right.
I don't know if it was him. I just saw there was a TP, and I just caught a glimpse of it. But it was a buckled board for sure, but I don't know if it was actually Dimitri or not.
Check this set out, Pete.
Ooh, another solid one. Again, we've got an increase in south swell, so these sets that are pushing this direction could be southerly angled. But now up and riding. Beautiful first carve here.
This is the boy we're talking about, I believe.
This is Dimitri. Blue jersey, tags it off the top, so good start for him.
Nice.
A little bigger set wave here. This is red, Derek Gomez. Originally from Venezuela, now resides nearby. Ooh, a little loose on the carve there.
Sort of lost his footing right there, it looked like a little bit, but still was able to buck a couple arcs right there.
Will Dean. Into the smooth part of the reef here. See the waves start to smooth out. Ooh, a little slippery off the bottom, but is able to pull it back down. So Will Dean completes a ride.
You know, sometimes I can tell people who don't wear booties that much, Pete, they get a little shuffle in their foot sometimes. I mean, we get it. We wear booties all the time. You can really grip in a position on your board that's not the best place. But you're seeing a lot of guys right now sort of shuffle their feet around to get into that sweet spot of their board.
Because of not necessarily
maybe a lot of not experience wearing booties and stuff like that.
That's a good read. I like that. Yeah. All right, so this was the replay here of Dimitri. Little roundhouse carve. Top turn there, carrying some speed, and then a good solid hammered finish. So Dimitri, nice start to his heat. Derek Gomez, a little bigger wave. Again, you might be in the same kind of deal here because you don't know how much booty wearing this man has had, and this could be a section where his feet weren't in the right spot.
See, there's just a little bobble coming off of that turn. It looked from my observation that he was maybe stutter stepping on his feet.
That's a great read. As we watch now, Will Dean, the first turn there got a little bit off kilter, which hindered his speed slightly, but then got into the smooth part of the wave, and no mistakes here. A little frothy moment down there at the bottom, had him almost slippery on the bottom turn. This is live action here. Kolohe Andino on the back end, see if he can recover from that last turn.
Yeah, he is. Kolohe Andino on his backhand right here, doing a couple of really nice turns. Great little waft out the top there, and again, unfortunately, falling off right there, Pete. But we've seen his name for quite some time. He's obviously a seasoned veteran, professional surfer that made a run for it earlier, maybe a couple years back. I've seen his name. So, you know, it seems like everyone goes sort of a rainbow effect of their amateur professional surfing career. You know, you're lucky if you get up there and you have success really at the top. But we're seeing a lot of guys that are blue collar straight, no sponsors, going to work, grinding out heats to really, you know, pursue their dream.
Let's head down and hear from Ryan Huckabee, who just put on a nice performance in that last heat. Gotta love what he put in the water. Let's see what he has to say.
All right, we're here with heat winner Ryan Huckabee. How was that out there? It looked like the waves were super consistent, and you really performed.
Yeah, thank you. It was really fun. I mean, the waves are firing. It's gotten better all day, and I mean, it's just amazing to have an event with some real waves. The last two were on the East Coast in Virginia and North Carolina, and it was really hard, really small, and being a bigger guy, it's definitely hard to perform in those conditions. So definitely fun to have an event with some real waves.
Well, that's awesome. You said you've competed out here before. Have you ever gotten the lane like this?
Actually, yeah, we had a contest. We had a Rip Curl Grom Search Nationals when I was like 12 or 13, and it was firing. And a really fun event, but I haven't been back since. So.
Well, that's awesome. It seems like you're getting lucky. Anything you want to say to anyone back home?
Yeah, say hi to my parents, my girlfriend, my grandparents, everyone watching. Love you guys.
Well, awesome, Ryan. Looking forward to seeing you more. Thanks.
Thank you.
That's right, Eden. Ryan Huckabee, gotta love it. Great performance in there and a good post-heat interview. And I have been just blessed as of right now. I've got one of my mentors, a man that I've looked up to my entire life. Little switcheroo from Adam Replogle to Mr. Richard Schmidt. Glad to have you on the set, Rich.
My pleasure, Pete. Nice to sit here next to you, check out the action.
What's some of your thoughts to have the Coldwater Classic back at your backyard?
I think it's so great to have an event like this for the local crew, you know, to have an opportunity to get started with their pro career. You know, you see what it did for Nat Young when he was younger, and I think it's just great for the community, and just great to put a little spotlight on Santa Cruz surfing. And I think it's a beautiful, they spell my name wrong, but that's okay.
M-I-D-T.
It's okay. I think it's a great venue for an event. I mean, it's like a Coliseum. You got the cliffs, and it could be world class. It's not like Pipeline or Chopu or, you know, Super Twos or whatever, but it could be a really high performance wave. So
I like the way that it's a bit of a challenge for surfers. That's what I feel like has been so cool, because you think about the success of the locals over the years, right? And that just goes to show that this wave has some subtleties about it that you have to master.
Yeah, there's that little table rock voodoo. You see people catching their rail on, and it's not a super clean wave. You got a little bit of warble coming off the cliff, and which is nice because it gives the locals a little bit of an advantage, you know, because it is a tricky wave to figure out.
But I mean, there's likes of like Kelly Slater has been, you know, renowned for saying that he's not a fan of this wave. Yeah. And it's like, here's the best surfer in the world who has a place that he struggles with.
Yeah, I was kind of bummed he kind of mentioned that like it's not a world-class wave, because on a right day it could be world-class as far as a performance wave goes. So they say Trestles is world-class and this and that. When you get a good slot wave,
you feel it.
Indicator wave, it's an incredible.
There's not a lot of
wave.
waves like it.
No, it's an incredible wave. A nice venue, nice for viewing.
You know, and Richard, I just want to say that, you know, I mentioned that you were a mentor of mine, but you are a former Eddie competitor. You know, you a finalist. Did you win a World Cup? Or runner-up at World Cup?
Yeah, like third. In a couple finals.
Couple finals at Sunset Beach, right? So I'm, you know, one of the most accomplished surfers internationally to come out of this region. You know, you were able to go to that Bells event back in the day with VC, had a great run. And you were, you know, a big part of Hawaii. I mean, North Shore was something that you spent a lot of energy and time at.
Oh, so much. Yeah, 15 years in a row surfing the Triple Crown, Hawaii, or Haleiwa, Sunset, and Pipeline for 15 years, to be able to surf it with a small crew of competitors was just so exciting.
That's why you did it, yeah?
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I kind of validated just going in there surfing for months, like, oh, yeah, I'm I'm training for, spend the whole season, I'm training for the ICAL. I'm just surfing every day and just living what a wonderful life to be there during that time.
And talk about it real quick, I mean, there was one of the best Eddie ICAL events ever. I don't recall the year, but it was the year you ended up getting third. But that was some of the best Waimea ever for one of those events.
Yeah, it was really consistent and really clean, and
what year
the
was
level
that?
of surfing, 89, 90,
Right
and the
there.
camaraderie, you know, within the competitors, and just, I really like the format where there was no elimination, you know, when you're out there and you're cheering on your competitors, and I mean, that was a highlight of my surfing career for sure that day, just what I experienced, what I saw, and really exciting event to be in, you know, just really great community of people, Eddie, you know, and George Downing and all those guys. Just, yeah, amazing.
Dimitri ended up with a 6.5. Corey Ambidi was able to fight back and get himself a 5.5. Now with just a 1.0 as his backup. Will Dean with a 5.0 and Gomez with a 4.33. So a competitive heat, only separated by 2 points, all of the best waves, and now up and riding. Looks like, what's the color there? That's white. Will Dean. Bit of a mistake there, Rich. More waves on the way, though. Priority is with Dimitri in the blue. He's going to pass this one up. Give the opportunity to, looks like, Aaron Beatty. Yes, on the back end. Aaron Beatty on the back end now, trying to better the 1.0, which I think he has already done. And now has found some rhythm. Well, until I said that. Now out the back. Here is a solid one, carrying a ton of speed. Dimitri, your heat leader. O'Neill team rider, 2 tomahawks. And going for the third, extends the layback carve and a finish. That's going to be the best number of the heat to add to the 6.5. Now Derek Gomez, as he takes off on this one on the inside. Nice smooth face, but we've seen that now twice, getting a little off balance on the carves, but he keeps it together. So he's going to add to that 4.33. So all these surfers getting opportunities. A nice finish, actually, for Derek Gomez. So made up for that little error on the carve. You've been able to watch a little bit today, Rich. Any highlights that you've seen today?
I really enjoyed watching Bud Freitas' heat. You can really see his power on full display. You know, you see a lot of competitors surfing really well, you know, but when someone starts really throwing huge fans out the back,
What do you think
really
the point of
appreciate
difference
that.
was?
I think just he was throwing way more spray than everybody, and he had just a lot of speed off the bottom. And yeah, he had the best heat of the day, right? Like
Yeah, best of the
9.8 or
two. I
something.
mean, what, a 9 and an 8.1. So yeah, 17.1 two-wave total.
Yeah, I think the little flicky stuff is beautiful, you know. But when you see someone put on a power display like that, there's no denying it.
There's
and
a
the judges
difference, right?
Know it. Yeah, you could really see it.
Yeah.
And I was watching Nat Young yesterday, amidst all the competitors, and he's kind of the same thing, you know. Just he'll throw so much spray on his turns, and you can just see how much power he's holding in his turns. And it gets awarded. I like that judges are awarding that.
Dimitri, 8.33, so he goes excellent with that number there and a substantial lead for Dimitri. That'll be good. His sponsor's event, he's able to put it together and impress the judges. Seeing some other numbers coming in here. Gomez is going to be, his number 2 wave is going to add to his scoreline no matter what. It looks like Corey's going to improve as well. So at this point, Corey's going to hold on to his second, adds a 5.33 to his total. Gomez a 4.33. So that added with the 4. So now Gomez needs a 6.5. Will Dean needs a 5.83. Rich, what was your favorite Coldwater Classic and why?
When Tom Curran won it, I don't think he competed the year before. He needed to re-qualify for the tour or something.
He had to start from the trials.
Yeah, and he had to start from the trials. He went all the way from the trials all the way to the finish.
And it was the first event of the year.
Yeah, was that one of the first cold waters as well?
I would say so. Yeah, I mean, definitely one of the most memorable. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's just.
And the waves were on fire. That was another big bonus to that one. Offshore conditions as we watch this beautiful, excellent number, 8.33 from Dimitri. And again, showcasing variety, which is part of the criteria, showcasing all sorts of different styles of maneuvers, all on one wave. And that was done. And a great performance from Dimitri Polos, who's going to be out front, 10 minutes to go. What was that moment? Just his style and approach? I mean, Curran was one of those guys we all looked up to, right?
Yeah, just his finesse on a wave. It's just so elegant, you know, just how he surfs and his style. And not a whole lot of top competitors have that amount of smoothness to it. That he had.
It almost is timeless, right? I mean, he could probably bring that style of surfing here to the lane right now, and it would probably fetch 8s.
Yeah, and that's good that people appreciate that. 'Cause surfing is like a dance. When you do it and it's pleasing to the eye, it's just beautiful.
Right?
Beautiful
I mean,
stuff.
if you're going to go out and do a dance, right, and you're going to get quote unquote judged for it, it's going to be the same dance every time, right? But it's got to be done with a certain type of flow and finesse and timing, which is that's what I love that analysis that it is like a dance.
Yeah, if it's really choppy throughout your wave and you're still throwing big maneuvers and stuff, you're still getting big scores. But I think, when you put it together nicely, it's good to see.
Did you ever surf a cold water?
Yeah, I surfed a few cold waters. It was never that successful. I think I kept getting over the middle peak too much. Like it's a little mushier and you don't get scored as high. And I really like the.
You love the wave, so you kept going there anyway. You're like, I'm going to prove these judges wrong.
Yeah, I did that quite a few times. But it was a fun event to be in.
That's so funny. Rich Schmidt here, of course. And we got his now spelled right. Yes, the way to go, graphics team. And you got to love Rich. Great for joining us here. You're a legend of this town. Matter of fact, you actually pretty much had, if we're going to go back to surf schools, you were one of the first to really put that into a company and make a living out of it. I mean, you transitioned smoothly into teaching people and giving them some of the, you gave me some of the best knowledge ever. I still use major lineups all through this area from what you've taught me.
Yeah, triangulating lineups is pretty important. But yeah, back in the day, 1978, I was 18 and started teaching surfing, and not many surf schools around back then.
No, none.
So it was a class at the Parks and Rec. I just started doing it, and it's so much fun to share surfing.
Right. And you're still doing it to this day.
Yeah. Since I was 18, I'm 62 now. So
think about the knowledge there for how many people you have created the stoke for. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very rewarding. It's pretty gratifying. I'm pretty lucky.
Very lucky. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, man. I mean, surfing has been able to create a life that I live in right now that I'm very blessed, and it's pretty cool. It's not just about winning competitions either. There's so much more fulfillment that surfing brings.
Yeah, pretty lucky to be a surfer, especially in this town, Santa Cruz. There's always waves to surf. It might not be world class a lot of time like some other big hollow waves, but I mean.
Not like the North Shore or or Gold Coast maybe, but it's got its own style.
Surfer, it's like a great place to be. You can go up the coast, down the coast, and
that's the best part for me is be able to literally go like you can have this town atmosphere, steamer lane, focus, kind of an intense energy, but literally I can take a right turn. And I can go and get the whole other aspect of it as being able to just get in touch with nature and adventure and wildlife and incredible waves. Yeah,
we're lucky. If the crowds really bother you, you could definitely just seek out and surf by yourself every day if you wanted to. Lots of options.
So cool. And thanks you to the city of Santa Cruz for supporting this event and all of your help in making this happen. I hope that we can grow this further. I mean, the Coldwater Classic was in its heyday. In the 80s, 90s, but ultimately I feel like we can grow that back. I think it's a big important part, and surfing's a huge part of Santa Cruz. I mean, you think about the three princes that brought surfing to the U.S. back in the 1800s.
Yeah, so much history here. It's really great that O'Neill's is working to bring it back, and hopefully it'll continue, maybe grow a little bigger and really put Santa Cruz in the spotlight. It deserves it. It's a special place.
5 minutes and 50 seconds left in this one. You can see the scores on your screen right now out front. Dimitri is holding it down now. Will Dean trying to battle back. Needs a 5.83. Excuse me. As this wave kind of, unfortunately, the energy depletes itself. So just some carved cutties. Don't feel like that's going to be enough for Will Dean. So he's going to be battling here in this last 5 minutes from fourth priority, which is always a challenge.
Well, it's really nice to see the waves cleaned up. This morning was pretty choppy, huh? Kind of a east wind.
Early was good. Early was pretty clean, but there was a moment that east-southeast kind of came up, and that east wind kind of comes and chops it up, comes out of the valley there, and it was definitely coming straight out of Moss Landing, straight across the bay.
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
And it was challenging, and then all of a sudden the north wind felt like it was blowing for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it turned west. The wind was like blowing onshore. I was like, geez, can't get a break here, but now later half of the day here and is on fire.
If it's too big, sometimes the low tide kind of screws it up, but it's not that big today, so I think a little lower tide too.
Well, we're seeing a little, like, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a couple south sets too that have been making their way in here. I mean, we've got a declining south out of the northwest, but there has been some new south. Every once in a while you'll see a nice angled south set.
Yeah, that might really help carry it for the next couple of days too, that little background south. Because it marches all the way across the band, comes straight into the lighthouse point here. South swells actually pick up pretty big here. Here we go.
This is Will Dean, quickly up and out, 3.17 for that last wave. Surfer with priority is Aaron Beatty. And he's going to pull the trigger. So important wave for Aaron Beatty to try and improve and hold on to that second spot. Golden opportunity, nice arc out of the backhand there, driving through that maneuver, then straight up. So 2 maneuvers, and can he get around the corner to finish it off? No. So that straight up vertical hit put him off rhythm to get back to the open face, but ultimately it was a very solid maneuver. But now more sets out the back. Derek Gomez needs a score to turn it. Also, Dimitri trying to hold on to that lead. Very comfortable with priority and the lead. Always got to love that in the last 3.5 minutes. Anything going on with you, Rich? You got any new prospects? You just kind of starting to go into retirement mode. You got the kids running the school now?
I don't have the pep I used to have. You know, I'm getting a little bit older, slowing down for sure, a little bit. Still love surfing. I like to get out there as much as I can. Pretty hard in the summer, just pretty busy with the school. So it's nice when it kind of.
So you're still doing school full on. It's part of your life in the summertime.
Oh, totally, so fun. It's a lot to keep up with for sure. A lot of people coming through town and.
Well, I mean, with the boom, I mean, the COVID thing was just nuts at how many new surfers came to this area.
Yeah, I think everybody able to rearrange their schedules. They could do things they like to do, and so
working from home.
Working from home, and so last couple of years has been a lot to keep up with, but lots of fun, a lot of good memories, and still going to Costa Rica here and there.
Epic. Keeping you got a property down there, right, that you hang out at?
Yeah. And maybe go somewhere different this year. I want to go to Hawaii. It's been a long time since I've been to Hawaii.
Okay. Bring a little North Shore back into life, or a different part of the islands.
Yeah.
7.4 for Aaron Beatty. So 7.4, and that solidifies that number 2 spot. That's exactly what Aaron Beatty wanted to do with that priority situation, is capitalize and make it a bit out of reach for his competitors. And it feels like he's done that. 2 minutes to go, though. 8.57 needed by Gomez, 7.9 needed by Dean. So a nice choreographed heat from Dimitri and Corey.
Yeah, it's great to see everybody getting their wave count. You know, sometimes when the waves are slow, it's kind of a bummer. People can't get enough waves.
Not enough opportunity, right?
It
feels like
today.
Yeah, no, it's been that way. I think with the combined swells, even though we're seeing that there's a little depletion in the northwest stuff because we saw some pretty solid waves yesterday, but today there's been opportunity for most surfers to pick up waves. There was a couple slower heats here and there, but overall, I wouldn't complain about the consistency of the wave.
Yeah, hopefully it kind of hangs in there for the next few days. There's another south swell like next Monday or something, like a pretty solid out of season.
It's
south.
Unique, right? I mean, what's your thoughts on that? Do you see a difference in seasons and climate, wave quality? I mean, do you see a little bit of a sea rise difference here in Santa Cruz? Do you feel like there's something there?
I haven't seen the sea rise thing, but it sure seems like the southern hemisphere has been pretty active, even in the off season. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, this is Will Dean. Minute to go, and a protection of the lead. Gomez is going to utilize his priority over Dean. So again, needs an 8.57 on this wave. I don't see that kind of scoring potential, unfortunately. Good surfing happening, though, but the wave just not enough size and not enough critical sections to fetch the 8.57 needed. But a good run for Gomez either. Now going to pass it to Will Dean and his opportunity on this wave, as this one looks a bit out to sea, unfortunately. So scoring potential very low as well. Needs a 7.9 turn the heat. Not going to happen there. So very, very solid heat by the surfer in blue and green. This is Dimitri. He's going to take a winner's lap here. Rich, thank you for joining us here on the set. I'd love for you to come back by, towards finals day. You going to be able to do that?
Yeah, we'll try to stop by. Thanks for having me, Pete.
Oh, gotta love it. Richard Schmidt, the legend from this area here. And appreciate everything you've done for the sport, and myself included, because I use your lineups every day.
Thanks, Pete. You're a legend.
Right
Keep
on,
it up.
boss. Thank you, Rich. And we are going to head out for a moment. Don't go anywhere. We've got heat number 4 coming up next, and it's going to be a doozy. Don't go anywhere. Back in the booth, Adam Replogle, as we see David O'Keefe grinding out a nice little set wave here all the way into inside peak.
Well served.
Good to have Richard Schmidt on the set, of course, picking his head for some knowledge and some lineups. I think one of the best things was John had mentioned that he's into the Haleiwa Challenger, as we see up and riding here, Ben Coffey, local boy. But he'd asked for a lineup from Haleiwa. And we know the lineup that Rich had given us back in the day, and literally Rich went straight to the ground and started mapped it out. He started carving it in the ground. It was the best thing ever. Epic. So cool. The man knows triangulation. Let's say that.
No doubt.
So Ben Coffey picking up a quick wave there in this heat. Jet Schilling, your leader of the World Surf League North American division at the moment. He wants to hold on to that one, winning in Virginia Beach. Max Beach, he'll be the number 2 seed in this heat. He's in the blue. Ben Coffey coming from the trials. Actually came in off the alternate list.
Right, yeah.
And then David O'Keefe, which we just saw on that last wave. So we'll see Max Beach, a quick one up and down. David O'Keefe had an all right wave. Ben had an all right wave. Jet's going to be sitting there with priority. So let's see what Jet can do here at Steamer Lane.
Nice. Yeah, noticing a lot of names are really familiar from names of the past. I mean, in years past. There's a Bruce Beach. Is it related at all to this Max Beach?
It is his son.
Oh, rad. Yeah. That's super cool.
Yeah. So, there is definitely some second generation. You
yeah.
know, it's really tough to get the next generation out of your blood and not, get stoked on surfing, right? I mean, it's just one of those things. You start a surfer, and once they're surfers, it's pretty tough to stop.
No doubt. And then you have to apologize to them for getting them started. As you can tell, Pete, the tide has come in about 5-6 inches, right? So there is a little warble, but not as much warble as you would get when you had that wind. So the condition's really nice right now.
And this is Beach right here. Quickly into the lip, a little powerful smack. So his quick up and down with a 0.5, basically a half a point. Ben gets himself a 4.33, so the power there they liked. David O'Keefe, a 5.33 to start this one out, and then backed it up with a 3.0. So in quick succession, literally 2.5 minutes, we've seen 4 waves ridden. So surfers aren't letting opportunities go by without at least trying to get themselves some points.
Not at all. Yeah, watching Jet now, he'll sit with priority. Like you said, though, only a couple of 3 minutes has gone by with quite a few waves ridden, as you'll see here on the replay, Pete. Nice head high set right here.
This was that wave of O'Keefe that came in at a 5.33.
Sort of a tricky wave to read right there. He did a great job in negotiating that sort of flat section. Comes to the inside. And actually, it gets a little bonus right here, Pete. The wave stands up again. So a lot of waves that usually taper off into the inside of middle peak sort of flatten out. But this one still had a nice little wall.
Yeah, it gave him a bonus. I mean, you look at the angle of it, and it's not necessarily one that the local boys would have chosen. But ultimately, it turned out to be an okay wave. A 5.33 is a good score.
It certainly is. Now here is Coffey off the bottom, off the top. A couple of nice turns. And it looked right here, like honestly, he looked uninterested in the rest of that wave. I would have liked to see him wrap that wave out, maybe kick out with some confidence. The judges really can tell that you're not really too stoked on that wave by your body posture.
It came in at a 4.33. If you drive that turn back into the foam and then you convincing kick out, it could have been an extra half a point or a point.
No doubt. I always liked seeing surfers dismount happy. Yeah, if not the blast, just their kick out, like Johnny Boy, all fast kick out.
Yeah, no, it's
like all stoked,
in control.
Like in control, spicy, full
like,
life. Yeah, I'm stoked.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's a performance, right?
It's a sell job.
It's like standing there when you land your triple, quadruple flip and you stomp the landing, you just stand there, poof. You kind of want to showcase that control.
That control, exactly. And that sort of excitement that your body shows. You know, you can read a lot by somebody's posture.
Well, early stages, O'Keefe with the 2 waves has him out front. Ben Coffey with just the 1 wave of 4.33. I think we're waiting on a score. Didn't Max? Someone got the
Max had one as well, yeah, but no.
It doesn't show on here though. Oh, you know what? That was David O'Keefe that got that one. I was thinking it was Green. Yeah, so it wasn't Max. It was actually David O'Keefe who got the 3.0 with that little closeout tag.
Okay.
So that changed it there. I still can't. I must be colorblind.
Well, no, it's still sort of challenging to see here, Pete, as the light's gone a little flatter.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah. But look, looks like Coffey's putting himself more position to look at both waves, off the point and the slot. So positioning yourself in an area that allows you to go up or down, to me, is the best place to be. And right now, we have seen some scoreable waves off the point. But
it's
not
interesting
a lot of
too, because he sits with 3rd priority. So at this point, he's actually in a position to sell waves. You know, and as a local, that's what you mentioned on. Like, you could try and sell a couple waves because these guys know that Ben is from Santa Cruz and that he has a good read on the lineup. Grew up surfing the lane, so you kind of want to read him. And then all of a sudden, if he shows a little interest, you might see one of those other surfers with priority
take it away,
take the bait. You know, so he's bit fishing. So it's a good position to do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. If you're sitting in 3rd or 4th priority, I like to sit in position or completely away from somebody.
That's what I'm saying.
So
the other option is to be, you know, to the far left, right?
Right.
And hoping you see one slide underneath, or maybe you can look at a wave and there you go. He sold one. But this looks like a fun little wave, though. It has a good inside line, but
close out.
It's going to shut down. That was Jet Schillings. He sold it to Jet. Wow. And unfortunately, Jet going to get himself
there he goes again. And some of these waves that are a little south will have a tendency to look like they're going to have a wall, Pete, and then push into the cliff and become really challenging to surf.
Max Beach on the back end. So I know that he's a goofy footer now that in this heat. So I would say that that's the difference between David and Max. Looks like, does Max have the O'Neill logo on the front of his board?
It looked like he did, yeah.
So another team rider, maybe. I might be off, though. Never know. 2.17 for Jet. So utilizing that priority for this wave here. And what went wrong, really?
That was just a poor wave choice, Pete. I don't think he was going to get much of a score out of that wave, especially where he was taking off. And there, I believe you said, was Max Beach right there on his backhand. Also not coming down early enough to get away from that wedging convergence. But look, just like that, looks like Ben Coffey's got himself right up into that priority position, Pete, just like that, just with a couple of minutes.
Strategically very sound in regards to where he positioned himself. You'd have to say that, hey, those little selling of those waves was exactly what he was thinking in his mind. He executed it, now sits with priority, 17 minutes, and now has a choice of the next wave with no hindrance. Really, he can paddle anywhere he wants.
Yep.
Hey, a lot of times the lane, you're dealing with the fact that you want to be in the best wave, but you have to paddle out of position to get there in a lineup, which is tough. But if you have priority, now you can find yourself in the right spot and not have to worry about someone backpedaling you.
I know, and that's what I really sort of liked about the lane, because you would actually have events where you can't see beyond that point right there. You see those people on top of the cliff right there at the point. Anything goes behind that point. Anything goes. I was talking to Nat Young earlier today. He's like, remember you paddled me into the cliff and pulled my leash? I'm like, yep, I do. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
But now it's more, I would say years ago we had a portion of, there was an aspect of some gentleman's rules that you would play by, and then there was the rules. Now this is all dictated to you. It's allocation of priority. You can say, hey, look, we'll play gentleman's rules until the first, obviously the first wave ride. Then it's all.
What are your thoughts on that, actually? Because there is that debate of going on in regards to starting a heat out with priority. Either, you give it to them by seed, or you give them, draw, rock, paper, scissors, whatever. Or do you like the fact that there's no priority at the beginning of the heat?
No, I still like the fact that there's no priority in the middle, because I like them to fight for that position and sort of roll the dice in a way that they wouldn't do normally if they had priority.
Yeah, no, there's a certain aspect of being able to play that game, which is a strategy in its own right. And if you're good at it, you should be able to utilize it.
Well, you can sell people on waves even if you don't have priority, and then end up with priority when 3 people go. So
here's Ben Coffey up and riding.
See what Ben's able to do. Like here, look, nonchalant as he weaves down the line. Nice flow on this wave, Pete. Looks like Ben's going to get another couple of sections here. Nice blast off the top again. And so 2 nice consecutive off the lips right there. So really like the consistency right there. and the flow.
Best wave of the heat going to be right there for sure for Ben Coffey. Now up and riding. This is O'Keefe, your heat leader.
Yep. And he's done a really good job of picking off some nice waves. We'll see what the judges think about that wave. It looks like this is Brett Schilling up and riding now on his backside. Looking a little challenged out here right now. As you can see, he's on a sort of a frothy one, but he's doing a great job of really staying light and electric on that one. Nice blast and great spray throw.
Max Beach. So all 4 competitors picking up a wave in this set. Max trying to showcase some of that rhythm here. Now get an inside section. Tags it nicely. I will say, though, that Ben probably getting the best of that exchange. Also, O'Keefe, you know, we saw him this morning. O'Keefe came out of that round of 96 and was one of those surfers that eyed the lane and was able to pick out quality waves, and that's why he's in this round. And he's done that once again. So we'll see where he sits. He's going to improve on the 3.0. Ben's going to improve because he's going to add numbers there. Same with Jet. Jet's going to get his best number. Beach will get his best number. So we'll see with 14 minutes to go. But look who's back out the back. Is that Ben that made it out there?
He's a professional paddler, too.
I know. It's
so
not even fair advantage. This
no.
guy's got such long arms. Watch this wave here.
Nice. He coils up really nice. He does a springing, you know, up off the lip. He really can, too. Once he gets to the top of the lip, Pete, he can sort of twist and really get some vertical pop off the lip.
That's that technique. You know, he does have great backhand technique.
Yeah. It's sometimes can look like a little windshield wipery, but if he does a really elongated bottom turn and then pivots near the lip, it really can blast off a lot of spray.
Showcases power, right? I mean, he's springing in and out of it. This is O'Keefe on that last wave here. He'll improve on the 3.0.
Would have liked to have seen that turn right there get more up into the lip.
And extended.
For O'Keefe. He did stay pretty compact right there.
But like, if you're going to showcase the lane, like, it's being able to open up on your turns, right?
Yeah.
Like, get it and hold that rail as long as you can. Here's Ben taking a look. A nice size set wave.
Great looking wave right here, Pete.
8.0 for Ben on his last one. And now trying to improve once again. Gets too loose. Up in the lip. And O'Keefe says, thank you. I'll take wave number 2. Let's see what he can do with this one. Delayed bottom turn. Nice hack out of the lip.
Wow.
Solid set wave, too. Carves it right in front of Beach. Man, this kid's been a magnet, O'Keefe. Him and Steamer Lane are connected.
You know what I noticed, too? He doesn't go all the way to the bottom all the time. Sometimes he goes 3/4 of the way off the bottom, and it allows him all that
Isn't that
trajectory.
smart?
Yes, it's very smart.
Right? It's smart to keep the speed, though. So he's got a good read on this lineup.
He's got a
good
great
read on the wave. So O'Keefe's going to improve. Got himself a 5.83. So actually, best is his number. Waiting on this score. Schilling also, you saw, picked up a wave kind of midway out.
Sort of a smaller, frothy one, but he beat it up.
Okay, but we're seeing, I think we need 2 scores for Jet to come in. We saw the wave previous plus that one quick one, which we didn't really even get to watch.
Right.
There's the score in. It's actually a pretty good one for Jet. They liked it. A 5.87. That was the wave previous to the one we saw him kind of catch halfway out.
So now he's got the second best score of the heat. He's in a nice position. We'll see what he does on this second wave. With look at these stats lining up out the back. You've got wave after wave. So,
and these are still northwest, right? Because they're moving off the point a little bit more, right? Are you backing me on that?
Yeah.
Oh, Ben.
Let's see what Ben's able to do. Nice direction change into the pocket. Nice vertical face as he blasts it, Pete. And unfortunately comes unglued right there.
That's unfortunate.
Maybe a little mind fart right now for Ben. He's going to have to regroup. I'd like to see him. Let's see him try to
bring back the focus.
Yeah, just shake this off and get back into that rhythm of things. But yeah, we were talking about Brett Schilling. Let's see what that last one did they. So that was a 5.87. Yeah,
that was the one previous, and then so now we got it, and then he just backed it up with a 6. So 6
there
point. He went to lead 6.93, and he's up and riding live, right?
God, he's good.
He is good. He's got great backhand technique, very quick through his transitions.
He's out of San Clemente as well?
Yep.
Yeah, those guys.
There's a lot of them. The other SC. Yeah, so that last one that we didn't get to actually see. He caught it kind of midway out, but he must have seen the line and obviously teed off on it because it came in at a good number, 6.93, gave him the lead for the moment. O'Keefe's last was his best, a 6.43, so good totals for those 3 surfers.
You know, O'Keefe had a little more variety into that wave. I think that wave would have gone up into the.
Well, remember he had the big arc, right? He had the arc on the outside section, but I feel like
hack. and then just stayed close to the pocket doing wraps, but they were still pretty tight and pretty critical. Obviously not a lot of variety in the wave for O'Keefe, but the wave wasn't really calling for it. I think he surfed that wave excellently. As you see right here, it looks like Jed up and riding on a small insider. I thought he was going to have to go for something big as there wasn't much opportunity on that wave.
But he has a lead, and with 10 minutes to go, feels like Ben kind of, unfortunately, there's 2 waves there that would have been obviously waves that would have, if he had completed them, would have had him well out front. You know, just completes those rides, and he's got himself another 6 or 7, and he's got that lead. See what he can do here.
He's got a lot of time, huh? Seems like he's got a lot of time to burn when he's stepping up. Nice little 2-turn combo right there. But I think it might take more than that after looking at Brett Schilling's 5.8 and O'Keefe's 5.8. Both those waves had multiple turns and were a wave of a little more height.
Was a nice vertical approach, I will say. This is the one we didn't see. So this is the best number for Jet, and that's why. Look at it, just tomahawk straight up 3 times and a 4th. So that is exactly why we saw almost a 7-point ride. That was just straight up, even though he caught it only midway out.
That'll make sense, too, that it sort of suppressed O'Keefe's score. He went off the bottom, off the top, vertical in the pocket versus more lateral, sort of spaced out.
More difficult,
right?
Flat
turn, of course. And that's where the power is. That's where the connection of the wave is. And the most critical part is close to that white water. So the further you draw out that arc,
and the more vertical the approach into that pocket, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that, you know, it's not as hard for O'Keefe. Like, he did have a nice size set wave, but he did kind of the rounder arc out in the face, and it's just not as hard as something more vertical in the lip. You know, that critical section.
Too, some people, hey, look, I liked O'Keefe's waves more. He was just driving around. He had more carving, but judges really like to see off the bottom, off the top. And if you watch the elite level, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, the degree of difficulty is higher. Yeah. You know, it's like doing a. Sometimes you would watch a dive or a vault. They would have a higher difficulty. Ultimately, it's not as pretty as it was, but it was really high in difficulty. It'll get the number higher because someone's doing a little bit easier one, but showcasing a much nicer flow, and it's much more pleasing to the eye. But it's just not as difficult. And ultimately, you think of our judging criteria the way it is. There is speed, power, and flow in that element, but also the degree of difficulty of the maneuvers you're doing. The criticalness of those maneuvers in those types of sections is a very high element within that criteria. You have to tick that box as well. So if you're doing both, which we just saw Jet do, that's why he's got that heat lead right now.
God, what a marketable name too, huh? Jet. That's a good one.
Yeah, no, it's good.
It's like a pretty good name.
Yeah. See the little line on this one here, a smaller wave, but the drone angle makes it look like pretty darn good. Let's see, someone pulled the trigger almost. Beach has got himself a pretty good number with that 5.6, so he's still in contention. Only needs the 6.74. That's why Ben has to be careful. He does have the best number of the heat, but he's got to get that back up higher.
Yeah, he certainly does. And he's sitting in 4th priority right now, so he might want to do it again. What he tried to do in that last succession of priority, where he was baiting people. Potentially baiting people. There is the legend himself, huh?
Our big man on campus, Anthony Rufo.
He's our water patrol, night watchman, all-around lot god.
Yeah, it's one of those guys that's done it all, been through it all, experienced it all, and is on the other side of it, and he is a mentor to a lot of people around in this town. So thank you to Rufo to come around the corner and be one to watch, and he's always been one of the best guys to hang with, but the fact that now he's just got this real positive figure in our community. So good job there, Roof.
Yeah. It's amazing. It really is. He's done
a lot of people that didn't come around the corner, did they?
Yeah, there was a pivot there, and he's done a great job. As you can see right here on the
surfs more than anybody, too, by the way. Jeez.
I was going to say, he's down here watching every heat. He's been here all day. I asked him about
yesterday. He's going to be here all week.
He surfed like here for a couple hours yesterday. He surfs, up at Scott's today, and I mean the guy's everywhere. As you can see, Pete, perfect conditions out here right now. Nice, late afternoon. Sun's starting to drop a little. Very little wind, 3 to 5 feet. Northwest swell with an underlying south swell. Great day for the first day of the Coldwater Classic 2022. This is an amazing day.
It sure is, and good to have it back. Good to have the conditions that we're having. We expect similar type of conditions throughout this week, so everyone watching online, stay tuned. If you're nearby, come on down, check it out. Yeah, we've got a full little area. There's the actual West Coast Board Riders, the Santa Cruz Board Riders, has a bit of a raffle going down. You can buy raffle tickets. It actually helps benefit the club.
Yeah.
There's surfboards to give away. Matter of fact, I have to go grab some racks right after this so I can bring those back here. Here we go, Max Beach.
Wow, Max going almost all the way to the bottom, almost left. He's down to the bottom again, but a great off the lip combination there. And drawing another turn right back into the power source. Wave still going. Let's see if he's able to get another off the top, and he does. Great amount of spray thrown right there. You can see the Stoke and Max.
O'Keefe.
Dial-a-bomb.
Nice arc there, some power. And a lip right up and over. So that was an attack of the lip there. O'Keefe, he's going to give a run here. Only needs a 5.91 to catch Ben.
I know. I'm just biting my nails right here. Well-surfed wave right there for O'Keefe, and he collided with the lip nicely on the end section.
That was the priority there. Unfortunately, was not in Ben or Jet's corner because O'Keefe and Beach were sitting a higher priority, and they executed and nailed it because you're going to see both these surfers add points to their total.
And you're going to see Beach get a lot of points right there. He's sitting on a 1, so he obviously is throwing away a relatively peanut score.
Let's watch it again.
Yeah.
Starts off kind of slow, but this was where the energy picks up. Beautiful stab. And that's what backhand, it gives you that ability. I like how he was able to carve through that maneuver there. Gets him a little bit behind for this point, but these 2 turns, actually that one there, is darn solid. You know, not going to be a gigantic number, but again, only needs a 6.74. Here's O'Keefe. Started his wave a little slow as well, but this turn and the backup of this car, beautiful rail work there.
I like that. I love that turn.
And that. So 3 solid turns. Feels like to me that O'Keefe's going to get the best of the exchange. That's my thoughts.
Yeah,
I don't know, though.
I don't know either, but here's a nice aerial view right here of Max's wave. As you can see, that wave just tapered off perfectly, Pete. Got nice rhythm, nice sections on it. He sort of dodged one right there, but made up for it right there with that big off the top right there. A lot of spray.
And then the drone view of O'Keefe's wave out the back as well. Comes in as 7.6, so moves to the lead for O'Keefe. And a 7.17 for Beach, which puts him in 3rd. So right now, Ben drops to 4th instantly, and Schilling drops to 2nd. 2:50 to go. Talk about exciting heats. Now everybody into the double digits. Matter of fact, 12 points or above, so a highly competitive heat.
Wow. I'm stoked for those guys. You know, unfortunately, I'm going for the local surfer. I'm not a judge, so I'm not biased in that sense. But I'm a biased broadcaster here, hoping the local guys do well. As you can see, it looks like a couple of otters out there. They're the real locals here.
I don't know if you guys saw the viral imagery of one of the otters coming in and taking over a surfer surfboard. That happened right here. As a matter of fact, it could be one of those otters right there.
Is that Parts Grom? And
Parts Grom got it, and Chad Underhill. Chad was actually the one who filmed it, but ultimately, those two are, get a room, you guys. Get a room.
But look at these waves, Pete. This is a beautiful looking wave. This one might be O'Keefe's wave. No, this one's again is
That's
Beach.
The same drone angle of that last one there. That both these surfers picking up 7-point rides. 7.17 for Max on this first one. The one behind a 7.6, which actually puts O'Keefe Dial-a-Bomb into the lead with a 14.03 total. So O'Keefe has got to be loving the steamboat lane right now. Look at that out the back. You can see what a quality wave, though. Look at that arc there. Beautifully done.
That really shows that when you pull back like that, you get a better sense of what he was able to do. And then also the environment. Looking at the arena out there. There's the O'Neill Odyssey right there, the O'Neill yacht.
That's trip number 3 today. Doing the laps and showcasing the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary, the harbor just inside of us here. That's where that beautiful boat has been housed for many, many years. Matter of fact, it looks like it's got itself a little bit of a new paint job and new sails. So a little refurbishment going down on the O'Neill yacht.
It is. It looks like massive change right there. That was some great surfing right there from O'Keefe, clutch surfing.
Well, on Beach now, you look at 50 seconds.
Yeah.
He's maybe found himself an opportunity to get into that second place position over Jet if he can get himself a 5.63. He's trying to run away with it with 4th priority. I mean, that's the only option he really has to move to Middle Peak. But you got to commit to it. You got to go all the way over.
Yeah.
If you're going to do it.
you know, or you're able to, say, take a closeout, do one shoulder shrug and a full rotation or something, you know.
Well, that's a goofy footer. He might be looking to the lefts.
Yeah.
O'Keefe would have loved, you know, the opportunity that he had and executed it there. And Ben, just shocking. Early start of this heat was so good, but then the mistakes cost him, you know, the falls. There was 2 opportunities that he you know, wasn't able to execute, and that's a bummer because it had the best number of the heat and not able to turn it.
Yeah, and that's competitive surfing for you. That's a wrap.
Me too. Wow, well, all right. Wow, exciting heat. We still got 2 more coming up next. We got heat number 5 and 6 as we start to get into the afternoon glow as we see the O'Neill catamaran making its way around the corner. Don't go anywhere because we have more Coldwater Classic coming up next.
I can walk there.
I can surf there.
I could skate there.
I can ride there.
Anywhere you go in Santa Cruz, there's an O'Neill surf shop close by. O'Neill, first name in the water.
That's right, Santa Cruz City, best place to fall. I play on words, right?
Yeah.
This is the fall time. It is best place in fall. I mean, hey, it's all good all times of the year, but this is definitely the time of the year.
You know, this used to be the time where the crowds get a little better, but not so much now. Look at this heat, Pete. We got a stacked one here.
Cole Hauschman, he's your number 1 seed. It was the first time we'll see him. Actually, he was runner-up in the last event we had here, the O'Neill Freak Show, to John Mel, I must add. But Cole coming from Southern California to compete in that event. Kai Kushner in the blue. Lucas Austin, we saw him earlier today get through, and Jack Zietz.
Right on.
So a couple seeded surfers. You can see he pushed way
out.
out.
Now, yeah.
Yeah, this is an interesting start to this heat because all 4 competitors are moved out to that. Yeah, it's definitely, they're almost disappearing. We see that south swell. They're definitely trying to hold that inside element. You know, at the beginning of the heats, there's no priority. So the surfer that's going to be to the farthest to the right is going to have positioning priority. Doesn't mean they're going to make the wave, but if you take off there and then someone takes off in front of you, that would be an interference.
Yeah.
A non-priority interference, which is a difference between a priority interference and a non-priority interference. Matter of fact, a non-priority interference is actually only a wave and a half you're scored on, right? So you only get half of one of your scores.
Yeah.
But a priority interference is actually a full wave. So ultimately, there's a higher penalty for a priority interference.
Yeah. Hey, man, I just had this. I sized up next to this guy a little bit ago.
He's big, huh?
Cole, yeah, Cole. I was surfing with him up north here a little while ago, and he is a beast.
He's a beast,
and he was technically, like, his surfing was so sound. I mean, it didn't matter how big he was. He was beating up small surf like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll surf 1 foot waves. I mean, he's got you know, he's
part of that group down there that are just feeding off each other heavily.
Yeah, and he's just an athlete. He comes from an athletic background. There was a moment in his, you know, upbringing that he was focusing a lot on football, soccer.
NFL, yeah.
No, not NFL.
Okay.
It was the other football.
Okay.
But you know, basically the most popular sport in the globe, not necessarily here in America, but he focused a lot on that. But surfing ended up being the sport of choice, and of course we get to reap those benefits of having him compete. And he is a great technically sound surfer. Been having a bit of a struggle this year, unfortunately. I mean, of all of our U.S. or North American competitors that qualified for the Challenger Series this season, I felt like his surfing was the one that matched up best to be able to qualify. Just had you know, a bit of a shocker year as far as you know, his competitive results on the Challenger Series. But again, that's that. You know what that takes? That just creates you know, the education and learning process is underway, and he's going to come back stronger.
No doubt. No doubt.
Again, some experience surfing here competitively at the lane. It was here last year for the O'Neill Freak Show, which we saw a lot of surfers come from Southern California to kind of come up. And that was kind of when we were getting out of COVID.
Yeah.
It was finally we were able to have surf contests happening again.
Yeah.
And that was one of those great events that we have thrown together. So David O'Keefe, Dial-A-Bomb, has put it together once again, and that was a very big heat win for him. Let's hear from David right now.
All right, David O'Keefe, that was nuts. So many exchanges at the very end, dude. How nervous were you?
Yeah, I was definitely a little bit nervous. I mean, the waves were so good, though, so I knew everyone was going to be ripping. But, yeah, I'm pretty stoked with the waves I got. It's so stoked right now.
That's epic. And we're talking about the Coldwater Classic. I mean, have you grown up knowing about this event? Is it exciting to be here? How do you feel?
Yeah, for sure. I know this event has so much history in the past, and it's such a big stepping stone. And, yeah, I mean, surfing out here at Steamer Lane is pretty sick, and yeah, I'm really stoked to be a part of it and hope to keep the ball rolling.
That's rad, dude. And overall goals in surfing, what are you going for? I want to know.
I don't know, just have fun with it, just take it one heat at a time and just keep at it, just keep on being determined and just put all my effort into it.
That's epic. You want to do a little shout out to anyone out there special?
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to my family and all my friends back in Newport because I know they're watching, so, and yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, and also my lifeguards back home too from Newport, and yeah.
That's epic. All right, guys, back to you. Thanks and good luck, buddy.
A little commentary coaching coming from there. Yeah, you got to dial the lifeguards, man. So O'Keefe, hey, he has touched on something magical here at Steamer Lane. Has good read on this lineup, so more success to him as we see the jump off at the top of the point.
Yeah, that makes it even dicier looking.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Certainly does.
Got all the kelp there, which is you know, one of those things that we have here, luckily.
Noticing, Pete, we haven't seen a wave ridden here yet, and I don't know if it's 5 or 10 minutes that they'll go if it's an unridden wave to do a restart. I haven't seen a restart, I believe, today.
It'll come in at 15 minutes.
Oh, so that's
they'll
the time.
do it. Yeah,
Okay.
10 minutes into this heat if
Okay.
there is no rideable waves. I mean, but they've put themselves in a position that we haven't seen yet. So
they're sort of
we don't know
further what the judges are saying. If they're seeing underlying waves that are potential scores, the judges would say, "Hey, look."
And I was just hearing an announcement, actually. I was trying to figure out what they were saying. But ultimately, it's up to the head judge. I mean, if they let waves go by, I don't think so, personally. I mean, I'm looking over my shoulder over this side here. I haven't seen much in the way of surf. We've obviously seen on the screen there wasn't a whole lot of opportunity. So it's still a couple minutes off. But it's the first time we've really gone through a pretty significant amount of time with no waves even really able to be ridden. So yeah, there is a heat restart. I don't know if it's something that could play out today because we are going to have to go to a certain time tonight. We are hoping to get one more heat done by the end of the day. So another 25 minutes. There's plenty of light, so I don't think that's an issue.
There's a beautiful shot. I love these drone shots of our coast right here. Beautiful little wave in the back right there. You can see someone riding a wave right there. It's called saber jets, but when you surf it into the corner right there, it's armpits. And there's a nice little wave in there.
We got great names for our spots, don't we?
Yeah, and there's a little wave up the coast right there. We won't talk about that either.
Yeah, so no one's allowed to surf it anyway. So you know, it's one of those spots that it's kind of so good that spot is a part of our surf community.
We don't talk about John Street, but it's a good spot.
No, it's one of those waves though that we are able to kind of have the ability to control because of how small it is, right? It's a wave that no one from the outside can really get themselves in there because there's not enough room.
No, I was told there was an article about that wave up there, and they said that the takeoff zone is smaller than Ben Ipa. I like that.
It's true. It is true, and of course the legend. Unfortunately, we had him pass on, but man, what a contribution the Ipa family has made over the years, especially Ben.
Yeah.
Not only in the surfboard design realm, but also in coaching and support and aloha. So you gotta love that you brought up Ben. You know, we always, I think one of the things that's so cool about the surfing community is that we definitely hold on to our heroes very closely and always find ways to recognize them and appreciate them. So, you know, you mentioned someone like Ben Ipa. You got to understand that he is a huge influence in our surfing arena here in Santa Cruz, not only just in Hawaii, but also globally.
Yeah, no doubt. And obviously his sons, Duke and Akila, shredding, making all kinds of boards.
Right. All right, well, now an opportunity with 16 minutes, and we got a paddle battle happening, and who's going to get it? The long arm. Cole Hauschmund on the back end. This is the technique we were talking about, and the power. One of his legs looks like a combo of mine, but just solid lower center of gravity. So we will not get a restart, or even the opportunity for a restart to happen, because Cole was able to get that wave. So if we had gone to 15 minutes, that opportunity to do a restart could have happened, but not now.
That worked out in everybody's favor. I mean, only in Cole's favor, not everybody.
Not in the heat.
Not
right?
in the heat. But that's the way you want to stop a restart, is when you catch the wave.
Yeah,
and you actually get a score. So now he's put himself in a great position. And watch, we'll see a flurry of waves here. And he will find himself in maybe a little better position than he would be if he were to sit here and fight for smaller little waves. Let's see this wave, Pete.
That is the position himself. He was, well, they're still way out there. But again, getting those moves done, not a ton of energy through the inside section, but nice work done on the outside. Definitely going to be a number that he could keep in his scoreline, especially in a heat that's been as quiet as the start of this one. But just that technique.
Look how much spray he's throwing off his board, too, Pete. He throws a lot of water.
You see that knock knee, too. He brings that arm out and tucks that back knee in. And I think that's why, for his size, to be able to have that style and technique in small waves, is allows him to keep speed up. Because he is, he's probably around 185, 190 probably. I'm guessing. I might have overweighted it slightly. But, I mean.
Well, dripping wet, I'm sure he's 200 pounds.
6'4", right? Yeah, 6'4", and he's obviously thin and fit. But, 185 probably.
Yeah, he is a beast.
Middleweight.
But you had mentioned something about his surfing translating to the big level,
yeah.
and it really does. You can see his power game and his skill set is right up there to be matching those guys.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I was touching on it with Rich actually in regards to, the fact that again, I asked him his memory of one of his favorite cold waters, and I think the most popular one being the Tom Curran year that he was able to go through the trials and meet Elko in the final. But that style of surfing that was happening at that time, be it almost 30 years ago, actually would translate to today pretty easily, right?
Yeah. Oh, it would. Well, just watching Bud Freitas and a couple of the other guys doing traditional surfing and getting 8s and 9s, that is exactly the type of surfing that was going on 30 years ago.
And the lane is one of those spots that is going to be that type of venue that allows that style of surfing to keep being prominent. Another places on tour would be Bells. J-Bay, right? Those are championship tour venues that you have to have that style and approach of surfing in order to get big numbers. Yes, aerials will work, not necessarily in waves like that. Yes, we're going to see the progression of the sport. We already saw that with Felipe Toledo at J-Bay, for example.
Yeah, that's soon as Devil Wind picked up, though. It was a different game until that wind picked up. So he was able to capitalize off the changing condition. Well, no one could pivot yet on that stuff.
So true. But again, I think it's just
where these guys are paddling, Pete. They're going deep. They're going to be up
non-priority here too, right? So they're battling for the deepest position.
This is where people give each other interferences all day long in this event.
This
they're
is where
going left into the point. They're going left. They're gone. No.
Oh, sorry about that. Just blew out the speakers. That was Kushner. So Kushner ended up with it. I don't know. We didn't get to see what happened there, and neither did the judges. So whatever happened behind that cliff stays behind.
See,
the
that's
cliff.
What's going to happen. There it is. There's a Burkhart work right there. That's all you have to do is paddle and have somebody paddle in front of you, and your hand happens to go into their leash.
Accidentally, it was an accident.
Yeah. So Cole picking up a scrap right here, just trying to get something on the board, realizes it's a very low-scoring heat. No one's caught a wave yet.
Oh, he got a 6.83 for that surfing that he did on the outside.
So he's in tune right now, but he probably picked up another 1.5 or 2 points right there. He's sitting on an 8 now. Could find himself, sitting there and watch everyone else sort of starve and then end up scrambling.
Well, it's 12 minutes to go, and there's the otter trying to keep away the seagull who loves to steal a meal. I believe the sea otters eat pretty much their body weight in a day.
Yeah.
They are constantly just mowing mollusks.
Yeah, chitons.
Look at
urchins.
And the gulls.
They've been a huge contributor to the amount of kelp we have here.
The otters, because they take all of the urchins
to eat the holdfast of the kelp, and they say kelp grows multiple feet a day, and in the summertime up here you can nearly walk on the kelp. It's so bad. But right now, let's get back to this heat. 11 minutes remaining. Still, we have 3 surfers who have yet to even stand up on a wave. They got to be feeling the angst now and the anxiety of the heat tickering down, knowing that, shoots, 2 other surfers haven't even caught a wave. 3 other surfers haven't caught a wave.
2.33 for Cole Hushman's second wave to add to the 6.83. So he is way out front. Waiting for a Kushner, although I wonder if there's some discussion going down because they had to figure out who was actually on that wave, and they've come to figure out it was actually Jack who was on that wave in the green, and he gets himself a 0.5. So now Kushner also was on that wave. So maybe there was 2 people on that wave.
So there could have been a potential interference, though.
Yeah, can we see that again, guys? Just because I think I saw a surfboard kind of bop out of the bottom of the screen. And there is, on the scoring element, I'm seeing that there is 2 numbers here.
If you can't see it, you can't judge it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So someone may have saw that there was 2 people on that wave.
Uh-huh.
All right. They kept playing it. Couldn't see it, so you can't call it. So there you go. That's it. Jack, you know what? You may have gotten yourself a 0.5.
You know, it isn't uncommon, too, to have somebody come back and try to contest an issue that isn't seen on screen. You know, somebody actually has another video of it.
No, I didn't see anybody else there. That was pretty much one person.
Yeah. But to me, the paddling aspect prior to him catching the wave, there could have been something happening, a discrepancy in the way they're approaching that wave. If someone actually goes out of their way to work somebody and not be in position or priority, they shouldn't.
There we go, white. This is Lucas Austin's first wave in this heat, and it's looking like a pretty good one.
It's looking like a little dream wave, Pete. That's a nice little cheeky little layback. There's a better turn right there. He finishes that wave off nicely. That's going to feel good to get that wave over with.
Now, Kushner getting his first wave on the backhand. A little bit of warble on the face, but holding the rail through those maneuvers pretty easily. No inside finish move. And now, Zietz on the backhand. And Zietz is going to kick out and hold on to priority. So a little bit of technique there, noticing that wave didn't have a ton of scoring potential and kicked out early.
Yeah, you know, the judges really want to see that seamless surfing from start to finish. So if you stutter step the first start of it, most likely you're going to kick out, try to get back out there. As you see right now, both surfers trying to establish that position and priority, where Cole's sitting out the back right now. He's sitting on the best wave of the heat, that's 6.83. Was curious to see what Kushner gets.
But I mean, you think about what the high IQ of competitive surfing. You know, in those moments, you're making split-second decisions.
Yeah.
And by him kicking out with 8 minutes to go, he
got a score and could get back out there and get another wave.
So it's huge. It really is. So watching this is the last one from Lucas Austin, waiting on scores here. Nice finish and a good start. The turn a little down underneath, layback carve. Wish he would have held the rail a little longer in my book. This is Kushner's.
See, backside, you're able to sit back a little further, Pete, and really get back up into that pocket of the wave instead of projecting out into the shoulder. You know, it's like I said, it's a lot easier from up here saying the backhanders have an advantage. But here we are right now. We'll see what happens on this wave.
This is Zietz. Came in at a 3.17. Right here, sees what's going on and kicks out quickly. Got himself 3.17 and second priority. And now utilizing that second priority on this wave. Wave starts to clean up for Zietz. Sitting on that backhand. Trying to showcase that vertical approach. You start to get vertical like that as we watch now. Hushman, little difference in approach. You see driving through those maneuvers, and that's why you see his numbers going so much higher. Really pushing on that tail block through the maneuver. Whereas you see
very
Zietz
strong.
Zietz was kind of placing those moves, placing the board up there, where you saw Hushman really driving through it. Kushner can't hold on to the final move.
Sometimes really trying to sneak in those 2-for-1s are challenging.
Explain that, the 2-for-1?
Oh, just trying to fit in 2 maneuvers into a space where you should probably focus on one nice one.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, backside, it's really easy for these. I mean, easy. It's easier for them just to do these windshield wiper turns up off the lip. But if you notice that section right there, you probably could have focused on one really nice one and really put an exclamation mark on it.
Here's Lucas Austin. Wow, he's got
lively.
some bud, huh?
Yeah, I really like his bottom turn. He really coils up nicely.
Compressed.
See, it looks like he's also an O'Neill rider there.
Wow, we've you talk about the very beginning of this heat being super slow, and now we got the battle. Look at this. This is going to be a long paddle battle. Who's got the energy here at the end of the day? Is it going to be Austin? Is it going to be Kushner?
Well, if it is a tie, it goes to the person who was in set.
But it doesn't matter. Look, he's kicking in his face, doing everything. This is what's the rules in this case?
Well, it's not going towards any
you can't
wave.
grab him, right?
No, but you can definitely sit in front of somebody and kick all you want.
Look at I love it.
Look
this
at that.
Is such good stuff.
It looks like Blue could out paddle him.
Oh, look at now. All of a sudden, the little burners are put on. Someone blew the steam early. Look at this.
And even if he did have the last wave, now
awesome.
he's kicking in his face. I love this game. There it goes.
Oh, this is mental. First real paddle battle we've seen in a while. And this is an interesting one because it's going to play out at the end of the heat with 4.5 to go.
Priority judge has got a real job right here.
Okay, so we'll see it come up on your screen. I mean, Zeitz will get second priority for sure, right? And then now, there's a definite spread. So it's going to go to Kushner. Kushner, way to go. Austin had the early go, and then...
Who had the last wave, Pete?
Austin did. That was White. So it was really actually going to be...
His anyway.
Yeah, his turn. Well, no,
his
it
turn,
should have been,
right.
yeah. But
if they're allocating priority and they say it's in this
order as turns, right?
As turns, even if you're close.
But there is the moment, though. I mean, literally, if Austin were to out-paddle him in that moment, he's going to get priority over the top of Kushner. That's just how it works, But ultimately, Kushner was able to turn the burners on and get it done. This is that wave that I was talking about. Not really. So he placed the board, does the arc up top, and not really pushing through it. I mean, it's a good technique.
In comparison to Cole is pushing from off the bottom, off the top, pushing really hard through the whole entire maneuver, as you see right here.
And you're going to see it. Look, the scores already. Boom, 7.67 for Hushman. It's just driving through the arc, much more committed in that style of surfing. And the judges just lapped it up. It's a full 3-point spread, pretty much. 4.97 for Zeitz compared to the 7.67. And that's the true difference. I mean, there is probably the same quantity of maneuvers. The wave's slightly bigger to Cole. Obviously, that helps too. But, man, that just the drive through the maneuvers is what really is the difference. Kushner also didn't quite have the flow out of those maneuvers, I think. Each time he placed it up there, the arc was good, but then just didn't get himself with speed coming around it.
Like that bottom turn here. Really like that off the top as well, Pete. He said he's got a little bud in him. He certainly does. Nice energy in this wave as well, Pete.
5.9. So matches his other score of the 6.0, just a slightly less, but that is enough for second position. Yeah. So Kushner now in third needs a 7.4. Zeitz in fourth needs a 6.93.
Wow, look at Cole's last score. Solid.
Yeah, it's again, it's that we pointed it out. It's a pretty clear difference.
Yeah, I remember seeing men surf when I was younger and I was a kid, but these were men that were my same age, so they're man-child. They used to call them baby Hueys when I was younger. But Cole Houseman here is a beast of a man, and he's utilizing his power and his technique and his flow.
As you would think he should.
Yeah. If there is any way to separate yourself between the men and the kids, it's your power. Some of these kids have a skill set that the older guys don't have. Obviously, Cole's probably got all those maneuvers in his bag of tricks as well, but his power and his
it's the foundation, right? You showcase that. It's going to, more times than not, you mix that with all of a sudden a little bit of that extra flair and finesse by going above the lip, doing some airs or little tail releases. To add to it, all of a sudden now you've given this variety element to it, right? On top of that, you can just showcase the type of wave that needs the power. Yep. And then there's those times that you're going to have to get the tail reverses and the release of the fins, because ultimately that's what gives you that point of difference. So opening up and having that massive repertoire, which we see from Cole Hoffman, that's why he's one of the best here in the North America region. Matter of fact, in the globe.
No doubt.
He's a great surfer, and like I said, I feel like his surfing translates to the championship tour a lot easier than a lot of the competitors that are in that Challenger Series. So it was kind of difficult to see him not get it together. But then again, that's competitive surfing. You got to surf really good in a 25-minute heat, and that's the time allocated that you got to get it done.
Yeah, and had a little good luck too on your side. We're down to less than a minute, Pete. 50 seconds remaining, and which started out as a slow heat. We didn't see a wave ridden for nearly 11 or 12 minutes the first of this heat, so it's definitely sort of been a cracker here.
Well, turning around with priority. Well, no, not turning around. That was white, actually. So red just sitting off to the side, happy and content with his 14.5 total and priority. It's the battle between Lucas, Kai, and Jacques.
And here it goes. This is the last maybe opportunity right here. Looking outside, there might be a bump.
This is Kushner. Needs a 7.4.
He would have to do something we've never seen before to get a 7.4 in this, but unfortunately it's not going to happen.
Actually, that's Zeet, sorry. Okay. Once again, made the mistake. Green and blue, pretty similar.
Well,
but not enough there. Zeet's good run. Well, that'll call it for today. Coldwater Classic apparel on site. Come on down. Got some beanies, got some shirts with the beautiful art on it. And we have one more heat remaining. Don't go anywhere because the Coldwater Classic continues. O'Neill Coldwater Classic, our sponsors and partners. O'Neill, obviously, first name in the water, our O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Good to be back here at Steamer Lane. Also, the City of Santa Cruz, Kona Brewing, West Peak Sparkling Spirits, New Leaf Market, Guayaki Beverages. We've got a new heat underway. Our last heat of the day, heat number 6, roundup 64. Taro Watanabe, our number 1 seed in this one in the red jersey. Reiki Nishida in the blue, Tomas King in the white, Rex Hennings in the green. So a good, nice, well-represented heat here. And last heat of the day, we've been pretty much blessed with our consistency. I think our last heat, we had a little moment there at the beginning of that heat that was a little slow. Looks like this one's going to start off maybe a tiny bit slow. But ultimately, lots of opportunity for all of our competitors today.
Yeah, we've seen, nearly each competitor have 4 or 5 nice opportunities. So that's a pretty consistent ocean here, especially them all wrapped up next to the point right here. As you see, the sun's starting to drop right now. Daylight savings time, it's getting dark pretty early now. But does work well if you're a crack it kind of guy.
4 p.m. local time, 3:56 to be exact. So yeah, we've still probably got another hour of light, so there'll be a fairly competitive after day event.
Oh yeah,
probably for warm-ups.
That after work crew that loves the lane that worked all day.
Yeah,
those guys like to surf. They'll be rubbing shoulders with these competitors real quick.
You gonna see a wetsuit go on for a roadie?
No. I won't compete with. I've done a couple broadcasting groups before, and I remember going to some events and realizing that the broadcasting guys can surf. Some of these guys surf pretty good.
Yeah.
And they would actually be out there. Judges mixing it up with some of the competitors, and you'd be like, ooh, a little dicey. So I try to stay away from those free surfs,
I'm in the same group of thought process there. It's a little tough. Although when J-Bay's firing, it's pretty tough to get stuck out there. And you know what? It's kind of nice as long as you don't push it. The fact that you can earn yourself a couple waves on days like the places at J-Bay or even Tahiti for that matter, get a couple waves. As long as you don't put in too much time and start hooting guys off of waves, you can get away with it.
Well, you can get away with it if you want to wave at Chopes. What's up?
I hope you enjoyed the action today. You're going to be watching Rody and I. We're going to be your two commentators. We're going to reel in some guests throughout, but ultimately you're going to be hearing our voices all week long. So I'm sure by day 4 you might be kind of sick of it. You might want to turn us down. But either way, we're going to give you the best of what we can articulate throughout this Coldwater Classic. So I hope you enjoy it. More than anything, we hope the surfing can just entertain you more than our voices.
Yeah, if they did more surfing, we wouldn't have to talk. I'm grateful, though, that you brought down a thesaurus today, Pete, so we have a plethora of different words.
I don't have thesaurus, dude. It's called a phone.
Gives us a lot of different adjectives to
I was
work
trying to
off
pull
of.
some out, though. You're going to hear, I'm sure I do something that I say over and over and over again, which it could turn into a drinking game for you guys at home. You can have your Dr. Pepper nearby, and you just got to take a hit of that every time I say something.
No doubt. As you see, you had mentioned it, Pete, we're going to have a little slower start. You had looked out to the landscape in the back and tell there was very few bumps coming in, but it looks like something's coming in right now with these guys in the non-priority position of the heat. Let's see what type of moves are made now to establish that.
Look at that one. That was a different technique, though. You saw Taro actually kind of wait out the back.
And then take the momentum into the wave and paddle into him.
Yeah. And ultimately, you sit underneath the surfer. It could be called for blocking. I mean, as a technique, that's something that could come into the way if you're on the outside paddling in and someone's in your way. You're not supposed to go underneath someone's line. That could be called a paddling interference.
Exactly. And the head judge is up there saying paddling, so they're actually watching the initiation before the wave guys even stand up. So they're watching, the head judge and the judges are watching that dynamic to see what type of game was played to get this wave.
And there is definitely the focus in the early stages of it because there's non-priority situation, right? So ultimately that paddle can be quite dicey. We saw it earlier today. Matter of fact, it disappeared behind the cliff, and we know what happens behind the cliff. Well, let's hear from Cole Hushman. He put on a performance out there, and it was a pretty slow start, but his technique got him the win. Let's hear from him now.
All right, we're here with the winner of that last heat, Cole Hushman, dude. That was pretty awesome all the way to the end. How'd you feel out there?
Thank you. Yeah, it was a bit of a slow heat. I think we went like almost 10 minutes, and I was hoping for a restart, and then that set came. And if I didn't go, I felt like someone else was going to go. So I was like, might as well go, get the heat started. And, it worked out. There wasn't a second one, so I got like a 6, I think. And then, I wish I would have surfed some more waves, but there wasn't a lot. And stoked with how I was feeling. And, always fun to surf the lane with no one out.
Super rad. Now, I got a couple questions for you. So you're doing some big boy turns out there, throwing buckets. What do you weigh and what's your height, dude? You're shredding.
I'm like 6'3", probably like 200 to 205 pounds. They fluctuate a bunch. But, I'm pretty big, but I feel like I can kind of grind the small waves too. But should probably go try out for a basketball team. I probably should have done that, but no, it's hard. I love surfing. It's like the best sport in the world, so do what you love. And I'm stoked. Hopefully when I get on tour, it's like those waves will suit me. And I'm looking forward to waves like J-Bay and all those big spots. So I'm trying to use my size to my advantage.
No, that's epic. I'm all about the big boy turns, super rad, throwing massive buckets out there. And, want to know what's your overall goals in surfing in this year?
I want to, this year, I kind of had a rough year on the Challengers. But my goal right now for my next goal is to qualify for the CT. And that's where I feel like I belong. And, hopefully from there, just move my way up the rankings, and I want to make the top 5 and give it a go for a world title. But I just want to have a long career, and I want people to enjoy my surfing, and I want to, have fun while I do it. So,
dude, that's epic. Well, good luck, dude, and I can't wait for some big waves to meet Cole Hushman, dude.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, back to you guys.
Adam, I got to ask you, what did you think of that post-heat interview?
He's got some confidence, Pete. He's got some confidence.
I heard when I get there. I heard when I get to J-Bay. Those are things that a competitor who knows where he belongs and set his goals. So that was pretty awesome.
No doubt.
And we talked it up, right? I mean, I think we talked it up, and he obviously believed it.
Oh, no. You have to believe in yourself first and foremost. That was a great little releasing turn right there. But, Cole definitely has some strong confidence right there. Give him a wave. He's going to do well.
Taro Watanabe was able to get himself a number, a 6.17. We also saw Rex Hennings pick up a wave in that one. And now up and riding, this is Tomas King. So Tomas actually had a pretty good run on the East Coast, was able to get himself all the way to the finals in one of the events. He's actually sitting inside of the top 10, although I believe he's from a different region, and he may not actually be getting the points that and I might be wrong there because he is in Costa Rica, but I just want to confirm that. But all surfers getting a little piece of the exchange there. Also, Reiki Nishida was able to get himself a 4.67.
Yeah, that was nice. Looks like he's also riding one of those CI Pros, Pete, one of those new boards, Channel Islands coming in. You see right here, this is Taro Watanabe. This is his replay. Nice crack off the top. Nice bottom turn, too. And watching all the surfers that Gerlach is training, he really does come off surfing like a little like Brad. So it's great to see the technique that these guys have adopted from some of these older surfers. A lot of these older guys giving their wisdom and knowledge to these young surfers.
I think there's something to be said about, too, that, that Gur would have liked the way that Taro surfed, because Taro actually had great technique at a very early age. Yes, I will give a lot of credit to Gur and what he's been able to do to develop Taro's surfing. But I think there was something that Gur liked about Taro when he was watching him surf and said, hey, I'm going to get this guy to the elite level. So the wave key is what Gur teaches. If you're out there and interested, he's got himself a full place to go check it all out. So Gur, he actually has had great success here at Steamer Lane as well.
Gur shredded up here, dude. He was really, really good up here.
Rex Hennings, that was a replay here. This is Reiki Nishida, came in at a 4.67. So just to confirm again for Tomas King, Tomas is number 6 in the rankings. So did a pretty good run there. Was able to get good points at the Vans Pro, which was 1,825, and then also did pretty well at the WRV event, I think, as well. But for some reason that number isn't there. But I remember him. Maybe it was just that he did well at the Vans Pro. But this is now the replay here of Tomas King, which I'm talking about.
Yeah. He's got a really quick snap, Pete. He's able to get that board up into the lip really fast and drive those round turn right there. Notice he was riding one of those CI Pros.
Well, the CI Pro, it feels like to me that design, working with Britt Merrick, also Parker Coffin to develop that model. But a lot of the curve feels it's like a more move forward in the design of that board. So it does definitely have a tight arc on it. Still very drivey, but loose. I mean, if ultimately you want to think about a good surfboard, what is it? It's loose and fast, right? So that's the design that is definitely trying to be implemented in that CI Pro.
Yeah.
Nishida. We also saw Rex Hennings. And now out the back, Watanabe.
Let's see what Watanabe is able to do on this wave, Pete. A little cheeky little snap right there. Great little whip off the top. Decides to kick out in front of his fellow competitor to grab that third priority. Smart move right there.
Well, he's already got pretty good numbers. Tomas King came in with a 6.33, backed it up with a 2.17. Watanabe still has this score that he just rode, came in and puts him into the lead, 4.83.
Nice.
So Nishida and Watanabe are in the top two's position. Tomas King has the best number of the heat so far, the 6.33, but is looking for a backup. He's got priority outside. Rex Hennings was able to put a 4.17 on that last one. So numbers 7.67 all the way up to 11 points that is being held by the number 1 position. 13 minutes to go, so there's still some time in this one.
Yeah. Rex. Okay, remember that.
Yeah, looking at the rankings right now, North America Qualifying Series rankings as we watch this replay here of Rex Hennings. Jet Schilling and Owen Moss hitting 1-2. Dumpy up there at number 3. Cam Richards at 4. Jabes Furkaki at number 5. Tomas King at 6. Taro Watanabe at 7. Blair Barton, who actually unfortunately lost out today, was in 8th. So that's giving some opportunities. Surfers Evan Geisman, I don't think is here. Not competing. Wesley Santos is through. Dimitri is through. John coming up next. So there's some surfers here vying for those points. And again, top 8 will qualify for next season's Challenger Series, which again is the road to the Championship Tour. Watching the replay here of Watanabe's last, 4.83.
Yeah, nice little wave here. Hung up a little bit on that floater. Nice little crack off the lip. Gets in and out of that one. Establish that priority.
Well, priority is with Raiki right now, but taking this one is Tomas King. Actually, he had priority, so I guess they saw that he paddled for it, and he took his priority here. So this is important for Tomas.
Nice surfing there.
And again, that crisp approach with the CI Pro. Whoa, Watanabe blowing the fins. But Tomas King needs a 2.24 to move into second. He's going to get that. He'll move into that second position.
Just give me whatever Watanabe's riding.
7.0 for King.
Nice score.
Now Hennings. So now King into the lead. Watanabe to second. Nishida in third. 11 minutes to go. Needs a 6.33. Hennings on that last one there. Not going to change it for him. Needs a 6.83. Nishida's got priority. As the light starting to dwindle here.
Yeah.
In Santa Cruz, California.
Starts to get really cold. As soon as that sun goes down, Pete, it starts
Should
to
I
freeze.
pop on the propane heater here in a sec?
We should, yeah. Listen, I think we got only about 10 minutes and a half. Look at this set coming, Pete. You can see these waves lining up nicely. Waves coming in from the north, but also have this little ape hanger that shoot in from the south. Make for a nice peaky wall that tapers off. Sometimes there isn't an end section on it, but there's plenty of opportunity through the whole ride. As you can see right there, folks, you could have taken off pretty deep on that wave. Everyone's sort of sitting channel side above Table Rock section.
Well, utilizing the priority there was Nishida, I think, because he's up and riding.
That might be Hennings.
Oh, it is. You're right. They didn't see the. Oh, no. Well, no, because now he's up, huh?
You know, I'm just here talking about it. He was stoked on it, whoever he was.
Yeah, so Nishida was on that wave number 2. Hennings was on the wave beforehand. Outside is Watanabe and King. So my bad. Hennings was on the first one, Nishida on the second. But it feels like to me both those numbers aren't going to change much. They're still going to be sitting in third and fourth. So with this last 10 minutes to go, surfers with the number 2 positions, which is advancing positions, also have number 1 and 2 in priority. So this would be important last few minutes as these surfers trying to add, obviously, to their score line and with priority. We've watched the replay here. So Hennings on the first.
Did like a little ollie off the bottom right there. That's a nice little turn.
Bit of release there, and there was some
wow,
good
that
moves
was
there.
I really like that surfing right there at the end of that wave. He really came together on that. Hennings, he was
He
stoked
liked
on
it?
it. Yeah, he's a young man. I wonder how old he is. He looks pretty young. There's a great deep bottom turn right here. Nishida's getting some opportunity here, but look at the wave just flatten out, Pete. He's flicking out of that thing.
So Moss is going to add points. I think that he's going to get his best number. Sorry, Hennings is going to add points. And it does, a 5.57, which puts him into third and now needs a 5.44 in order to catch Watanabe. Nishida did not change anything for him. Didn't go into the top 2.
It's like plenty of sets on the outside.
Oh, look
coming.
at those lines, huh?
Yeah.
Breeze held nicely throughout the day. We did have some moments through the early mid-morning where the wind was kind of from not the greatest direction, but overall, I would say the quality of surf pretty darn solid. I think everyone who was able to compete today would be pretty happy with the opportunities given. Big ups to the crew behind the scenes. Obviously, putting on this broadcast to bring you live competition from Steamer Lane, drone angles, multiple cameras. So nice work to our crew at Action Sports to bring you this broadcast live. Also, everyone on site. Got to thank the judges. Judges pretty much on point today. I don't feel any discrepancy in scores, yeah?
No, and believe me, that's why they throw out the high and the low.
That's how it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah. So you do get the average of those judges.
Nishida up and riding on the backhand. This wave moving out to sea, angle kind of off, unfortunately, there for Nishida. Not going to get that 6.33 needed. I will say Hennings was able to capitalize without priority there and gets a pretty good number. He's asking for information now.
Yep.
You are in third. Oh, yeah, he can't hear me.
But you see, his highest wave exceeds Watanabe's lowest score, right? So he's in a nice position. He could, if he weasels into this, if he gets himself into the priority position and gets a wave, without these other two surfers ahead of him that are sitting with first and second priority, increasing their score total, he has an opportunity. He does. 6 minutes 20 seconds. It's a lot of time. But we've seen like 2 or 3 sets come in this amount of time, so it's not impossible.
Big thank you to some of our guests today: Richard Schmidt, John Hunter, Omar Echeverry coming in and holding down some of the beach interviews. He's also doing some of the live commentary. So nice having him involved, and we'll bring you more special guests. I'm trying to remember.
I heard of a killer one coming in for the women.
Oh, no way.
Margot Oberg's going to drop
sick.
some knowledge.
Margot Oberg, who now resides here in Santa Cruz,
Yeah.
legendary surfer through the ABC Wide World of Sports, was one of the best surfers ever at Sunset Beach. So
Yep, she was the first person ever to win money at the Smirnoff out here in '69.
Oh
at
my.
the lane.
So the Smirnoff actually was pre-Coldwater.
Yeah, yeah. And
Pro
she talked
surfing
about
event.
she talked about a world event here in the '60s as well. She's a wealth of knowledge.
I love.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't wait to have her on set.
Yeah.
She'll be here when the women get underway.
Yeah, she's awesome. Here's Rex's wave right here, or Rex, excuse me.
Yeah, this is that one, the 557.
Yeah. This is a great little wave. You see right here, he's getting some nice snaps. But the real money peak comes in these last couple of turns right here. That was a nice snap. There's a great one right there. You see him just totally stoked. At the end of this wave, he lets the judges know that he was pretty stoked on that. And they rewarded him as well.
I like that. Well, he's put himself in a good position there, because that wasn't an opportunity. He was able to kind of sneak that one underneath the other competitors with priority to get that spot and get a score. So he worked that one to a 5.57. That's what sometimes you have to do at the lane in order to, if you don't have the rhythm of priority, you better capitalize on other portions of the reef here and find quality waves. And you see him sneaking off once again to try and find it. He's got third priority, 4.5 minutes to go. They're going to let him go away, and he may. Nope. We're going to see.
Whoa, what's he doing?
I don't know.
What's he doing?
That might be a bit of an error.
Unless
yeah,
Nishida had fourth priority.
He did.
So that could have taken him out.
Wow. They both. Did he stand up?
No, but he made a distinctive paddle. I don't know if his hands left the rail.
Wow. Okay. So let's dissect this in a moment here. So Nishida was up and riding. He actually had lower priority than Rex. Rex paddled for the wave but didn't go, and Nishida rode it. But Rex did actually make a concerted effort, and they've taken priority away from Rex.
Even though he didn't catch the wave.
Right.
Correct.
Because he paddled. So that's the situation. So I don't know what's going to happen in regards to this. Watch it again. This is from the front end angle here. So priority is ahead. He has higher priority over Nishida.
Yeah.
Oh, he did stand up.
So we're out of it.
Oh, okay. So nothing. No harm, no foul, really. He did stand up, kicks out, no biggie, closed out. Scoring potential was there. He had priority, so it's not going to be a burn by any means because he had priority.
Yeah, he should have went left, straight into him. Roto.
That's strategy, right?
Well, that's the way to take your guy out.
And show an interference. But it wouldn't have mattered because he was actually in fourth position, Nishida was. So he needed to take out number 2.
He's got to chisel higher at the totem pole here. You see Hennings right there needing some information. Most likely the
Rex,
time.
wear a watch.
He wants the time. Years ago, you used to ask your competitor, hey, how much time's left?
Would you tell him the right truth?
Probably not.
You're pulling leashes, dude.
Dude, I was Burkhart's brother. You can see, look like some free surfers getting ready here as the golden hour at Steamer Lane. This 2022 Coldwater Classic is coming to an end. We have 2 minutes 30 seconds to wrap up this day of competition. And it looks like Hennings
not
on
giving
the inside.
up, is he?
No. And he's a good little surfer too. He's giving it all he has. Not being in the power position without priorities, he's making things happen on the inside. But if I were his coach, Pete, I would have had him wait longer. And
5.44 with a spin at the end.
Maybe not.
He's not selling it. Nishida. Out. Incomplete. I like that he did try to sell it there at the end for Hennings. Now it gives me an opportunity to think maybe you might think about a score. I still think it's going to come up a little bit shy, but Are we waiting on that score?
I watched Taro Watanabe's 4.8, and he served pretty dang good on it.
Yeah. So there's a comparison, right?
Yeah. So the average score that he needs to get, that 5.4.
It needs to be a better wave. Obviously, that was a very far inside wave. So
yeah.
And we haven't seen any inclination yet. Nishida's is in at 1.9, waiting on Rex. Minute and a half to go. 5.44 needed. Did get the pop air reverse on the end. So at least we'll give it that as a
Gave
part
him
of it.
something to think about. But
yeah. Well, they're taking their time. It's not like it's just throwing scores out here. So
no, they didn't just come up with a 3 right away. You're right. You know, it wasn't just like, here, we got a quick reaction.
We're going to watch the replay here. So there it is. Yeah, the judges want to see this. So
That's
this
a
is
nice
definitely
turn.
But, I mean, think about the quality of wave at the outside. I mean, it's well to the inside, although it did load up here. And you're, again, comparing it to already scores that are on there. 4.83. There's the 5.57 of Rex's actually beforehand. And it feels to me pretty clear that it's not enough in my eyes. And we're starting to see the scores trickle in now. Yeah, all the 5 judges going to say, nope, not enough. It does go into his top 2. 4.20, though, not the 5.44 needed.
Almost.
As you see, the end of the day super session going to be happening. We still have 17 seconds. Pretty safe to say that you're going to see these 2 surfers advance on. Maybe Watanabe wants to get the last heat interview. Nope, actually, we're probably not going to have the last heat interview because it's the last heat of the day.
Wow, I like that turn.
He ripped at it. Good technique. Also, Tomas King taking off outside. That's going to be it for the day, folks. This free surf session is on. And unofficially, Tomas King will take the win. Taro Watanabe will move on into the round of 32. This was heat number 6 of the round of 64. We still have 10 heats of this round. Most likely tomorrow we will see what the wave conditions look like. We'll make the call bright and early in the morning what we'll be doing. Ultimately, we still have women to start running, which is always going to be good to see here at Steamer Lane to have the women involved. We're also going to see the end of the round of 64. We have 10 heats remaining, so be back bright and early. We'll be here at dawn. Maybe get a surf in ourselves. But, yeah, wave conditions still look pretty darn awesome. So I would say fingers crossed that we are going to continue with the O'Neill Cold Water Classic here from Santa Cruz, California, Steamer Lane. Tomorrow morning, bright and early. I know I'll be here, Rody.
Yeah. Well, first rooster. We'll be up here. First rooster.
And, of course, from the booth here, thank you, folks, for watching and tuning in. My name's Peter Mel alongside Adam Replogle. We will be here tomorrow bright and early and give you the call. And fingers crossed we'll be running more competition. If not, we know we will be throughout the end of the week. So, again, enjoy having you all here and watching us, and we'll see you again tomorrow.